Oh, that's right. I forgot she's in California.
We're all set.
Thank you, Maggie. Good evening. We'll call to order the May 13th Committee of the Whole meeting. Agenda item number 1 is, of course, our budget workshop. Ms. Huggins.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We're delighted that you all are here tonight. And I want to thank Mr. Prentice and team, Jennifer Carter behind him, Clady Brown, and we'd like to welcome Jessica Carr to our team. Today is her first day, so we're excited that this is welcome to Charleston. We're happy to have you here. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prentice, who will go through the proposed first reading of the budget with you, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. Mr. Prentice.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So while the presentation comes up there, you do have the first reading book at your seat at the dais for consideration when we ask for a recommendation for referral to the full board for first reading of the budget. But largely this afternoon, wanted to go over the presentation that was first shared to the Audit and Finance Committee last Thursday, which matches to the first reading of the budget that you're being presented later this evening. So on the first slide, Maggie, if you'll go to the first slide of the table there, we just did an update comparison on current year performance to the projected board approved budget to projected year end revenues. And so largely this remains the same and ties to the March 31st, 2024 financial report. The only real change here between the last month has been an increase in our projections for property tax revenues. We've seen a continued increase in property tax revenues, particularly with fee in lieu of tax revenues this year, as those revenues have come in stronger than in years past based on some agreements that have come on the rolls, as well as increased property tax postings now that we've gotten towards the end of the year and doing final reconciliations with TIF districts and things of the nature. So projecting to come in at year end $42.5 million over budget, predominantly in local sources, which is 6.05% over. If you go to the next slide, we're just comparing the fiscal 24 year end to our fiscal 25 estimate. And so you'll note that we're projecting an additional $37 million in local sources, approximately $8.1 million in state sources, for a total of $40.1 million over our projected year end for fiscal 24. This does display a couple of scenarios. First, it includes the 3 mil swap that we previously shared with you from the debt fund that we've analyzed through opportunities for restructuring over there and creating savings. We also have included 3.9 mil increase to support the $7,500 teacher pay scenario, as well as 100% of market for non-teachers on the classified scale. So those revenues balance out, as you'll see future slides in this presentation. And if you go to the next slide, this is the overall comparison from the fiscal 24 base budget to the proposed fiscal 25 budget. So a total of $82.7 million in additional revenues over the board approved base budget of $702.3 million, which is an 11.77% increase, inclusive of all those items that I just discussed with you. So if you move on to the next one, just gives you the breakdown of sources and ask you to kind of freeze that picture in your mind. I've got a slide later on in the presentation that looks at the breakdown of local to state sources at other districts throughout the state of South Carolina, and some unique considerations there with the way state funding formula works and how we're funded. But 65% local for the GOF makes up the overall budget, and 33% state funding sources. The remainder broken down between federal and transfers and intergovernmental at less than 3 or 4%. Let's go to the next slide. So on top of that $82.7 million, we've included $20 million in the use of ESSER sustainability funds that we previously shared with you. So that increases our overall capacity for the budget to $102.7 million. We've refined all of our revenue estimates, and we believe at this point in the process that those numbers are final. As I shared at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, really the only thing immaterially that would happen at this point in time would be a shift between the proposed use of fund balance and the actual budgeted revenues, if we refine those estimates at all between first and second reading. And we also believe that state revenues are going to be final. The only difference would be between the House and Senate versions of the budget. The Senate version of the budget did decrease state aid to classrooms portion, but increased reimbursement for the increase in health insurance. And for us, it really kind of almost net broke even. So it doesn't really change anything in terms of the overall proposed budget, just a matter of where we budget those sources at the end. So if we go to the next slide. So this is just a recap of where the major increases in revenue came from. $9.3 million in the growth came from property transfers throughout Charleston County over the last year, which are known as assessable transfers of interest, or ATIs. New construction in Charleston County is approximately $8.7 million of the revenue. The 3 mil swap is worth about 10 million. And then the 3.9 mil increase generates approximately 12.8 million, which lines up almost dollar for dollar with the increase to $7,500 level from the $5,000 level for teachers and from 99 to 100% of market for non-teachers and classifieds. There we go. So as I mentioned, the ESSER sustainability funds that we've set aside, we believe that this, as you'll see later in the presentation with the long-range model, will help us to healthily implement the weighted student funding formula. So of that $37.8 million that's been set aside by the board in the past, proposing to use $20 million of it this year, which would net $12.8 million in a transfer from the general fund that comes from current sources, decreasing that down to $10 million in fiscal 26 and then down to $7.8 million in fiscal 27 before the general fund would eventually become self-sufficient in supporting the weighted student funding formula implementation. As you can see, the WSF does grow over those years with our projected growth in the overall budget to support the increase to the formula as it's rolled out. So overall, we're presenting to you a balanced budget that does include the use of fund balance. We believe the use of fund balance lines up nicely with the proposed or the projected year-end fund balance accrual that we'll see in terms of revenues over expenditures in the general fund. And so that use of fund balance offsets the total increase to the budget of $130.7 million. And so we're going to go over, as you've seen in the past presentations, all of the different considerations that are included in the proposed budget, and I'll highlight a couple of changes there. But this is preliminary use of non-ESSER sustainability fund balance plus the overall use of fund balance for a total of $130.7 million, and balances out, and we'll project that out for you later in the presentation in the long-range model. So if we go to the next slide. So I'll just highlight some of the changes here. The required increases, the only change on this slide is we did increase our assumptions for transfers for charter schools and Meeting Street Academy. As we've gone through the last couple of months and refining those estimates, those calculations are based on the fiscal 24 year-end revenues and the calculation with the weighted pupil units. And so the weighted pupil unit dollar amount is multiplied by the weighted pupil units at each charter school to come up with the amount that we believe we need to transfer them per the formula each year. And so we had to adjust that, and that was about a $2.5–3 million adjustment based on the projected year-end revenues. And so we've included that in the budget to hopefully have the fiscal 25 budget to actual run truer, closer to form as we move forward. The teacher salary increase, this does include the $7,500 option at $36.1 million all in to implement that program. So on the next slide. Non-teacher salary increases, so this reflects the 100% of market and the step 33 increase from step 31 at 100% of market range. It also includes the previously discussed school-based position upgrades and teacher assistant upgrades, which are the last two lines there for a total of $21.9 million. School support considerations. I don't believe there's been any changes to this slide since the beginning of the budget process, so we can go past that one. Same thing with human resources considerations as well as financial services considerations. Those slides have remained the same throughout the budget process between the last workshop presentation. We go on to CERDEP, CD, and Head Start considerations. So there was one adjustment here to the good. We had an expansion request that lined up with funding that was already in the fiscal 24 base budget, so we did not need that expansion. So we actually decreased this by about $746,000 between the last presentation, but because that is not there, it's simply just not an expansion. It's already in the base budget, and so we didn't need those dollars. So that's been removed to drop that total down to $5.4 million in the expansion.
I'm sorry, real quick, Daniel, on that last slide, can you tell us where we're looking at with the Head Start, the 3Ks moving forward? I know you just said we weren't looking at the expansion, so was that pulled all the way out to where we won't have the extra facilities?
So that the expansion that was pulled out was just because it was in the base budget, and that was the early Head Start extended day, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that's still there. The items that are on that sheet, and I was just going to pull it up because I was talking shortly before this meeting about it, just to give you some detail on what that included. So That includes, for example, Head Start program expansion with 23 K-3 teachers, 23 TAs, CD program expansion, 13 teachers, 13 TAs, and a secretary, the CERDEP project manager, and so on. There's some additional lead teachers and teacher assistants in that as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So if we move to learning services, there we go. So no changes here from the last presentation. I believe that's all remained the same. So this new standard allocations, this is a new slide. We wanted to detail this for the board just to be transparent about the process of eliminating overlays in the budget. In the past, there's been this process where positions have been added, and those positions didn't necessarily have budgets associated with them. They were really offset by underruns and expenditures, or in certain cases had transfers from lapsed salaries from savings that were made to cover the cost of the positions. So we wanted to make sure that we did a thorough review of things that should be in the base budget as a standard allocation that would have a dedicated budget from the beginning of the approval of the budget. And these will be subject to an annual review every year as circumstances change and allocations with students change at each school. But some of the key points here, this includes a 1.0 FTE guidance counselor at every school. So in such circumstances where a school had less than 1.0, this rounds them up to 1.0 to have a full-time guidance counselor at each school. Some limited funding to reinstate the all-county band program, additional funding for CTE teachers at various schools. Also includes a 1.0 FTE base allocation, certain schools for foreign language, gifted and talented, some interventionists, as well as funding the positions that exist at Wynwood Farms. Those weren't in the base budget at all, so we needed to make sure that those were included. It also includes funding for high school credit recovery, and then the Pinehurst co-teacher program that's a partnership with Clemson University, those program fees, and then half of the co-teachers, the principal at Pinehurst was able to fund half of it with his WSF. And so this would fund the other half as a standard allocation to where the classrooms at Pinehurst, the heavy ML population would have a co-teacher in every classroom from K through 3.
Dano, you said on the 1.0 FTE, you said that's only in some schools?
What's that again? I'm sorry.
You said the 1.0 FTE base for foreign language, gifted, talented interventionists, that's only for some schools, or that's for all schools?
So it was where there were gaps, where there was either a previously position that was allocated, or they didn't have it at all. I'll pull that up and give you some detail on it.
I just want to make sure that we're not putting staff in some schools and as a base.
No, sir.
Not all.
In fact, this was an addition in schools where they might not have had a allocation for a foreign language or a GT for students. And so we wanted to make sure in the new GOF that we adequately addressed any overlays that currently existed and compensated for them moving forward. And that's what this does.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank
I
you for
must have
asking.
misheard that.
Yes, sir. In particular, this was Baptist Hill and Military Magnet. They didn't have dedicated foreign language teachers at either of those high schools. And just as an example, some of the circumstances with guidance counselors, North Charleston Elementary, Stone Oak Park, Charleston Progressive, Mitchell, Jane Edwards, Minnie Hughes, Frierson, they didn't have a full-time FTE. And so this rounds them up to 1.0. So they have a dedicated guidance counselor at each of those schools.
I have a question. Have we covered the all county band program?
I mentioned it, but I'm happy to answer any questions, Ms. Robertson.
Sure. I brought it up at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. I just want to expound on it a little bit more. Probably the superintendent can do that. What portion of the student body across the district will benefit from an all county band program?
I don't know the numbers on that, Mrs. Roberson. Mrs. Simmons could probably work with the folks on her team and get those numbers and provide it to us in the weekly board brief.
Okay, this was a last minute addition to the budget. My concern is that when I think of all county band, it's high performance students that have been trained adequately. And so my concern is, how would someone from Baptist Hill or St. John's be able to qualify for this program? Is it equitable?
Yeah, so qualifications are the way the auditions are held are systemic, so they're the same. So students who, when I was in band, for example, you had to play certain number of scales, you had to sight read a piece, and you had to play something, I think, that you prepared in advance. And so you go in, as you probably know, and audition before a panel of judges. They rate you, and then you're selected to be part of this. Just like there's an all-state and an honors all-state band program and a choral program. So I'm not sure the number of students at any school, to be quite honest, that would be eligible. We could look to see what in years past, most districts have an all-county band program. We can look back and see the last time in our fine arts department, how many students were involved and what geographic areas it represented, and give you all those numbers.
And if we find that it's not equitable because the training and the level of the band programs across the district is not at the same level, then how do we navigate that?
The best work we do is making sure that all of our teachers are trained to be able to offer high quality experiences to kids, like, Mr. McLeod up at Burke, and we have mentors throughout the district that work with teachers to ensure that. Some of the numbers you saw down below, the 1.0 FTE base allocation for foreign language, we've done similar things to make sure that all schools have access to fine arts, like Mrs. Brown McMillan out at St. James Santee and other places that wouldn't necessarily have access to. So the work that we do at the district office is making sure kids have access to band instruction, if such is needed and desired by the communities in which they serve. So we'll have to get some more information on where we have band programs, the number of students that were prior involved in all county band, and provide that to the board.
Yeah, and while you're doing that research, I believe Charleston County used to have an all-county band.
It did.
And it went away. And I'm just wondering,
I
the
think
reason.
it went away during COVID, but we'll check and make sure to get that information back to the board.
Yeah, so two things that's concerning is the equity with all county band. I just don't see how it's going to be equitable for students that don't have the same type of training that's going to get the all county bands that I am familiar with. I don't see how this is going to be equitable. And I would
Well, again,
prefer.
we have to ensure that the teachers in those schools are highly trained and proficient. So that's a principal's role, as you know, and making sure that at the central office, we provide the professional development and services, and that we help band instructors know how to recruit and retain, quality members of their teams out in schools where students might not be as interested in band. So we'll work on it and get back to the board with more comprehensive information about programs across the district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So Ms. Huggins, this is very similar to what the audition process you would go in to get in performing arts school.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski, for that. It's not even as rigorous as that, but it's a standardized process.
Correct.
And other districts
So
sort of utilize.
that's the equity answer.
Well, other districts sort of utilize all county band, and such helps prepare kids to audition for all state if they're interested in that.
Thank you. Ms. Waters?
Yes. I actually have had a separate question, but just want to iterate that the fine arts schools are also not necessarily equitable in terms of how students can qualify to get in. Not that the process is not, but just generally, there are many students who would never qualify because of the immense amount of training that's required. So just want to say that, just because I don't want anyone to be confused that it is totally perfect. But my questions are actually not about all county band, but a question around I'm concerned about the availability and the accessibility of guidance counselors, particularly in a couple of my schools. And I've emailed you about needing to speak about some issues that have come up, but even with the WSF money, I have many schools that just cannot afford to hold on to guidance counselors. And as an example, because examples are always helpful, there were two schools sharing a guidance counselor, and one had enough money in their WSF to fund the full guidance counselor. And so the school that did not have the money to pay for a full one now has none. And so this is not an availability issue, but there's literally a funding issue. And so there's things there that we can talk about in a one-on-one about around getting guidance counselors in all the schools. But the question would be, why did that not fall into the standard allocation? Was it not seen as necessary? Should all schools have? I'm trying to get to the bottom of why that doesn't
It's a
exist.
great question. It does now with the first line item here.
Okay.
So what
I mean,
we-
I'm sorry, not a guidance counselor. I actually mean, like psychological, like school psych. That's correct.
Simmons, you wanna-
Yes, ma'am. So like guidance counselors, school psychologists are required as well. And so every school did not have necessarily a 1.0. Almost like music, art, PE, a lot of the smaller schools had partial points. But in the last few years, we worked with Mr. Kennedy, formerly CFO, to make sure that we were getting at least a 0.5 in very, very small schools and a 1.0 in mid-sized schools and larger schools. But the school psychs were enhanced during COVID. The 30 some odd $1 million that we layered on with wraparound services,
Yeah.
we were able to hire additional school psychs. So with the expansions, a part of, if Maggie, if you could advance one more.
It's-
The one for learning services.
Let's
Uh,
go two back. There you
There
go.
you go. So the very first item, 750 towards student support services, wraparound services, allows us to layer back on those school sites that we would have lost because we are stepping out of ESSER.
Mhm.
And so a school that you mentioned sharing, and now one was able to pick them up fully, we will still compensate for that school that just the individual may have moved to another. We're
Mhm.
still responsible, though, for ensuring that the school who lost one will get an allocation. And we then also will help hire and make sure it's staffed.
Okay. And then I guess as a follow-up question, when would a principal know that this is available to them? Because I mean, and this has been a couple of months, it's taken me a couple of months to get through. But when would a principal know that that's available to them?
So it's come up a bit in the school data reviews that we had last week. A principal just asked that question on Friday.
Okay.
And we assured him that we were going to take care of it. So by now,
They should know.
they should know.
Okay.
And
'Cause
if
I
they
don't
don't,
circle back now, I have.
so
the-
sometimes people are asking about individuals.
Yeah.
They become attached to
Sure.
high-performing people.
Sure.
So a person might go to another school, but we still have the position, the allocation, the staffing model in place. And so everybody has the ability to hire a school psychologist.
Okay. And then there's one other thing you mentioned, something about an allocation according to school size. Can you speak to why it's allocated based on school size and not need inside the building?
Yeah. So some of these are not a lot of positions, to be honest with you, from physical education to guidance to school psychologists, they are not necessarily adequately funded. We have to compensate at the district office. So for years before we had ESSER funds, many things were 0.5s, 0.6, 0.4. That's the truth of it. Since we were able to, gain all of the funds through ESSER, we made sure that schools had what they need. Now that we are in a place where we're trying to use WSF to help us calibrate around backing out of the funds, we feel like WSF will do its justice. And then where it doesn't, that's where Superintendent Huggins has asked for those additional standardized things. There's some things schools shouldn't have to use their WSF for.
Right.
Guidance counselors, school psychs shouldn't be one of them.
Right.
Now, if they get a base amount and they still desire to have additional allocations, that's okay. But we should provide a base standard of care across the system that we're trying to do now.
That's brilliant, Ms. Emmons. You'll remember last year, Mrs. Waters, the board approved a standard allocation for one AP in every school because just from my own work as a principal, regardless of the size school you have, the need for an AP doesn't go away, right? Same thing with a couple slides forward, Maggie, with this guidance counselor. We realized through the the SDR, the school data review process, that some schools had a 0.5 counselor. Regardless of the size of the school, every school needs a full-time counselor to help kids. So these are things that may have been an overlay in past year. The 1.0 guidance counselor just wasn't. We had schools only with 0.5. I'm embarrassed to say counselors, a 0.7 counselors, again, basic things that everybody needs. And I know Dr. Williams, had worked going back to the fine arts in past years to make sure schools that didn't necessarily have access to fine arts programs. And then like out at Murray Lassane and Camp Road, they had to, share because there are middle school students there. So through these SDR processes and increased communication with our principals, we're seeing and learning more about the inadequacies of our old allocation system and what schools need to be successful. Because you're right, making sure schools are resourced based on the needs of kids is what's so important as we move forward and we think about how we're going to fund schools.
So school psychs, thank you, Ms. Huggins.
Yeah.
School psychs,
You're good.
unlike guidance counselors, are not allocated per size by
Yeah.
the State Department. So we have to do it.
Okay.
Lisa, Allison and her team, we're looking at size, but we're also looking at need to make sure we're equitably distributing those points. And so I feel like we're in a good place now that we did get the expansion. Plus, some of the schools have compensated additionally with their WSF. We feel like we're in a decent place.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you know if I hear anything
Please
as I
do.
go around,
Please
but I
do.
appreciate those responses.
Please do. And hopefully we'll connect soon on your other issues,
Yeah.
concerns, questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if you can go to slide 19, I believe. There we go. So last programming element here, as we're going through the ESSER impact statements and reviewing WSF coming together, there were certain things that were above the cut score that were ESSER programs that were not at schools. So these were more of the central office programs that met the ESSER cut score. So the family coach coordinators, there was a Canvas administrator. We have a partnership program with the University of Virginia, and then the director of accelerated schools. Those were the things that met that cut score that we were picking up in the GOF that weren't school-based, that would have otherwise been picked up by the WSF. So that $933,000 is now proposed in the base budget that you have in front of you today. So if we go on to the next slide, there we go. So the next few slides just detail the weighted student funding investment, breaking it down as you've seen before by the major categories and talking about the overall work that we're doing to implement the weighted student funding formula. Ms. Huggins, if you have anything you'd like to add, I think the only change here has been on slide 23. So the guardrails remain the same, the project management plan remains the same, but on slide 23, we've updated the calendar, the schedule for the project management plan. And these are really the kind of top level hierarchical goals. And then we have subtasks that exist below this. And we're meeting at least once a week with the internal project management working group to pull all of this together for implementation July 1. But you can see on here, one of the major things that changed between the last workshop and now is the receipt and validation of all of the assurance forms from the schools. So we've validated all that data and have aggregated all that data from their individual submissions into a master file to be able to balance that out with the budget office and make sure that the amounts that they submitted are proper and line up to the positions that they're requesting. So now we're working through the process of establishing the metrics and tracking financially the positions and the programs that are implemented through the WSF. And I will have, as you go on to the next slide, on to 24, excuse me, several things to bring before the board going into the new fiscal year, including the monthly report that we'll present to the board that breaks down the allocations by school and the year-to-date budget to actual expenditures by school. And then as we continue to grow this, as we go into the reporting, try to tie those kind of ROI for the program effectiveness out to the dollars that are allocated and expended at the school level. So look to bring to the next, I guess, the board meeting in June, a draft financial report that you would then receive with actual data on it after the month of July closes in August.
Mr.
I got a quick question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ed.
No, Darren, all you, pal. Go ahead.
I got a question as far as the guardrails. When we bring on, and I think this may end up going to Mr. Brickman. When we bring on an FTE through WSF, what are they classified as far as the state? Are they part-time? Are they temporary, permanent, or how would they be classified as far as like retirement and everything?
So, Mr. Calhoun, I think you're probably referring to folks who are certified.
No, non-certified. So say if they come on and they are temporary, are they temporary, permanent? Will those be full-time positions? So say, so I'm guessing classified staff that are brought on through WSF. How would they be considered through through the retirement plans or whatnot? And will they, if they're not certified, will they be on 1-year contracts?
No, sir. It's GOF funding, so they're permanent employees.
Okay. So say if a school loses, end up losing a point or whatnot through WSF year after year or over the next year, would they be rolled into the GOF funding at that point?
I think I did not hear the first part of your question.
So I'm asking if they're hired through WSF, correct?
Yes.
If they are not certified and they're brought on through WSF, if a school ends up losing their losing some funding due to say they lose some students and they end up losing some points for the funding, how would that work? Would they be only year to year?
Well, they're not year to year. It's an at-will employment agreement. We go through this every year, Mr. Calhoun, with the number of students may change at a site, which may cause a school to lose a position, whether it's certified or classified. So we go through a process to relocate that employee if possible.
Okay.
I hope that helps with certified specifically, especially a continuing contract teacher, regardless of whether it's soft money or GOF, that teacher has contractual rights in the district.
Right. I just didn't want us to fall into another issue like we did with ESSER, to where, people who are on that soft money end up getting a letter saying, okay, well, your position may not be here next year. But I mean, with the at-will employment thing, it's seems like if something does happen drastically with numbers, as far as with the WSF, if somebody's hired on through there, that we'll end up in that same position.
I should probably let Mr. Prentice speak to this, but we're not considering this when we say weighted student formula, it's GOF funds.
Yeah. So the primary funding source for the weighted student funding formula fund, if you will, is the GOF. So even though it's budgeted in a separate fund for accounting purposes, the dollars originate from the general fund and from the ad valorem tax levy of the district and state funding that comes into the general fund unrestricted. And so we consider this to be, permanent source of funding, sustainable. One thing that I'll mention that may help your question a little bit is this is based on the current year or in the prior year, in the case of the implementation of the budget, schools 45-day counts. So they don't get, if they lose points or if they lose students at their, fiscal 25, 45-day count, their WSF doesn't change. It would only change for fiscal 26. So we look at the prior year 45-day count for establishing the WSF so that the principals know when they're planning their budget for WSF for the upcoming year, exactly what they will have going into the year, and they will maintain that regardless of what happens throughout the year. It doesn't increase or decrease.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Anything else,
Thank you.
Darren? No. Quick point of clarity. We don't need the timer for a workshop, just so you guys know. That's okay. No worries. Yeah. In the COW meeting we will. Anita, on slide 20, or Mr. Prentice, I'm not sure who, we've got 32,230 students impacted. Now, in one of the previous conversations, we talked about one student being impacted by multiple categories. So is this 32,000 students or is this 32,000 allocations?
Mr. Prentice, you want to get that one?
Sure. So you may have a pupil in poverty that also classifies as a student with disabilities. And so this is 32,000 allocations. In the case that one student was in poverty, a multilingual learner, and also had a disability, they could count 3 times, but they would count separately under each individual category.
So for transparency, though, for the public that are looking at this says 32,000 pupils served. And based on that, it could theoretically actually be 10,000 students if everyone.
We
classified
toyed with
two.
even tallying that number up there because of that very same point. We did tally it just so you and the public could know that we allocated for 32,230 students, because some do fall into multiple categories. And it was important to make sure that those schools still got additional monies to serve.
All in favor of that. I'm just talking about the reporting.
You're
What's the
exactly
actual
right.
student number?
So for comparison purposes, I'm going to pull this up real quick just so that I don't get the number wrong. This would be the weighted pupil unit number. So where we have, 45,000 students enrolled in our, non-charter schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the weighted pupil unit figure for the district is roughly 72,000. I'll pull it up, but
I'm sorry. I need this in like super plain English. We got to be
so
transparent.
I'm going to give you a little bit more context on this. I'm pulling it up now. So here we go.
How many students?
So I can't tell you that right here. I'd have to go back and look, I think, at the individual pupil counts. But you know, the weighted pupil unit that includes, you know, the weighting factors for students that fall into those categories. If you look at the system as a whole, we have 72,359 weighted pupil units, which is 45,000 individual students. So it uses that, you know, same type of weighting factor to create the 32,000 allocation. So we'd have to go back and pull the individual students that cross, and we have that research from when this was all pulled together.
It'll just
We
take
can
you some
create a
time,
report and provide
Mr.
it to
Kelly.
you after
We'll
the
send it-
meeting.
We'll
But
try to do
hopefully,
it
hopefully you
Friday.
see where this is coming from. This
we
seems
do.
like almost intentionally misleading data being put out in the public, and I very much object.
So we wanted to
Because we're
make.
calling it pupils served.
Right, we want to, and we had this lengthy conversation just about this, but we wanted to be very transparent about the amount of monies and how it was linked to the count because students can exist in multiple categories. So let us show you the exact number. But for the type, because we wanted it to align with the amount, that's why it's represented there in the spirit of transparency, Mr. Kelly. But you're right. Again, we had a full-length conversation about this and wanting to make sure that we represented it as accurately as possible. I've written it down. We'll take care of it and send it to you Friday, if not before.
Ms. Huggins, if you also, I hope you're gonna send it to everybody, because this was actually what I wanted to.
Yeah, we
Saw that 32 and some change.
We
That's an awfully high number comparing how many students we actually have enrolled in CCSD.
we send all information to all trustees for that very reason. That's why we send the weekly report with emails attached and try to send periodic updates throughout the week, Mrs. Watley. So we'll do just that.
No, you guys do a great job of communicating. I just want to, it's less for
It's fair.
us,
Mhm.
it's for the public. So
It's very fair.
when this goes out to the final reading, I'd like to see this slide updated with actual numbers.
I think we can provide 2 charts there so you can see absolutely.
Please.
Thank you for that.
And Mr.
Miss-
Kelly, if you don't mind, while we're on this topic, Mr. Prentice, more to my point, this is very confusing. And if you're able to put it in, like he's emphasizing layman's terms to explain it, that would be great.
Mr. Waters?
She actually said what I was going to fix.
Wait, oh, a second. Okay, got it. Thank you for your time, Mr. Prentice. Go ahead, sir.
So Mrs. Watley, may I follow up now? On this slide, do you need clarification on any one of these categories right now, or do you want to?
Just what we were just discussing.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prentice.
Thank you.
I'll throw it back over to you.
Yeah, Mr. Prentice, I believe that Mr. Kelly and Mr. Calhoun covered a lot of mine, but again, just for the public, 3 things. You said clearly the old formula and the WSF, there's not a difference. It's basically the same thing. It's
So-
just,
You're talking about the old formula for allocating dollars to schools. So that is a different formula and how that came together. So there's the base formula is one component. And so that allocates dollars based on the number of weighted pupils per school. This took into consideration the ratios, where you have the 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and 6-to-1 configuration, where for every number of students that meet that category, you get the additional number of allocations. And then there's a divisor where it works out to the number of points that you get. And these are really good questions. And we were actually talking about this in the last week as part of our communications plan to try to explain and, you know, the most communicative terms possible to the public and how this works. I think we're going to put together some type of an animated video that shows the math in very simple terms so that we can push that out to the public and help people understand how this formula differs from the formula that is the base allocation that schools receive.
and like we're saying, it's for the public. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
we got it up here, but
Mhm.
we need to
Absolutely.
make sure that
Mhm.
they get, because that's gonna have, it may help the public. And then, secondly, I believe you said July, you will have the actual expenditures broken down for us to see, because right now, we have no idea, because the year is still in effect. Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
1 July, we will have the actual
Mhm.
expenditures.
So you'll have, yes, ma'am. So in July, you'll see the WSF by school based on the funds that they're receiving based on this formula. And then for the end of July, when we do the July financial update, you'll be able to see exactly what's posted in terms of year-to-date expenditures, what they've allocated. And I can say that based on the assurance forms that have been submitted already, the majority of schools have allocated or requested to allocate the majority of all the WSF dollars that they're due to receive. There's very little residual funding that remains for allocation. But there are some that have, $5,000 or $10,000 sitting on that base allocation line that they may wish to move up for a specific program throughout the year. And so as those dollars are moved from the base allocation to a specific program, you'll see that change as well month to
Okay,
month.
so that's perfect. It goes right into my next question that I had. If a school, for some reason, like you're talking about the ones that have extra left over,
Mhm.
what happens if that doesn't happen? Is there a place for them to get additional funding if they should run out of their funding?
So if they
Is
run
that
out,
risk pooling account a place where they would get monies from, or that various schools account if something should happen? Some may have extra, but some may not.
But that's what we're trying to avoid.
Just,
So that is what that is what we're trying to avoid in the process. And that's
Yes.
why on the other slides, Mrs. Roberson, we sort of showed how we're dealing with some overlays that we needed, like the counselor,
Mhm.
like some teachers at Wynwood Farms, like some other situations. So we're trying to avoid that with this because our last system created an inequitable system
Mhm.
where some people who knew to ask received and some people who didn't did not. And so we're asking principals to work with us and through this WSF process to avoid that. It's a good question. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for saying that because I was
Yeah.
actually,
Yes,
I was gonna
ma'am.
get to, so we know, I mean, folks who know to ask for things, ask for things. So is there going to be a process? I know that you have the school data reviews. I also know that just the nature of people and the climate, everyone doesn't speak up about everything necessarily. So what are you doing to, and so this is connected to this, but sort of an extension of like, what are we doing to improve the culture so that people understand they can go ask for, because as I'm going around, I'm hearing a lot of like, oh, I'm having to beg for this or I'm having to beg for that. And I don't like hearing that. And I also
Sure,
know that
sure.
there should be a process for
Mhm.
getting what one needs as a principal.
So I think the process, Mrs. Waters, is for principals to share with their associate superintendents what they need. And then their associates would then bring that request to us. And we would discuss that at the cabinet level. Previously, again, it depended on who you ask and how many times you ask and who that person went to after they asked. And again, I just want to be very fair and transparent that we're trying to develop systems around this. And when we, in the SDRs, when we hear systemically that there are issues like, hey, Anita, all schools don't have a 1.0 guidance counselor. Hey, Anita, we don't all have an assistant principal. That's when we know there are system level issues. The one-off things though, filter through the associate superintendent up to the cabinet level.
I do have a follow-up.
Okay,
All right, one last follow-up,
quick.
because you said that. The family coaches for, that's have the 400,000 that's been allocated out of GOF. What happens, in particularly for D23, who also use family coaches, but
Mhm.
they didn't have as long a time to, really determine the impact.
Mhm.
So now if they want to keep their family coaches, they're going to have to use their WSF funds. Vice, if they had enough time, it could have created an impact that was measurable and it could have been funded out of GOF. So now they're going to have to use their WSF.
So I followed up on that. Some of those principals transitioned, some decided not to continue the effort for whatever reason. One of the principals, like Mr. Dallas, used his current parent liaison. Mrs. Timoni and Mr. Drayton transitioned the portions or the FTE that they wanted to maintain into their Title I. And so there'll be a process like this, the program impact. We're going to be analyzing, as you know, with Edunomics and the work we're doing with them, analyzing the effectiveness of this new weighted student formula. So there'll be a process each year by which we determine what we maintain, what we revise, what may need to be reconsidered.
Okay.
And we'll share with the board our processes around that as we move forward in developing the metric system with Dr. Rosa and the folks at Edunomics.
Okay, so they use Title I funds.
Yeah, I just got the last email earlier today, sort of confirming after a conversation with Mr. Dallas that some didn't pursue
Mhm.
continuation at all. Some found it a little more beneficial and helpful than others. Again, Mr. Dallas's was, he used his current parent liaison, and then Baptist Hill and, Ms. Timoni transitioned what they decided to keep into their Title I.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Prentice.
Thank you. Let's see. So if we can go back to slide 20, let's see, well, 2025, there we go, the guardrails. So no changes with the guardrails. Those remain in place. And as we've gone through the requests from the schools, those have been evaluated against the guardrails. And there were a handful that we had questions about with respect to the guardrails and addressed those at the school level. So everything that's been submitted and approved is within the confines of the guardrails that are set forth that you see on those slides. If you go to slide 28. All right, budget reductions. So the budget is balanced with the inclusion of the budget reductions that we previously discussed. So that includes the reduction of approximately 30 central staff FTEs totaling $4.6 million. We also made some adjustments to purchase services where we saw opportunities to make reductions. And we did this through the creation of the risk pool that we've talked about before, where we had historical savings on a multi-year basis in accounts where funds were not traditionally being utilized. We decreased those budgets commensurate with the savings that we were seeing on an annual basis and moved some of those funds into a central risk pool to try to decrease the overall burden on the budget. And so we have, as you'll see in the first reading budget book, a risk pool that exists in the vicinity of, I think it's $1,003,000. And so we've been adjusting that as we've gone through the final process of balancing the budget. But that risk pool is available. If there are unseen things that come up throughout the fiscal year, we can make transfers from the risk pool to the departmental budget or the location to make sure that those needs are addressed. And so that'll run through my office and the superintendent's office and will be closely managed, but overall helps us in that effort to reduce the budget by about $8 million through reductions without necessarily fully impacting services that are being provided. So if you go to slide 29, there we go. So here is the overall budget picture for fiscal 25. This matches up to the proposed budget. Total budget is $847.5 million. Majority of the increases that you see are in personnel and salaries and fringe. We have some increases in purchase services. A lot of that ties out to the operations must-do items that we previously detailed. And then the transfers amount that we've discussed is increasing because of the transfer out to the weighted student funding fund. And then the difference in that is the transfers to the charter schools. So the charter school payments are wrapped up in that line item. So all in all, we're budgeting $42.4 million in use of fund balance. We're projecting year-end fund balance accrual of about $42.5 million. We were literally within about $37,000 of hitting that target and balancing the budget. So we feel comfortable with where we are in balancing this. And all in all, this budget reflects approximately 19.8% increase over prior year projected year end. And so feel like we've been able to pull all of this together and have recommended the inclusion of the 100% of market for non-teachers and classifieds, the $7,500 for teachers, and just the 3.9 mils to be able to offset those last two items in balancing to keep this sustainable. So if you go to the next slide, we'll go over the breakdown and then go look at the long range forecast. Majority, as you've seen in the past, of the budget is made up of salaries and fringe and 14% in purchase services and 14% in transfers. That transfer amount has grown this year again due to the WSF, and that'll normalize in the future as the WSF implementation becomes a normal part of the budget when that fund is established.
Can you take a break?
Sure.
Do you have the percentage of last year's, we should know by now what the salary fringe was percentage-wise increase over the year prior?
I could pull that. I can give you that number I could pull it between the budget workshop
So
and
that we can look at the 2 years as to how this has affected the budget, the percentage of the budgets,
Sure. And the
Because
interesting.
that last year, I mean, I think what a lot of people forget is that 5,000 of that was a bonus. It wasn't part of, an ongoing expense. Whereas the numbers that we're talking about this year, the 7,500 will be an ongoing expense to the budget.
Sure, and that you make a good point. The bonus from ESSER, that 5,000 wouldn't show up in the GOF, so it wasn't part of our overall year-over-year increase in personnel or salaries and fringe. But the $5,000 that we provided, of course, was, and I think I have it right here. I can give you the number after the workshop if that's okay. I have a spreadsheet that goes back a couple of years and looks at our annual adjustments, and we've used some of that data to help build the forecast as well. Just looking at, kind of once you take the $7,500 raise out and normalize everything, what the annual increases are, looking at vacancies and things like that as well.
Ms. Watley?
I think it was when you were on slide 29. You mentioned, you were saying a lot. So, but you mentioned something about cutting 8 million, correct? That was from district staff positions. We were also discussing at one point, a formula Ms. Huggins had created about a scoring and, programs and weighing effective programs versus lesser effective. In that you also mentioned that on, the variance, we are almost 20% higher on this budget than last year. Where are we at with, the process of elimination of programs that maybe weren't as effective as others? To cut a little bit more from
Thank
the
you for that,
budget.
Ms. Watley. You're exactly right. We went through a program impact review process. Program impact reports could earn up to 90 points. Anything below a 70, we did not fund. And I think we've shared that list with you all. It was about
Okay.
140 some odd
So
proposals.
that's it, that's included
Yeah,
in the,
everything's in here. So everything below 70 at the district office, at the school-based, we eliminated. Anything below 65 at the district office, we eliminated. So it was a significant elimination.
how approximately how much did that save us?
I don't have that number right off, but over the course of ESSER, it was a quarter of a $1 billion, some of those things were one-time use fixes, quality air, improvements, et cetera. But Mr. Prentice, do you have more of an estimate?
So if you look at ESSER 3, which is approximately $160 million of the total ESSER funding that we received, that was where that cut score came into play. So only things that went above 65 at the central office and above 70 in the schools ended up in the GOF budget for future carry forward. So realistically, the central office amount would be that $933,000 that you saw. So those would be the programs that were above the 65 cut score that were funded in the GOF because they were previously funded by ESSER in the last fiscal year.
So you primarily did that formula with ESSER funded programs. What about programs that were prior to ESSER? Did you evaluate them?
So we're in the process of evaluating more systemic efforts that we've paid for out of other revenue sources. Some things we've simply cut because we knew fiscally it wasn't sound decisions when we looked at ROI. Some things we've maintained, but that's an ongoing process, Ms. Watley.
With
program
previous
evaluation.
administrations?
Yes, ma'am, program
Okay.
evaluation, and it takes a considerable amount of time for Mrs. Roberts and her team. So it's on her list to continually do, but we hadn't gotten to everything, just in the spirit of honesty.
No, I understand. And there's been a lot. At sunset of ESSER has been, I get it.
There's been a lot going
Do
on.
you think that it would be possible to have that completed before we have the final reading of the budget?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's
So this is
really.
probably gonna be next year.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's just like we talk to teachers about continuous improvement. We're looking forward to working with Mr. Prentice and his team as we think about how we refine our processes and our analysis of systems that are working and not. And with Ms. Roberts and her team, she'll be part of the group that goes up with us to receive training from Dr. Rosa. But that's an ongoing thing. And we will not be able to analyze everything prior to the adoption of the budget in June.
And that's to your question and some previous discussions we've had, kind of a multi-pronged approach, program review, looking at maybe zero-based budgeting in certain departments on an annual basis, depending on, where we have opportunities for either savings or based on the program reviews that happen, going through and doing some further analysis. So there's different things that we can do year over year. And I think the first step with that was taking ESSER, figuring out what we wanted to pay for in the GOF, and then also trying to offset those increase in expenses by looking at the other reductions that we were able to do just by trimming areas that we've traditionally underspent this year, and we can continue to refine that going into fiscal 26.
Yeah, I know that program funded budgeting, it really drives the budget up, and it doesn't necessarily always measure the effectiveness. I'm going for efficiency. I'm sure you are too.
Well, and we're looking forward to this work we're doing with Dr. Rosa, because not, like I said at the last meeting, there are not many districts in the nation that are really doing this work, aligning budget priorities and with a return on investment with student data and program impact all at one time. And so it's a really sophisticated model that we're trying to learn more about through our work with her team. But we're gonna do better and get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on to slide 31. This is just the impact of a 1 mil increase calculator, and I'm happy to share. I have a live version of this, and if anybody'd like it, where you can plug in the value of a property or a car and trigger the assessment ratio and see what the value of 1 mil or however many mils would cause to that particular valuation. So we've included that in there for reference. And then on slide 32, we've included again the peer millage comparison between Dorchester District 2, Berkeley County, and Charleston County, and those equalized tax bills for a retail establishment for comparison. What's particularly interesting, if you go to slide 33, the Revenue and Fiscal Affairs Office at the state in the last year created a dashboard that pulls all of the audited financial data from districts throughout the state and various other reports that they provide to the State Department of Education. And you can click on the link that's at the top of that slide and pull it up. But it looks at everything from weighted pupil units to per pupil allocations to fund balances and different things that happen district by district. And so I pulled the funding by local and state comparison charts that are in there and compared Charleston, Greenville, Dorchester 2, and Berkeley. And, you know, it looks at the index of tax-paying ability and various other things in terms of how the formula provides state dollars to the districts. But interestingly, Charleston, based on several factors, has the largest percentage of local funding to balance the budget, offset by state funding. So 60% local, 40% state. And you look at the slice of the pie that's in red for Greenville, Dorchester 2, and Berkeley, and they're much more similar to each other in terms of their representative size of the whole. 22% local for Greenville, 15% for Dorchester 2, and 23% Berkeley. So really just to give you an idea of what we're facing in terms of balancing the budget, but of course offset by a very strong ad valorem tax base. But knowing that the state dollars that we receive don't adequately account for the dollars that we would otherwise generate pre-Act 388. So there's a bit of a disparity there, and just really want to point that out, that, you know, having one of the lowest millage levies for operating in the state, but one of the highest percentage shares of local funding is a unique challenge. But, you know, hopefully through this budget, we're looking to find that sustainable stride and a millage levy that we can sustain for years to come through the multi-year outlook. And that's been the overall goal of this process. So that dashboard has come to light since last year's budget process. And I wanted to point it out. And every year when we go through our audit and provide that information to the State Department, we'll be able to compare ourselves against our peers and find that just to be a neat tool that's available to the public.
Mr. Prentice, did you compare the actual dollar value of their budgets against ours?
So that information is out there. And it looks at a couple of different things. So Dorchester 2, for example, is 300 million. You know, our GOF is 847 million as proposed this year. But what's interesting about it is when you look at their state funding compared to the formula calculation of what that state funding is intended to pay for, there's a positive variance over what the dollars are intended to go to, whereas we're almost at a break even. We're within $1 million. And some are, you know, 15, 20, $30 million in kind of variance benefit to the overall budget program. So there's a couple of different ways to slice it, but it does consider the overall budget, revenues, expenditures, and fund balance.
Okay.
So,
And the reason I ask is because it would be very easy to look at this and say, well, that just means Charleston has too big a budget.
sure. And
That's another way to read the same data.
yeah, I mean, Charleston's budget, really second to Greenville County. And I think that's ultimately why I included Greenville, because it's really apples and oranges when you're looking at Dorchester 2 and Berkeley in comparison. I think
Yes.
Berkeley is just over 400 million now. Dorchester 2, like I said, is around 300. So the closest comparison you have is Greenville. And when you look at their index of tax-paying ability, in terms of the values that they have and their ability to generate revenue locally, that calculation really what aids them in being able to receive so much additional state funding. But that goes a long way in helping them be able to fund their programs based on the number of students that they have, especially since they're so much larger than us in terms of student population. So just when you look at that, it really stood out when I started clicking on the charts. It's like, wow, it's one of those things that I'd like to at least share for further research.
I have a question. Well, two questions actually. One, can you say more about what you mentioned about, your plan to have long-term sustainability of the millage? What exactly are you saying, sustainable increase of it or keeping it the same, working within it? What does that mean?
So when we go slide, and you don't have to go there yet, Maggie, but slide 36, when we look at the long range model, the goal would be to create a model where the millage is sustainable at the levy that we're proposing for it to be this year over multiple years. I think the philosophy being we know that we have to levy millage to be able to support the operations of the district, and you should be able to do so in a way that sustains healthy growth without creating, anomalies or, major increases or fluctuations to your tax base on an annual basis. So the goal was to create a formula that looked at what that sustainable stride would be over multiple years so that we don't look at, fiscal 26 and realize, oh my gosh, we need 5 mils to be able to balance this budget. Let's figure out how to do this now, figure out what that number needs to be, and then work forward through it with the number of major scenarios like the rest of the teacher increases in fiscal 26. Knowing that we're going to see increases to our charter school payments based on the formula and carrying all of that through and kind of, solving for that variable in the forecast. When we get to that slide, I'd be happy to walk through that in a little greater detail.
Okay. And then can you, just to help my understanding, would it be fair to read this and say that because we have the greater or the higher, taxpayer ability, and our funds will forever, our school funding will forever be based more on local than state, because of the amount of industry and, commercial property, et cetera. Would it be fair to read this and say that increasing the millage, sustainably or not, is essentially our only opportunity to generate more revenue?
So there's a number of factors that go into that, and that index of tax-paying ability is a big part of it. The only way to increase revenue to this budget in a way that's meaningful to be able to fund major program expansions would be through local tax dollars. The increase in state funding year over year of less than $9 million, barely funds a component of the teacher raises. For every $2,500, you're talking $12 million in cost. And so that additional state funding based on the formula that they have barely even covers that, much less any of the other expansions or step increases that we have. So it would take either local dollars or a complete rewrite of the state law in terms of how that formula is outlined, or a substantial infusion of funding over historical amounts to the state's budget for education to be able to make a difference.
Okay. And then my last question around something that was in Audit and Finance that was shared around the state looking at our fund balance and assuming we're, a little fat and healthy and we don't really need the extra funding. Why wouldn't that also apply to these other counties that have an overage where we're breaking even?
So it would apply to everybody. It's not just Charleston that they're looking at. The Senate has been very focused on fund balances statewide and school districts because of the cries for additional state funding. And to be as sensitive or as sensible as possible in saying this, I think that's their kind of go-to defense mechanism when trying to justify why they wouldn't add any more funding above what they've added in the proposed budget for the state next year, is all these school systems have so much fund balance, they don't necessarily need the money. And so, our association, State Association for School Districts, is trying to compile this information proactively to be able to show through the budget process, where systems are throughout the state. And for us, being an $847 million GOF, our $200 million in fund balance as a percentage of the whole is less than, the percentage for a smaller district that has a $30 million budget and $15 million in fund balance at a substantially lower dollar value. So just trying to come up with, a healthy approach towards the use of fund balance what we're keeping in our reserves, knowing that our policy is double what the state's minimum requirement is, and being able to justify that requirement in consideration of disaster recovery and cash flow and some of those other things that, impact a larger district compared to a smaller district but with less exposure. So my understanding is that there may be a proviso in the final budget this year that requires us to report out fund balance on a monthly basis to be able to show the state that kind of utilization. And my recommendation would be not just necessarily fund balance, but what's the cash on hand? Because if you look at CCSD, when we hit December, we have very little cash in the bank. And so that's why we have to issue that tax anticipation note, which we then in turn pay interest on in order to be able to fund payroll for the last couple of months of the calendar year. And then we turn around in January and we're flush with cash when tax bills start being paid and we're good to go. And so being able to show, a district that gets to December and has, $35 million in the bank compared to a district that gets to December and has issued a tax anticipation note to continue to fund operations also paints a picture that's worth looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me. And yeah, Daniel, I'm glad Ms. Waters just went there because I had a question I was holding till the end because I know what the PowerPoint is. But one thing I was thinking after the Audit and Finance meeting, what would you like to see our fund balance grow over the next 5 years? Or would you like to see it grow? Because I know when we get down to the further slides, it starts looking at we're about the same. And at one point we fall up under where we would like to be. So what would you like to see our balance be over the next 5 years?
Thank you for that question. And if it suits everybody, I'd like to go past slide 34 and 35. They're really just the outline of the $7,500 increase in the 100% of market scenario for compensation that we've shared previously. So this really speaks to the long range model, and we can detail this a little bit further. Obviously, right now we're projecting to end the fiscal year at roughly $228 million in fund balance, which is approximately double the current requirement that's in place by board policy. And so I would consider that to be in excess of what we would want to carry for, any reasonable amount in consideration of, disaster recovery and cash flow. We're at the point now where the tax anticipation note is really not even necessary. So if you look at that over the 5-year horizon, my goal would ultimately be to have us align with a buffer of, maybe 5 to 10% at the most over the policy requirement in order to see, a sustainable, healthy fund balance that gave us some protection over, unanticipated or unforeseen consequences on an annual basis. And as I was detailing at the Audit and Finance Committee, I feel like this model is very conservative, just knowing that it's based upon the fiscal year 24 pre-year end summary that we have to date. We'll refine that going into the end of the fiscal year, and that the FY25 scenario is based more budgetarily than it is on actuals. And we've seen this year things such as the underrun and, salaries and fringe in excess of $14 million, and the underrun in some other accounts that are, on a less grand scale, as well as revenue variances over our budget. So while I don't expect that we're going to have a $40 million positive variance in revenue in fiscal 25, I do expect that we're going to see a variance through some, growth as a result of the conservatism in the numbers that we used. I backed off of Charleston County's assessment numbers just a little bit because I was using, the full value growth figure that we received from the assessor and not the discounted figure that we received from the auditor later in the process. So all in all, just to answer that question, I would like to be within 5 to 10% of that requirement every year, knowing that that requirement can greatly fluctuate because it's based on the average 2-year actual expenditure amount or revenue amount divided over by 2 months. So, you could have a major spike in the budget and that average could go up significantly as a result, as would be the case in this coming year's budget in fiscal 25 with the larger increase in the budget than is the case in historical. But then it'll start to normalize as you get into 26 and onward.
So we're really looking at the fund balance to cover us in case the sales tax issue, when it comes up in the next couple of years, with the knowledge that most sales tax right now are being fought pretty hard. And we are relying pretty heavily on the sales tax on
So-
your projections.
That's a good point. Now this is insulated from the sales tax because this is the GOF fund balance. We have another $45 million in the sinking fund, the debt sinking fund. So if we were to find ourselves in a situation where we did not have the sales tax and we needed to rely upon 8% debt that was issued
Right.
under the cap with, ad valorem taxes or, property taxes footing the bill, we would have some fund balance there to be able to get us started and sustain the implementation of a new capital building program. Not ideal. The sales tax is a wonderful resource for being able to build and maintain schools. But that's an option. The other thing that we've talked about a little bit is from a disaster recovery standpoint, if we found ourselves facing a Hurricane Hugo that took out the majority of our school infrastructure, based on our insurance policy, our exposure estimate is roughly $30 million in deductible. And so we could easily cover the deductible requirement to repair all of our schools to their, full current state without having to go into additional debt.
Because it's just interesting to watch all the reallocations and where they're going, and mainly it's going to maintenance issues.
Mhm.
Thank you, AC.
Those are expensive commodities these days.
Necessary.
I fear the day when I have to replace one on my house.
So, Mr. Prentice, I know that we started a few minutes late because we didn't have a quorum. So if you need to go a little long, you can, but let's go ahead and keep moving, please.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you, sir.
I can talk about the budget all night long. So, no, so that on the forecast, and to Ms. Waters' question earlier, the millage proposal is 145.2 for fiscal 25, which is both the 3 mil reallocation, the swap from the debt fund, plus the 3.9 increase. And then you see that sustains through 26, 27, and 28. And the interesting piece about this is when you get into fiscal 28, you're within $3 million of balancing the budget without a use of fund balance at all, with the goal of going into fiscal 29 and being able to balance the budget with no fund balance and potentially even setting aside a reserve for future fund balance growth, depending on circumstances in that fiscal year. So the goal would be to show the fiscal 25 through 29 plan at some point in the fiscal 25 year, with that scenario playing out with the 145.2 mil levy.
May I ask one question, just real quick? This graph that you're showing, this hinges on the weighted student formula working.
So this hinges on the use of weighted student funding ESSER sustainability money over the first 3 years. So this has the 20 million, the 10 million, and the 7.8 million step down. And then in fiscal 28, the WSF is fully supported by the GOF. And so the transfer that goes out to the WSF in fiscal 28 is fully GOF supported that year without any use of fund balance. But another point of conservatism, if for some reason we had savings in the WSF one year over the other, that would set aside additional fund balance that we could then appropriate in a future year to help offset the cost of the WSF if we needed to. So this is kind of a worst case scenario, not in a bad way, but this is the high drive, full drive scenario where we spend every dollar of the WSF every year.
What I'm asking is that it's imperative that, because we're basically experimenting with the WSF.
So thank you for that, Ms. Watley. I wouldn't necessarily call it an experiment because we know from implementation of resources over the last few years with ESSER that these wraparound services kids have needed and the extra support with intervention and pullout, we know that these things have positively contributed to student achievement and student growth.
That's
So,
not what I'm asking about.
But we are going to have to take a very close look, you're right, over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. And I think I told Mr. Kelly a date at the
You
last
did?
meeting.
That's where I'm going with
Yeah,
this. Yeah.
we will determine whether does this allocation model work, or do we need to go back to the drawing board and say every school gets similar things based on student enrollment, which is what we've done up to now, which was not really, to Mrs. Waters' point earlier, an equitable way to resource schools for student growth and achievement. So we're going to look and make sure that what we're doing, we're going to measure very closely against the same measure, student achievement. And we'll develop that process and keep the board knowledgeable of each step along the way as we develop the metrics associated with funding and student performance.
Right. So, Mr. Prentice, what she said provided that that works. That's what this graph is based on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
It shows the
Can I make a
continuation of the WSF.
A clarifying statement, though. I think what you're asking, Ms. Watley, is the from a budgetary standpoint, it's that money being spent. And I believe that the disconnect here is what Ms. Huggins is explaining is that money needs to get spent for students either way. So from a budget standpoint, it works out this way. But I believe what Ms. Watley is trying to point out is that even if it's not the weighted student formula way of distributing that,
That's correct.
so I think you guys are saying the same thing.
So inevitably, what I don't want to do from a leadership perspective, and I think the cabinet agrees, is say, okay, every school gets a math coach. Every school gets 2 mental health counselors. Because what principals have said to us over the course of the last year, I don't really want a math coach. I don't need a math coach. I need a math interventionist. And I don't need 2 mental health therapists. I need a social worker and I need another guidance counselor. So what we're trying to do is equitably distribute resource based on student needs for then principals to determine what key things they need to leverage improved outcomes. I think we are, Ms. Watley.
So, well, that was going to be my follow-up question to it is, if we need to change the formula, is it going to impact that graph? If we need to scale back and go back to a more traditional approach.
So what we were doing wasn't necessarily working pre-COVID. And
I
so
agree with
it could impact the graph a bit, but like Mr. Kelly said, and I think you were going here with your prior question, kids still need resources. We have to
Right.
figure out how to get them where they're
Do it
needed
most
most.
efficiently.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you,
So-
Mr. Prince.
Yes, ma'am. And financially speaking, in fiscal 28, that's roughly a $37 million allocation to the WSF based on just a annual inflationary component from the current 32.8 that we're proposing for fiscal 25. So that accounts for the increase in average salary for teachers and things like that to make sure that the dollars are actually able to be used for their intended purpose, assuming that it's being continued. So let's see, let's go back to. I think that's really everything on the long range model. Happy to answer any questions there, but that's where we are at this point in time. I think that overall picture, we're going to continue to refine that and we'll share updates to it with you throughout the year so that it's something that's fluid. It's meant to be a guiding document for the purposes of decision making and understanding where we are on a long range outlook, which was one of the big goals for this budget process. And so we're happy to be able to put it together in this form now, but look to continue to see that. So if you go to the next slide to 37, overall, what we're working on now is finalizing the resolution for the budget as well as the book for first reading, which you have in front of you on the dais for consideration today. And we're asking that the committee of the whole refer the budget for first reading to the board next Monday, May 20th, as it's presented. And so the budget book that you see today mirrors what you'll have in front of you on the 20th as well. And then that, of course, happened at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting on Thursday of last week, and the recommendation to the committee of the whole was unanimous for referral of the budget for first reading to the committee of the whole today. So the last 2 slides are repeat information that we've shared with you before, but as I mentioned, Audit and Finance, I think we've employed each one of these strategies for the overall effort to balance the budget using the maximization of our growth, looking at reallocating the levies between funds, using sustainable fund balance, and then in the case of supporting $7,500 teacher pay increases and finally getting to 100% of market in this fiscal year, being able to use a little bit of millage to create that sustainable stride. So the final slide, have the board meeting next Monday, and then you'll receive your second reading book for second reading at the committee of the whole in June, and then have the board meeting with second reading and public hearing on June 24th to wrap up the process.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you very much for the thoroughness of that, and for being willing to answer some ad hoc questions from us. With that, it's 5:18, so we'll move right into our traditional agenda. Item 2B, do I hear a motion on adoption?
I move to adopt the agenda with the following question.
I'm not sure how you can adopt with a question, but you could motion it and then we can discuss it.
Yeah. that.
Okay, all right. Motion to adopt the agenda. Go ahead, Mrs. Roberson.
Thank you. I have a question about, item 7A, update on policy work. There's no information and it only has one person's name to it.
So that was a clerical error. I know I signed on to that one as well. I'm not sure who else might have, Ms. Watley, who else was a signer on that?
Keith and Garland.
Oh, okay. So there
And
were,
I think that it's in line with the same as the ad hoc
It's an update.
update.
Well, just for the public, it doesn't say that, so that's why I'm asking the
It
question.
says update on policy work.
yeah, there's clearly some missing data there on the originator.
I
But
was
just
expecting a whole lot.
to be
more,
clear,
But that's what it ended
if
up
you
being.
accept an amendment to your motion to include originators as myself and Mr. Grabowski as well in item
Okay.
7A.
I will. I'll
Okay.
accept an amendment.
Any other discussion? Ms. Trudy? With the addition of Ed Kelly and Keith Grabowski as originators on item 7 alpha. Mrs. Roberson, second by Ms. Waters. Dr. Templar, are you on board docs? Are you-
Yes. Well, yeah, I thought I was on board I'm on board docs. I don't know, whatever the Zoom link is they sent me, that's what I'm on.
Okay, would you please voice vote?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, but I just did.
All right, thank you kindly. Ms. Denny, item 3A.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, trustees. Our recipients are just walking around to the front door, so I'll give it just a second. Each year, CCSD announces 5 top teachers of the year, selected from among the teachers of the year at each of our schools and programs. The top 5 go on to form the Teacher Roundtable, which is a body responsible for advocating for the profession, representing their colleagues, and regularly providing counsel to the superintendent and senior leaders. The members of the roundtable serve 2-year terms. Today, in honor of National Teacher Appreciation Week, which was held last week, we'd like to recognize, honor, and thank the 2023 top 5 teachers of the year. Lexi Marianello. Erin McGee. Chloe Spitzer. Katie Billsback. And our 2023 Teacher of the Year, Spencer Quinlan. Thank you for all that you do to serve our students. Trustees, if you join our Teachers of the Year, 2023 Teachers of the Year up front for a photo, that would be great.
So in the spirit of teacher recognition and acknowledging the hard work of teachers across our district, we appreciate many of you that were able to join us for an Evening with the Stars Gala event recently to recognize our Teachers of the Year. For those of you who couldn't be with us because you had other commitments, we certainly missed you, and we hope you'll be able to be with us next year. Nonetheless, tonight's superintendent's report shows a quick spotlight from that event. And I wanted to discuss with you very briefly collective teacher efficacy and the importance of that in elevating outcomes for kids. And then I want to give you a brief update about our work with Edunomics, which started last week. So Maggie, if we could go to slide 2 and click on that brief 2-minute video, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome aboard the CCSD.
It's all about celebrating kids and the great work that our teachers do to elevate their achievement. We're so fortunate here in Charleston County to have teachers who are dedicated to all of our students. Additionally, we're going to celebrate great leaders tonight, those who are working really hard around the clock to make sure our schools have exactly what they need to elevate our kids to where they need to be.
I think it's great that we have an opportunity to recognize all of our educators here in Charleston County, whether it's Teacher of the Year, the star principals, day in and day out. Our educators give everything they can to their communities and their students, and this is a night that's just about them.
Teachers work so hard, so to feel special, to feel recognized, to feel treated and like courted in such a nice way, I think it's really worth it.
To see all the sponsors here at the gala tonight is extremely special because it shows that the community is here for our teachers and our school district.
This year's winner is Lauren Lyon.
We hope this event sends a very clear message of how important teachers are to us, how important they are to changing the future of our community.
So as you know, celebrating great teachers, I think you recognize a few familiar faces in that video. Jacob and back there. Jacob, would you like to wave to the crowd? And then Stephen Thomas, since I hired him down here a long time ago, he's always had those shades on his head. It's fantastic. But recognizing teachers is critically important for the hard work that they do in our classrooms every day. Teaching can be an under-recognized and sometimes a thankless job. And so we choose to do that here in Charleston in grand ways to make teachers know and feel valued as they are. Next slide, Maggie. As you know, the gala event not only serves multi-purposes, not only to recognize great teachers and leaders across our district, but also to raise funds for the Charleston Educator Symposium, which we do believe is a state-of-the-art event whereby teachers receive professional development alongside leaders and plan collectively for the new school year. And that event, I hope you'll join us for, is in July the 23rd through the 25th. So we invite trustees to celebrate with us there and to learn more from keynote leaders across the nation. And we will also be focusing on our strands, which are directly related to improving student outcomes. Collective teacher efficacy is so important, a theory by John Hattie, because teachers have to believe that they can improve student outcomes and that they have the resources to do so and the skills to do so. And that if given the circumstances that we place them in as Board of Trustees and as a district, that they can be successful. You'll see here on this slide that we know from national best practice and research that teacher efficacy is the #1 factor influencing student achievement, 3 times more predictive than a child's socioeconomic status. So next slide, Maggie. The key here is, as I just referenced, teachers believing that they can make a difference and that they know they can because they're prepared to do so and they're supported. And that's why events like the Charleston Educator Symposium, the weighted student formula, the items that Mr. Prentice just discussed with you in the budget, those are all factors that work together to make teachers feel, #2, that they are prepared and supported. You'll see here that John Hattie defines efficacy as teachers working together to have appropriately high, challenging expectations of what a year's growth or more for a child's success looks like. Maggie, next slide. There's several things that we do here in Charleston using what teachers give us as far as feedback to ensure that teachers feel like they can and that they can work together to do so. You'll see here on this next slide, we're in the process of collecting teacher survey results on the South Carolina Climate Teacher Survey. This represents the last 2 years' results. And you'll see here that teachers believe that they need more support around instructional strategies. Although they feel like they can implement the standards, they want this professional growth and development. You'll see that many teachers believe that they have high expectations for student learning and that they do more than just teach kids factual information to memorize. The last item there is my school provides challenging instructional programs for students. What we often do is look what teachers tell us, what students tell us, and what parents tell us. And our associate superintendent seated behind me have those conversations in working with principals and developing strategic plans for schools and school improvement around primarily teacher efficacy, student satisfaction, and rigor in classrooms. If we go to the next slide, there's some very specific ways here in Charleston that we're fostering teacher efficacy and collective efficacy around improving student outcomes. First of all, meaningful and timely professional development. Ms. Simmons and her team lead a lot of the academic work outside of our schools. Job embedded side-by-side coaching. You've heard a lot about that with Mrs. Haynes and some of our associate superintendents in the work that she's led with the University of Virginia, leading educators. You've heard Dr. Williams talk consistently about professional learning communities. Our teachers have given us feedback that these PLCs foster teacher efficacy in their buildings. They give teachers the support internally that they feel they need to improve student outcomes. We also have various residency programs led throughout our organization. In Mr. Brigman's office, the teacher residency programs, Teach Charleston, Men of Charleston Teach, the TA to bachelor's program that we sponsor, Elevate Charleston, online praxis prep that also helps build teachers and aspiring teachers to be competent and feel skilled in their work. We're also, as part of our SDR process, setting up, Ms. Roberts won't look at me, our own internal praxis prep face-to-face for those aspiring to be educators. We also have a master's program in multicultural context, also led out of Mr. Brigman's office, that helps support teacher efficacy. So we're doing a lot in this area. And next slide, you'll see here that our educator symposium is planned for July. Last year, we had over 120 sessions with 650 participants. We're expecting even more this year on the campus of West Ashley High School. So we do invite you, members of the public who'd like to attend, can connect with me and we can see what arrangements we can work out. We also have a Great Teachers, Great Leaders, which will be required this year for all new teachers and teachers new to CCSD. That is also late summer to welcome and onboard new educators. Again, everything we offer at these 2 events is aligned with our strands and our pillars and the work we're doing around closing the gap in reading and math and making sure kids are college and career ready when they leave the system. The last thing I want to discuss with you briefly is that we launched last week a partnership with Dr. Margarita Rosa out of Georgetown, the Edunomics Lab. A group of senior staff leaders and principals and I will be attending a 2-day training in Washington, D.C. in the early fall to focus on our implementation of the WSF. We'll be accompanied by numerous members of the finance team, again, as we've pledged to the board a connection and a collaboration between all areas of the system to ensure we're elevating outcomes for kids. That's all I have tonight. You saw Mr. Prentice, heard Mr. Prentice reference the official first reading of the budget, which will happen next Monday, and then the second reading accompanied by the public hearing on June the 24th. I'm certainly open, Mr. Kelly, to any questions you and the team may have around our efforts to build teacher efficacy and the work with Dr. Rosa.
Good, Ms. Waters.
Of course, teacher efficacy is a big focus of mine professionally.
Absolutely.
So one of the earlier slides, the idea that teachers believe they can impact student outcomes, it is so important. But I also think a lot about whether a teacher believes the student in front of them
That's
has
right.
the ability to learn. And so I saw that there were 16 teachers in the multicultural cohort, and times change, right? The political winds swing, but what's
Yep.
always going to be there are students.
That's exactly
And
right.
we're always going to have students who come from communities with income insufficiency, communities who are Black, communities who are brown. And so I just hope that we continue to recruit folks into those places. And then also, my personal story as a mother navigating the system, that we continue to push for more teachers of color in classrooms, specifically Black and Hispanic, just because that is what of color looks like in Charleston.
You're exactly right, Ms. Waters. We talked today to several media outlets with the Latinx community, and that was one of their questions, and that is a goal of ours. I'm going to let Bill speak to it in just a minute, but you're spot on in regards to mindset of educators and believing that all kids can and all kids will, because we know that is the single most contributing factor to success of children, is a teacher who believes that they can. And as you know, through your work in establishing the guardrails, which again, I'll thank you for being a trailblazer in that area. We have a guardrail established around believing that all kids can. And we're trying really hard to measure it through our classroom walkthrough tool, what we see, what we hear in classrooms in regards to rigor and high level of expectations for all kids. So I thank you for that leadership around that, and know that I'm dedicated as a leader today of this system to ensuring that we foster environments where we believe all kids can. Bill, I know that the recruitment and retention of diverse teachers is paramount to you and your team. If you would
Sure.
discuss a little bit of your current work and maybe talk a little bit about that, the USC cohort that we started, I think it was maybe 2 years ago.
Sure. And I would ask Maggie maybe to go back to that slide if it's possible. I think it was slide 6.
And while she's pulling it up, can you speak to numbers? Because I know the programs exist, the numbers tend to be quite low in what we're thinking about in terms of,
Sure, I can.
increasing enrollment.
I can. So I'll start with our Teach Charleston program, which I know you've heard me talk about. Again, we're one of only 2 districts in the state that have a program such as this. We've had about 130 candidates come through the program in the last couple of years. We've expanded the content areas as well. We see a lot more, we see diversity coming through more of our alternative route type programs, which is partly why we have pathway programs. The other,
Just a quick question about that. I don't want to, but a pin there around, actually, no, when we get to the praxis prep piece,
Sure.
I'm going to have a question that's tied to all of this.
All right. Men of Charleston Teach is our program for men of color in our elementary schools. It's starting to expand out into other schools. We began that initiative with ESSER 2 and then ESSER 3 funds. So to be honest with you, it's been on a little bit somewhat on hold going into the spring because we didn't know if we'd have the funding going into next school year. We do have the funding in our budget for 2025. So we are still recruiting for our men of Charleston. There's, I believe, 30 male teachers in our program right now. It's a residency model. So it is a second teacher that we fund the second FTE in a classroom. So that program has been in partnership also with Voorhees College and University of South Carolina. Elevate Charleston, which is also part of our Teach Local program, which is really encouraging our students, our high school students, our middle school students to be considering education as a career, because we really believe in growing our own We have a signing day coming up this Thursday, May 16th. We have 35 students that are signing that they're committing to going into education, but there are well over 100 plus 120 students that are involved in Elevate Charleston, and it's continuing to grow. We're expecting more numbers next year. So it's a combination of students who are interning in classrooms, especially with reading and math at the elementary level, field trips that involve visiting college and universities and their College of Ed programs, and partnering with Trident Tech for dual enrollment as well.
Is
So
this in addition to like teacher cadet, the high school one? Like, is it, or do we do teacher cadet here?
We do have teacher cadet programs. It's a partnership with Trident Tech, where we're also looking at a program that we control a little more of the guidelines or the requirements for students to get in.
Gotcha.
Sometimes, and I can speak for myself as a high school student, I may not have had the GPA to get into teacher cadets.
Yeah.
But there are students that will make excellent teachers who we want to give that opportunity and work with. So this particular program is fairly new. Teach Local was the initial program we had that was actually with Vanessa Denny when she was the principal at Early College High School. So I can't remember how many we had come through her program, but the idea was that when a student graduated from Early College High School, they have the associate's degree, would partner with a four-year college, and hopefully within less than 2 years come back into the classroom as a certified teacher.
Thank you.
I can keep going.
Well, no, and I don't want to belabor the time. I think what I'm looking for in terms of outcomes is perhaps whenever we're talking about teacher, the status of, how many teachers we have in seats and how many vacancies and all that in future, I'd also love to see how much of our teacher force is composed of these efforts. And then also, I'm wondering when it comes to the Praxis Prep program, do we have a lot of, is it designed to assist folks who are in classrooms uncertified, but if they take the Praxis, they could do an alt route? Or is it because you had a number of pre-certification teachers who couldn't pass? Like where is that coming from?
So, okay, our support for Praxis Prep it's for our Pathways programs, for our students that are coming in through alternative route, for our new hires that still need assistance with PLT. So it's all of our teachers that need any type of help. So we've used different services online. And I think, Buffy, you're exploring some opportunities as well.
So in the school data reviews this time, we had some principals, and I won't call their name, just not to call out employees, but we had some principals that expressed concerns that they had, teachers or TAs working that they really wanted to keep who weren't just there yet with the Praxis. And so Ms. Watson-Bell, who leads some of this work for Mr. Brigman, shared that she'd been trying to partner with several IHEs, Institutes of Higher Ed, to offer opportunities, and we just couldn't find anyone. So Mrs. Roberts is working with some partners to try to develop a more streamlined, robust program here for us to offer face-to-face opportunities for those who are struggling to pass the Praxis. I'm not the best test taker myself.
Sure. Well, I understand this is a significant issue, and there just have two reactions to that. I think is Sarah one of your partners? Center for Educator
Sure.
Recruitment,
Yes.
Retention, and
Bill,
okay. Because they do have a program, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity not to spend money. If the state's already offering that could be something we could, and I don't know how many seats that they have, but
I certainly can check on that. We've worked through Voorhees and USC. We're using 240 tutoring, learning liaisons. Learning liaisons is a more individualized, but it still is online or virtual.
okay. And my second thing, this is just sort of long range. I mean, there is or was, I don't know the status of it, a pilot around not requiring the Praxis where a teacher would have some sort of like project that the capstone that they would have to complete while they're in the classroom with classroom observations. And I think, I hope that's the direction that we start to go, because it is so, it eliminates a lot of folks and a lot of teachers of color, as I'm talking about, that we need to be recruiting just because of language differences and
Absolutely.
silly things.
Absolutely. Mr. Brigman, maybe you can follow up with the state and see where it
Sure.
is in regards to alternate paths for certification in lieu of the Praxis.
And it was a
Certainly.
pilot. I don't know. If it's
Certainly.
No, we'll look into it. I'm glad you said something because I didn't even know of the pilot program. So thank you, Mrs. Waters.
But the HR team looks at however we've recruited teachers, or whether it's pathways or to traditional route, we have teachers in our classrooms we're trying to support as best we can on praxis. So I know this could be a big issue.
It's a big issue.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you too, Ms. Waters.
Mrs. Dunmire?
Mr. Brigman, I'll stay with you for a second. Can you speak to how do you assign the participants in your Teach Charleston or Call Me Mr.? How are they assigned? to
So
schools?
in Teach Charleston, it's an FTE that a school has. So they post an English teacher and they find, let's say, a candidate that has an English background
Mhm.
and is qualified to go through Teach Charleston. Minna Charleston Teach, we began in some pilot schools. It's expanded where we've had principals inquire and request that they have candidates come through. So it's been limited on the number of FTEs that we have. Now, we've had some schools like Mr. Darby at North Charleston High School that's approached me and he's had positions that were open and we've worked with him to fill them. So it's been kind of a combination of things. It's about a 2-year-old program.
Okay, so how do you navigate if a principal is new and wouldn't know to ask?
Well, we went out pretty much all over the district talking about the program, principal meetings, et cetera.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Huggins, the edunomics, could
Yes,
you
ma'am.
speak to that? I know that this said you're gonna have the training in the fall, and you can't take everyone. So when you get back from the training, do you foresee some trainer workshops? How are you gonna get this information from you to where it needs to go?
Yes, ma'am. We definitely see the opportunity to collaborate with folks. As part of the training, Dr. Rosa offers office hours, so we could start collaborating with her now up through the training and after the training to continue the work. And so, Mr. Prentice and his team, Jennifer and Jessica will be part of, and Clady, who was here earlier, will be part of helping us understand how to roll this out on the finance side, in addition to making it understandable for those who aren't on the finance side of the house. So yes, ma'am, we do plan to roll out once we get back.
Okay,
Thank you for that question, Mrs. Roberson.
okay.
Dr. Temple?
Good evening, everyone. Teacher efficacy is at the heart of my work, especially my doctorate was around teacher efficacy. And so I know how important that concept is, and I know how important that work is. So one thing I would really like to see our academics do more of is action research, because the research is really strong that when teachers are involved in action research.
Dr. Temple, I'm sorry to stop you. Would you try again on your microphone? Last about 10 seconds or so. We lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
Yep.
All right, I'll
Much
try to
better.
hold
Much
this. All right. Well, I said that teacher efficacy is at my heart of my work, because that was my doctoral thesis work, and it was done here in Charleston County, in which I worked with 32 teachers who were involved with action research, and we worked on closing the achievement gap amongst many different kinds of students. So I, along with that line, I would like to see our academic content areas find ways to engage teachers in action research, because it builds their teacher efficacy. And also, I want to make the connection here is that the College of Charleston has their master's students, who many are teachers, doing action research, and we're seeing the efficacy in their work. So that's what I just wanted to contribute tonight. Thank you for the reports.
Thank you too, Dr. Temple. Ms. Simmons and I both wrote that down, and we'll discuss more about how we might more thoughtfully engage with teachers in that. Thank you.
Ms. Watley? Mr. Browski?
Mr. Brigman, I'm more interested in the alternative routes, to teaching certificates, the numbers. I know that, I lost 4 of my staff this year that are now applying to Charleston. Because, the state's not, for state employees, it has a really great history of not raising anybody's salaries, and they're now starting to see it. So I'd like to know more about what the district's doing to promote that because
To
these
promote-
are all people with master's degrees.
Certainly. So do I owe you an official apology for stealing your,
Mhm.
for recruiting?
No, it's
Okay.
just something I've gotten used to. 20 years of losing them. I mean, I'm very proud. I think we've got almost 60 alumni
Wow.
that are teaching. So it's not something I'm not used to. But it seemed like this year, with what the district has done with pay raises,
Right.
the attitude of what they're looking at, the opportunities. And like I said, most of them have their master's degrees, so they're coming in at a much higher,
Correct.
it's not an entry level for them, and they're established, which makes it very interesting.
Right.
But I do see that they are choosing Charleston over Berkeley.
Well, I'll say a couple things about that. So alternative route, and I'm not, there are many different types of alternative route solutions out there or opportunities. Here in Charleston, ours is very much geared towards support and mentoring for that individual when they come into the classroom. You sometimes see alternative route certification programs where you actually could hire somebody August 1st and they might start 2 weeks later and they've had no really official training. We call it like a boot camp to get ready to be in front of a classroom of students. And in situations like that, you can lose that teacher very quickly because maybe it's not what they thought or they don't have the support, et cetera. My mother was an alt route educator. She was a nurse and went back and became a career and technology education teacher back many years ago in the late 80s. So I watched her navigate through that and reflect on that sometimes, that she didn't always have the support. So in Charleston, unlike our neighboring districts, we have our homegrown program. And so in my office, there's a person that's his primary job is working with training those teachers in the summer. If for some reason somebody starts later, catching them up, because we're recruiting 12 months out the year. We offer another program, another time to catch up during the middle of the school year, mentoring, supporting those new teachers. And we create a cohort where whether you're teaching first grade or whether you're teaching chemistry, you're in this training together and you kind of bond because we're all 30 of us are going in the classroom for the first time as a teacher. So that part of it is very unique. So it's unlike, again, I don't have a problem with the PACE program at the state level. We hire PACE teachers, but it is coming from the state level versus the district office.
But what's the number? I mean, what are we looking at now?
Well, funding wise, this year I believe I have 75 positions that we're looking at. Right now, I think we probably have half of that as far as recruitment. Recruitment has, with the salary schedule in general, our recruitment overall has been successful the last year and a half, last year, with all the momentum around salary. So that's been a positive. The issue is that fewer of our young people are pursuing becoming like a math teacher or science teacher or special ed teacher. So we're having to grow our own. So we're having to look for folks who have that background and would qualify and now might want to consider a career change to teaching. We also have a number of our teacher assistants that are going through, we call it teacher assistant to teacher. I believe there's about 30 something right now of our employees going through that process as well. So the Pathways has several different programs, whether it's Teach Charleston, Men of Charleston Teach. It's our high school students considering teaching. It's any of our employees who are not certified who are considering teaching. And the very first program we offered actually was for our teacher librarians, where I think that was back in 2017. We had 13 vacancies in our media centers around January of that year. And we partnered with the University of South Carolina with the idea that there had to be, out of 3,500 teachers, somebody in that group that wanted to be a media specialist. And so we kicked this off actually with USC, and now we no longer have vacancies in the media centers. So districts are having to really grow our own and create our own educators.
Are the students still getting financial support from the state when they commit to education?
Yes. You're talking about loan forgiveness?
Loan forgiveness.
Correct.
Is it still a 5-year commitment?
It varies depending on the various programs. Did that help you?
Yes.
The Pathways piece is a pretty big umbrella.
Right, I see. Yeah, I was really more interested in seeing what the numbers were.
It's been the last 2 years, probably 10% of our new hires are coming through
Got it.
some type of
Thank you.
pathway.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, and thank you to my colleagues because I was really about to get to the same point. Really, I wanted to ask about the numbers of how many TAs and paraprofessionals we have within the school that actually have bachelors, and other ways we can use to communicate to them and the principles of, all right, you have your bachelor's right now, we can get you inside this pathway program to fill some of these other positions within the district. But so do we actually have that number of how many people that are TAs or any other professional within the building that actually have their bachelor's that we can try to route through one of these pathway systems?
So Mr. Calhoun, I can easily pull data on teacher assistants that have a bachelor's degree.
Right.
It could be a little more difficult for some other academic support positions. We have surveyed, and I can get the data. Susan Watson Bell in my office has surveyed all of our employees. I guess that was last year. I think there were about 400 people that responded, but I could be off on that. But she's been able to fill for the TA to teacher classified. I can actually put some numbers in a board update if you'd like for me to. We've been careful going into this spring, just not knowing what our budget was going to be. So I feel like we put a few things on hold, but we're catching up.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be definitely helpful. That way we can help. Any way we can help try to get the communication out that if you have a bachelor's degree, you're a TA right now, there are ways that we can help get you inside of a classroom within the district. So yeah, I would love to see those numbers.
And some of those that particular program, it depends on where the individual is. We have TAs that are going through the program that they do not have a bachelor's degree. So they're working through, we work with Trident Tech to get the associate's degree onto the bachelor's degree. So it could be about a 6-year plan, but we're committed to working with them to get to that point of being a certified teacher.
Yeah, thank you.
Certainly.
Ms. Bailey, did you have anything?
Yes, my question is about slide number 5. It says, what do teacher survey responses tell us? Do we also have a teacher's assistant classified survey responses? And is this all of the questions or just a percentage of the questions asked on those surveys?
Thank you for that, Ms. Bailey. These are just a few of the questions that we pulled out that talk primarily about climate. And we do, through the panorama, we collect employee feedback on the climate as well. So we didn't represent the panorama data here, but just the data from the South Carolina Climate Teacher Survey. But that is something we could definitely share with you all and it's information that principals use with our associate superintendents as they think about the climate in their buildings as perceived by their employees and students.
Okay, now, the reason why I ask is I remember filling out the survey
Yeah,
year
yes,
before
ma'am.
last. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was curious to know the information that the overall school environment had.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
I was looking at the data from 22 to 23.
Yes,
And I
ma'am.
noticed some dips, and teachers at my school focused instructions on understanding, not just memorizing facts. And the one for teacher at my school effectively implementing
Yes.
the state curriculum standards, and my school provides challenging instructional programs for students. I noticed that there's a little dip on each one of those.
There were several, yes, ma'am. There are several, and that kind of that really does inform our practice at the district, and it's something that principals can use too to inform their practice in their buildings and making sure that their teachers feel supported because of that efficacy piece. People have to believe. They have to believe that they can and that they have the resources they need to be successful. And so we'll update you all with the new survey data that we have as soon as we have it.
Okay, and I like the one where it says teachers at my school have high expectations
Yes, ma'am.
for students' learning, and that increased. So that tells me the teachers believe in the job that they're doing with their students.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you for those questions.
And my questions are around slide 6. The how do we foster collective teacher efficacy? You've got a number of bullet points there, and although they seem intuitive, do we have objective data that ties those bullets to the teacher efficacy? Actually, do we have data that shows that action increases teacher efficacy?
We have some data, Mr. Kelly, that, that suggests that certain pieces of these things improve teacher efficacy. We don't necessarily on bullet number 1, well, you're looking at slide 6. We don't necessarily have data on every PD we do that suggests that it improved teacher efficacy, but there's some data that there's some data on professional development, especially high budgetary items that we've assessed in this budget year, whether it, like leading educators, for example, we did an internal analysis like we referred to earlier. And when this goes back to Mrs. Watley's question about how are you measuring all this stuff and how are you sure that it makes sense? There are some things that we've measured and linked it to student outcomes, but we haven't done that on everything. Many of these programs, these preparatory programs that Mr. Brigman and his team lead, they look at the results of teachers' evaluations linked to student outcomes to assess their programs. So many of these things, we do have evidence. The answer is yes, but we don't have evidence for all of them. The PLC piece, for example, we're constantly measuring student growth and achievement through that, and many of our principals formatively attribute student success to that process, but we're looking to refine in complete transparency how we measure these things, predominantly in our work with Dr. Rosa, how we, in a very sophisticated way, do that to be able to assure our board that the monies we invest here are being used well. So no, not for everything, but
Okay.
yes, for some.
Yeah, and that was the root of the question, was the financial
Yes.
tying
Yes,
to
sir.
outcome there, because there's some of them that, like I said, they seem intuitive.
Sure.
But I'd like to actually see data correlation. between those
Absolutely.
two.
And it might be beneficial for Bill and his team to come at an upcoming board meeting or maybe at a board retreat and talk more about these alternative pathways, the investment and the return on investment. So I have that on my list here.
Thank you kindly. Okay. Thank you for your report, Mrs. Huggins.
Thank you too,
and team.
Mr. Kelly.
And with that, we'll move to item 5. Ms. Bailey.
Good afternoon. On item 5A, we have advanced placement AP course enrollment and performances over time. This is an informational item. Ms. Anita.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bailey. We've got Dr. Eppelsheimer, who's Associate Superintendent for our high schools, who's going to come and give you an overview of AP course enrollment and performance over time. We've shared some of this information with you all in the past. It is a brief report. As you know, Dr. Eppelsheimer leads a majority of our high schools, but Mrs. Haynes also works with a high school as well. So I wanted to acknowledge her and her work there. Dr. Eppelsheimer, we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Kelly and board members. I'm going to give you a report on how we're monitoring AP success. If you'll go to that one. Right now, as we speak, part of our 3,500 plus students are in the midst of AP exams. They started last Monday and we are on day 6 today. And we'll finish up on Friday, other than students who have to take late exams due to sickness, illness, or any kind of state championships and things like that they've been involved in. Next slide. This is our goal by June 2028, increase the percent of students in grades 9 through 12 enrolled in an advanced placement course from 24.3% to 35.7%, and the percent of AP exams earning a 3 or higher from 73.5% to 76.5%. A score of 3 or higher is a passage score. So you see there the baseline data back in 2021-22, we were at 24.3% enrollment. Last year we were at 24.7%. And then the percentage of students scoring 3 or higher on an AP exam went from 73% to 75.1%. Now we won't get the data for this year until we get the scores back in July. Next slide. More students are passing AP exams. You see there we've gone up considerably every year. And we've also exceeded the state and the district average every year. Our students scoring a 3 or higher. So we're doing pretty well there. Next slide. Our performance in the top AP enrollment courses, you see there, psychology, U.S. history went down. However, the rest of the top enrollment AP courses went up. And those are your scores there. So I'll give you a minute to kind of take a look at those. Next slide. Interim goal 3.3, college and/or career readiness with dual credit and/or advanced placement. We're specifically looking at the percentage of 11th grade African-American Hispanic students who are college and/or career ready will increase from 11.3% in May 2022 to 39.5% in May 2025, as measured by a C or higher in 6 hours of dual credit and/or a 3 or higher on an AP exam. Now you see there, the interim goal was 21.9%. We did not meet that goal. However, we are making progress. We went from 11.3% to 14.2%. That's plus 2.8 percentage points. Next slide. More students are accessing AP. From 2019-20, we went from 3,063 students up to 3,592 students this year. We are increasing enrollment in all demographic groups. Next slide. Top AP enrollments there. Psychology is number 1, U.S. history, human geography, English language and composition, U.S. government and politics, English literature and composition, and world history. And then you see the other AP courses listed over in the right-hand side. Next slide. Just so that you can see, students taking AP courses improves likelihood of attending college and graduating on time, no matter the exam score. You see over there on the right-hand side of the table, students who take AP courses by exam score, even students who score a 1, there's 63% of those students who start out in college, finish college on time, versus those who do not take any AP courses at 47%. And the percentages go up with the AP scores. Any questions?
Okay, let's start with Mr. Kelly.
Okay. On slide 3, the target of 35.7, where did that come from?
Strategic planning goal.
So that goal is actually based on our strategic planning goal.
How did,
How did we arrive there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No worries.
I thought there was more to that than that.
So we base that on like an increment measure each year, so that we're continuing to increase. And I'd have to go back and look at exactly what that percentage was. I'm sorry.
24.3 to 35.7.
Yeah. So we just base it on increment measures of improvement each year.
And okay, well, let me ask you this way. What's the final goal that you're aiming at? What's the final number?
That is for June 2028, that is the measure. So I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That is the 2028 goal. From 24.3 is baseline and then 35.7 for 2028.
And then in 2029, what is our long-term target?
We set those measures by 5 years. So we would go back and have a new one after that point. And
So
each year we also
3.5% growth, or like what?
So annually, we look at how we did on the exams that year and see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. We just did that through our strategic planning process when we brought the plans to the board recently. So we look at that each year. If we meet that goal early, then we would, of course, increase those percentages. But we try to base it on, what would be considered a SMART goal. And we think about what is reasonable, like a reasonable increment of improvement.
Okay, so it's a trend analysis that we're looking at some
That's correct.
time in the past and forecasting out.
That's correct.
Got it. That's the part I was
I'm
missing.
sorry, I didn't understand your
No,
question.
I was not being clear.
And honestly,
Bob.
Mr. Kelly, more and more students are taking advantage of dual credit nationally than
true.
AP. We're beginning to see that trend. We met with principals last week and I don't think Mr. Joyner will mind me saying out loud that he just said, I stopped offering AP Lit or AP Language. I think it was AP Language actually. Yep. He said, I stopped offering AP Language because I had 5 students that wanted to enroll versus I just had a successful class. I think he said of 28
for dual credit.
28
English
who
101
finished
and
English
102.
101. And it gives you
Guaranteed.
similar GPAs. It gives you similar experience for college and ratings in college. So some principals are, transitioning from AP to dual credit. So we've tried to make sure, like Ms. Roberts said, looking at that trend analysis, that our projections are attainable and reasonable and measurable. But the fact is more and more students nationally and locally are accessing dual credit opportunities. Ms. Roberts?
Simply because it's a guaranteed.
It's a guarantee.
Credit, right? With AP, even if you do really well in the course, you may or may not make a high enough score on the AP exam, or your college may or may not accept that, depending on what college it is. However, we do know that when students do take AP courses, there is a higher likelihood of being successful in college. It's because of the rigor of the course. Dual enrollment is also rigorous, I must say.
And it also goes back to when you take a dual credit class and you get that guaranteed course credit versus you take an AP course and you don't do so well and you didn't pass the AP exam. So therefore you're not going to get the college credit. So it's a monetary thing as well. As Ms. Roberts said, your dual credit, C or better, it's a sure thing. You get that college credit, which boils down to parents saving money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and especially if
so
you're
if-
going to a local college or university as well, that's a great way to do that.
So I'm gonna make an assumption here and say that there's likely a similar correlation, maybe not identical, but a similar correlation as to the chart we saw between AP and the student success in college and dual credit and the student success in college. That's a
Yes.
fair
That is
s-
correct.
generalization.
That's
Okay. So then if that's the case, and dual credit seems to be the more added on benefits of the two options, why are we spending time and energy to encourage students into the AP courses versus dual credit courses?
We are talking to 3 recovering high school people here, so here
Some
she
of your
goes.
I'm sorry, some of your more competitive colleges are looking at AP.
That's correct.
Yeah. I was ready.
Yeah.
It's a balance, Mr.
is.
Kelly, of what a student's IGP or individual graduation plan, where the student wants to go, the track the student wants to get there. The
So-
counselors work one-on-one with students to ensure that their courses are well suited for where they want to go and what they want to do.
I don't mean to imply we shouldn't offer AP. What
and
the
that-
question is, why are we trying to grow the program if it's only right for a select group of people?
Well, to be honest, it is good practice in most scenarios that students would have maybe a combination, maybe an AP course and dual enrollment opportunities. My own child did that same thing, and also IB. So there are different things that students can do. Colleges look at this, but it's also great experience for students to have that opportunity to be in an AP course, to sit for an AP exam, just like they would in, a college course.
And the point of this goal, Mr. Kelly, really is to make sure that all kids have access to an opportunity for AP courses if they'd like. There was a time where there were some high schools, and going back to our early conversation about equity in schooling, the weighted student formula, where there were some schools that only had one AP course. So part of this goal was to ensure that we were doing the right thing for kids and making sure people had access, even if there were only 3 students that wanted it, to make sure that they could Zoom into a course that was offered at West Ashley High School or at Wando for access. And so you'll see that this number is not 50% or 100%, because it's not necessarily what all kids want or need or in progress on their educational career for, but we are trying to use trend data to incrementally grow it over time as we look at preparedness of students, because
That's what I haven't heard answers to.
because some students need it. Ivy League schools are looking to, we want our students to be competitive.
So you're answering why we have it, and I totally in concurrence. It makes a lot of sense to offer it.
Right.
I'm not hearing why we're trying to grow it. Because if we have counselors who are working with individual students to figure out if it's right for them, then why is our goal to make more students in it? Because we've already heard that it might not be right for some students.
Well, because we believe that the program was under-accessed in prior years. We believe, based on student demographics, student information, what our principals tell us about their student bodies, that there are more students ready for it, and maybe they weren't encouraged to do it because of that mindset. So our goal as a system is to make sure that when and if kids are ready for it, and not even if they believe they can do it, that we grow opportunities so that students have access for it.
And
Does that-
also, excuse me, I'm sorry, Anita.
No, go ahead.
And also you have students, ninth grade students who can take an AP exam, take an AP course like AP psychology versus your dual credit kids normally start in the 11th grade. So these children have access to those rigorous courses for AP as early as ninth grade. An AP seminar, thank you, Jackie, AP seminar and the AP capstone, they take that in the 9th and 10th grade as well.
And I will just add one more thing. And also our interim goal, if you'll notice, our interim board goal does focus on both increasing through dual enrollment and or college boards AP courses.
And that AP seminar and AP capstone give children the skills, the study skills, the research skills to even set them up for if they want to take more AP courses or if they want to take dual credit courses. But they learn those skills in that 9th and 10th grade AP seminar and capstone course. We've been very successful with that.
Okay. I understand. I hear you. I hear what I still haven't necessarily heard. And I think the closest I heard was that under resource, and it's not always available,
Right.
which that needs to be fixed. But if we're looking at just the number of students across the entire district and saying, hey, look, it's growing, that the under-resourced school may not have changed at all or may have gone down. So I don't think that is an appropriate measure for what it is that I think I'm hearing we're trying to fix. But with that, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Gelly. We can certainly talk some more about it offline.
Okay.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, thank you. And I definitely want to, excuse me, ditto everything that the staff was just saying. You know, when we're looking at AP versus dual credit, you know, from a higher ed level, is basically that AP course is looking to build more rigorous students. So by the time they get to college, as opposed to just getting that prereq knocked out at some college or whatnot, you're actually learning the theory. So when you start looking at U.S. history, or what I'm actually have my question about, which is AP African American Studies, you're looking at the theory of what you're going into. So by the time you have that theory already knocked down within your AP courses, you go inside of your 11th or 12th grade year, the colleges are looking at, okay, this person passed this test. You already know exactly what you're going into. We can accept you in on this, and we can put you at a higher level, as opposed to just knocking out that prereq that you need so you can graduate early. Graduating early is not just the be all end all of everything. It's more so looking at what skills you have when you come out of high school, but then also what skills you have coming into high school and then leaving, coming into college and then also leaving college. But my question was for Dr. Epp was more so looking at where are we, and I know this is more of a national question, but where are we with getting AP African American Studies added into one of our AP courses?
Mr. Calhoun, we're actually, we have 2 schools that are piloting African American Studies right now. That's Wando and Academic Magnet.
Okay, and will we start seeing that the results of that pilot coming out of next year or the year after? You know,
Probably the year after, because they're going to have to get some cut scores first, I would imagine.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation too, Mr. Calhoun. You might have done better than all of us put together.
Okay, Mr. Grabowski.
Yeah, I'm looking at the AP courses that are offered and then the top 5 that are taken. A little different from my time as to what is the students are taking and what the colleges are putting as value. Obviously, I would have been like to have seen more of the math and the science up there rather than psychology and history. But nevertheless, is there a way that we can somehow, and I know this is really off the wall, make it more accessible for students to even try AP courses without penalizing them with the factor, and maybe I'm wrong on this, that if they don't pass, this is affecting their GPA.
Well, the courses are actually weighted higher.
They're but
Yes, sir.
still, but what I'm saying is if you get a 2 weighted higher, does that help you still advance?
So the exam score does not actually factor into the actual course grade for a student. The exam score is separate from that. It's not like an EOC course where the EOC exam becomes 20% of the grade, because number one, the exam scores don't even come back until after students have already completed the year. So that's just a separate piece.
So if we have students that are completing the courses, that is, the exam score has no effect on their GPA. In
That
other
is
words.
correct.
Doesn't.
But is there a GPA score given to them?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, and AP course, all courses are weighted at a certain GPA weighting, right? Based on the rigor of the course, right? So an AP course, an IB course, or dual enrollment count the highest on that scale than like an honors or even a college prep course.
But again, you don't get the scores back till July
July.
4th and
Yeah.
after.
Is there any concern on the funding on the dual enrollment program?
I don't know.
That hadn't been expressed to us, Mr. Grabowski, at this juncture. We don't have, we've got support. Ms. Roberts, do you want to discuss the law?
And lottery funds are utilized for students, so students have that access to be able to take the courses, which is great. It's wonderful that access is available for our kids.
Because I thought Trident was free up until a point, but I emphasized to a point. Has there been any discussion as to that point?
I'm not sure.
No, sir. No, sir. We, we'll write that down, but up to this point, we hadn't had any issues with payments, particularly given the lottery assistance. But we'll look into that more, Dr. Epp, with principals.
They do base tuition too on pupils in poverty, the piece there. So there is some help there as well.
Yeah, we can take this offline because I really
Yeah,
would like
thank
to
you.
help on the lottery issue with
Sure.
definitely for pupils in poverty and somehow to make this definitely more accessible to every student. And so to make sure there's no restrictions, because I would love students that even aren't considering going to college, at least taking that. I would love to know what this, the statistics are, the students that take an AP course, and even though they don't go to college, especially on these computer science, classes. I mean, I just know too many good programmers that are not going to college
Yeah. Yes,
that we're
sir.
working with right now.
We'll write this down and follow up on it, Mr. Grabowski. Thank you for the questions.
That's it.
Watley.
I don't know that I really have well, I have more of a statement. I internally have a lot of hows and whys and things like that, just purely from a sociology, why are they, curious and that kind of thing. But the slides that really stood out to me was 5 and 8. And especially 5, when I looked at 5, comparing 2019, 2020 to 2022 and 2023, the ups and the downs and the comparison, and then comparing that to, because that's the top 7, correct? To the way that it seemed like in 2019 and 22, 23, we're still not quite where most of those in 23, 20, the last bar is still lower than 2019, 2020. So I'm just curious about the shifts of their interest and study, and those being still the top 7, but it seems like they're still lower than what they were in 2019, 20. Am I making sense?
So I probably need to clarify one thing though.
Okay.
So the top 7 courses that are represented here in this table would be the top 7 for this current school year. So that you know, these are the highest enrollments for this current school year. So
Mhm.
that's what you're seeing. That may have shifted some from 2019. I just gave you the data on the actual courses that are currently the top enrolled. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the other thing I will say about that is, so one of the things that AP, and well, College Board, I should say, that College Board will tell you is that if you are getting 100% passing, like across the board, then you're probably being a little bit too exclusive in who's going into the courses. Their motto or part of their mantra is to increase opportunities for kids. And even so, while we have continued to increase enrollment, which is great, our scores have not suffered at all. So we're doing kind of both, which is exciting. But the other piece I'll say is we do want to continue looking at our diversity in all of our courses.
You actually did just say something that sparked, if for probably a year or so, maybe even longer than that. Because we pay for a membership to College Board to use them as a vendor, correct? I have always had more of an interest in us using our local, like the Citadel, Trident Tech, and using our colleges for the AP courses versus the College Board.
So College Board core exams, they're covered by the state of South Carolina. We're actually very fortunate in that. Not all states cover the cost of exams or AP exams for their students. But if a student is enrolled in an AP course, our state actually reimburses us for that.
And so in order for students to be competitive though, Mrs. Watley, nationally, to be able to compete, to go to whatever school they want to, College Board, accredited universities use College Board for college entrance, the SAT, the ACT, AP exams. And so we, in order for our students to be ready and able to globally compete, we have to utilize these
The
resources
Citadel-
through the College
program with the
Board.
Citadel wouldn't do that?
No, ma'am, AP is monitored and managed through the College Board, not through any other institutes of higher ed. So the Citadel offers dual credit and College of Charleston offers dual credit. So kids can access those opportunities through some local universities and through other universities. Really, we have some at Burke accessing courses through Harvard and Spelman and various other places. But for College Board, manages the advanced placement program nationally.
And high schools are required to offer advanced placement or access to advanced placement as a part of the defined program.
I hope you're not misunderstanding me. I understand that College Board is a national organization. I just didn't, what I'm not clear on is why we're locked into that. Why can't we use other avenues to accomplish the same goal?
So we can use multiple institutes of higher ed for dual credit, but AP is only filtered through the College Board. That's the only provider of AP advanced placement services is through the College Board. But you're right, we can utilize USC, we can utilize SC State, all
College of
sorts of
Charleston.
courses, College of
Would
Charleston.
still give them college credit, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
For
no, so
dual-
I
dual
understand
credit
that College Board
opportunities.
does AP. Yeah,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know.
You're spot on.
Mhm.
We can and we do utilize other institutes of higher ed for dual credit and other learning opportunities where kids can get credit, earn credit, and transfer credit. So thank you for that.
Okay, I want to piggyback off of what she just said.
Yes, ma'am.
So because you're using College Board is most cost effective.
So, so College Board manages advanced placement. And then other colleges and universities, Mrs. Bailey, manage dual credit. And so it's kind of hard to, there's so many different opportunities nowadays for kids. It's sort of hard sometimes to understand them all. I don't necessarily know comparatively the cost per se, but they both offer different learning opportunities for kids whereby they can earn credit for college.
Free.
And,
For
right,
kids.
and both opportunities are free.
Okay.
So that, at least during the school year. If you take it during the summer, not so much. I just paid my recent bill for my own child.
Okay. Ms. Temple?
Yes. Couple thoughts. One, I'd really like to see some information on what AP classes our students are taking in the sciences and in math, because I think that would give us an indication of how our K through 8 in our high school science programs are meeting the needs of our students. So I'd really like to see more about the math and science. I know the AP courses are harder, but I also hope that we are able to get our kids into the AP biology and math and chemistry classes, because we're preparing our students well in the sciences in the early grades. So that's one thing I was looking at. And the other thing I was thinking with the AP classes, I understand the AP classes well, having been an academic magnet. But I'm thinking that maybe as a goal, if we have students doing dual credit for different reasons, I think that is also showing us that our students are reaching for higher achievement in many ways. So I'd like to see us develop a goal around the students and their use of dual credit and where we're seeing results in that. And what kinds of courses they're actually selecting. I have a feeling sometimes that, and I get it, AP course for a 9th grader in psychology is going to be more developmentally appropriate for them. But I also want to see them reaching for some of the AP courses that are going to be more strenuous. But we also know that they can do that if in fact they're prepared to do that more rigorous work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Temple. I think that if I've not gotten this wrong from my days working with high schools, probably the most utilized math course is either AP Calc AB or AP Stat. And then for science, again, if I'm remembering correctly, in CCSD, I think it's AP Bio. And then in 9th grade is when we see a majority of kids onboarded in AP with human geography. That's typically the gateway course there. So thank you for that. Although they're not necessarily represented this year in the top 7, I know Calc AB is a very popular course. In regards to the dual credit, interim goal 3.3 infiltrates not only the AP, but also the dual credit courses, looking to increase the number of kids earning a C or higher in 6 hours of dual credit. You remember that's one of the many things that make a child college and career ready. So we'll continue reporting out on this, Dr. Temple, especially as this semester ends. And then we'll go back and do a little bit deeper dive on and maybe provide some numbers for the board around math and science specifically. So thank you for those questions.
Ms. Roberson.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. It does open up a lot of conversation. Let's go to slide 5. A-Push has always been traditionally hard AP course. And so you look at the numbers over the last 4 years. My question is, and I get what you're saying when you say that it's really, we're not doing badly because there are schools that are performing high, and then there are students that's performing low. So that's why the numbers are balancing out like that, the percentages. What are we doing as a district to help the AP instructors, especially with A-Push, because it's traditionally hard. It's one of the harder AP exams.
Well, we're providing support for them, and you know that AP, to teach AP, you can teach it 1 year without the training. However, you have to go through that 2-week training period to be AP certified to teach it the second year. We're providing PD for them. AP has now started providing PD for AP teachers as well. And we are increasing the amount of teachers actually going for the training. Last year, I believe we had 32 teachers that were certified in AP, some subject area, and this year we're certifying 52. And our next steps for 24 and 25 are AP PLCs across the district for each content area.
So that's what I was going to lead to with PLCs for AP teachers, because you could probably from peer to peer, the teachers that have been successful will be able to share with those that have not been so successful in PLCs.
And you know, Ms. Roberson, this is also end of course too. So we've had to focus on that as well as a district. You're right. I mean, there's just so much content in A-Push and just U.S. history in general that it's challenging first and foremost for teachers just to get through the content before the exams are given. And, you know, they have a few more weeks to get through it before end of course versus AP. Because my son just took his A-Push today's Monday, it was maybe Friday of last week. And so they missed 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks worth of instruction, taking it so early. But it is historically a very difficult course.
C&I has dedicated funds in Title II for our teachers to take advantage of the training during the summer.
Okay, great. That's good. And I would like to see the district stay with AP and dual credit for a number of reasons. One, having a school that's ranked nationally, number 2, sometimes number 1, they go back and forth between Thomas Jefferson and then Academic Magnet. That's because they have access to the AP courses. So, and to have, you know, I think we're number 2 this year. That would be a disservice if we take it away. Because that's what they're competing against Thomas Jefferson with these AP courses. But I am a fan of the dual credits because especially in my district, we don't have enough students that's interested in the AP, but they are interested for whatever reason in dual credit. And I'm just wondering if you have the trends and, you know, what happened, because I know particularly at Baptist Hill, there were quite a few students that graduated with associate from Trident. And I'm sure those particular years, the numbers probably were higher in this percentage category. But then the campus closed in Hollywood. And so I think that had a lot to do with, you know, this dual credit number as well. So what are we doing in rural areas where our schools don't have access to a lot of AP courses, but dual enrollment is a better fit for St. John's and for Baptist Hill?
Go ahead, Dr. Epps.
Okay, we are providing training for teachers if they can afford the allocation for a teacher to be trained in dual credit, because you have to have 18 credit hours to teach like an English 101 in that level. But we, like West Ashley, we've got most of the teachers, they are teaching dual credit classes at the school. So hopefully we get to the point where we can fund, getting our own teachers trained in order and get those 18 hours in order to teach a dual credit class.
And if not, possibly look at zooming in.
Zooming in, yes.
One of
We've done well with distance learning with AP courses.
Mhm. But it means that those high schools will have to align their bell schedule.
That's correct.
Right.
Scheduling is so challenging. Yes, ma'am.
They have had
Yes, ma'am.
success with that.
Yeah.
We know that.
But we really focused on, like Ep said, having teachers trained, especially with the Scholars Academy over at the college at West Ashley High School. We focused on that. And so as we can sort of roll that out district-wide, I think we'll be able to give more and more kids access to those opportunities, Mrs. Roberson.
Great, yeah. And because kids in certain schools, well, they don't have access, so they won't ever get to the Calc A, B, or BC.
That's correct. That's correct.
We also have
So
our
thank you for
PLT,
that.
our PLTW courses and Centers for Advanced Studies that offers some of those opportunities as well.
The project lead, the way you were saying?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Waters?
So I have a few questions. When we track college and career readiness or assess college and career readiness in general, are we looking at all students in a high school or just seniors for the big goal?
We're looking at the cohort.
So you're looking at, when I look at the data that was shared last summer, we're looking at the cohort of rising 12th graders or rising juniors or
Rising 12th graders, like this year will be the 9GR, will be 9GR 21. And what we've been doing is Mr. Gordon has been meeting with the principals, and he did this in the fall. He did it in the spring last year. We looked at 11th graders to make sure that they're getting what they need to be college and career ready. And he sits down in the fall and in the spring to work with 11th graders as well as 12th graders. By the spring of 12th grade, we're waiting on those like students who are involved in work-based learning, finishing up, making sure that they get to the finish line to be college and career ready. And a lot of the high schools now are going to, this early in, late in, early out. They're saying now, unless a child is college and career ready, they're not going to be able to do that anymore.
Okay. So this starts, Mrs. Waters, though, back in middle school with the IGB planning process, getting kids ready. And so they track by cohort group, but the counselors follow kids time they enter high school to make sure that they're on the track to becoming college and career ready, first one way or the other. But like Dr. Epps said, it's really that junior and senior year that if, a large majority of kids have gotten there, 80% of your kids, that you begin sitting down individually as administrators with parents. And Dr. Perrineau told us last week, we enrolled every kid in military magnet that wasn't college or career ready in a work-based
learning. And we've got
course.
microburst too, also
to-
that covers it. We've got wind testing, we've got ASVAB, we've got a lot of different avenues. There's really no reason why a child should not graduate college and career ready.
Well, I just want, just so we don't go down the rabbit hole, because the end to this was actually me trying to make sense of this 11.3% on slide 6. So what this is a different track of students who are accessing dual credit and AP.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the percentage is going to be a lot lower because of the percentage of students we have actually accessing dual
This
enrollment in
way.
AP.
Yes,
But the
ma'am.
other measure includes all of those, like work,
Right.
it was not work keys anymore, it's when,
Yes, ma'am.
all of that type of stuff. Okay, so the bar is much lower on that side and higher on this one. Okay, and so then my next question would be, how many of our schools, do all of our schools provide some opportunity for a dual enrollment course to be taken, kind of dovetailing on what Ms. Roberson was asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what is the requirement for a student to access dual enrollment?
Well, they have to place in it. Trident requires them to take a test, and they have to place in dual credit for Trident.
Okay, so
There's certain criteria. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. So I'm just looking at this 11.3%, and that seems terribly low, given that all schools have the ability to offer it.
May I provide just a little bit more insight on that particular
Please.
number? Because what you're looking at is that 11th grade cohort. 11th grade is really one of the, not for every single student, because if they're on an early track, but most students really don't have an opportunity to even capture the college and career readiness indicator until 11th grade. But truly, more students are able to do that by their senior year. This is only looking at 11th grade, so it's not the full indicator. So I
Yes.
want to make sure.
Yes, so yes, because the next question was what percentage of 11th graders should or would typically be college and career ready?
Well, it really depends on the school and what we're looking at and the pathways for those students because of the different indicators. Because if you have more students who are looking at completer status as their way to college and career readiness, you have one timeline. If you're looking at the WIN assessment, then you have another. So it just really depends on the actual student. What Dr. Epp was speaking about when she talked about those individual plans for students, truly schools are looking at every single child and monitoring that to see where that child is on their pathway to CCR. I mean, and everybody has a different plan. It depends on the child.
Yes, and so this is just like for the public, so that is very complex. I get it on you all's side, but on this end, when we're receiving this information to make sense of it, to know whether 11% is good or bad, we might need to know what we should reasonably expect. And so perhaps some sort of benchmark on these presentations to say, traditionally, as a cohort by 11th grade, 20% are college and career, then we would know 11.3 wasn't there. But then I did have one more question, because I'm concerned about people making sense of whether this is a good thing or a bad thing.
Sure.
And then, because it looks very low to me, but that might be all right. I don't know. So then the last one was, it looks like on that same slide, we actually missed the goal. 21.9% was the goal. So we were very far from actually hitting the goal. What are the strategies that exist for either providing more access since there's a test? Is there test prep happening? Like, what is happening to make sure that we actually get somewhere close to this? Because right now we're less than halfway there.
Well,
I'm sorry. Y'all, now math isn't my thing, but we're really far.
That's why I'm an English teacher.
And listen, I taught English too, but very far. How are we getting there?
Okay, you've got our recruiting efforts, or we're looking at PSAT and NSQT being administered to 8th graders and more 9th graders. And that provides reports for AP Potential to help schools identify courses to offer and offer students to actively recruit based on their assessments. High schools, including acceleration schools specifically, are PSAT testing more 8th and 9th graders to identify scholars for AP. So we're actively recruiting, and PSAT and MSQT are also, that's College Board as well. And that's where your National Merit Scholars come from when they take it, the NMSQT. There we go. That's your national scholarships.
Okay.
So
I would love
and AVIDs. Thank you, Jackie.
I would love to talk more about it because the financial savings, particularly I'm thinking about students who are going to have trouble accessing college because of that financial barrier. And the more they can get done here, if the state's going to pay for some, or, I know we're not all going to get to AP, but if there are teachers able to offer dual credit enrollment, there's just no reason why we shouldn't have some students able to get over that hump and not come out of school.
Ms. Waters, I just want to be respectful of the clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one more thing, it's also about educating the parents and letting them know that if your child takes this course, we promise we're going to give you the support that you'll need.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have one more question and then we're gonna move on. It triggered me back to the budget class, the budget workshop. The 175,000 for AP for Virtual Academy. Will that cover all of these AP courses listed here on the monitoring report?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that, Mrs. Bailey. We should have spelled that out. It's actually the person that oversees the assistant principal role that oversees the virtual academy. Sometimes we get really used to all of our acronyms and all of our letters. And AP can stand for a variety of things in the system: associate principal, assistant principal, advanced placement, et cetera. So that is actually a position to oversee the virtual academy. So thank you.
Okay, I
Yes,
just
ma'am,
wanted
and
to
it
make
will-
sure.
The budget line item is sufficient to support it as well.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, we're gonna move on to item 5B, academic calendar 2025-2026. Let's see, this is an action item. I'm gonna read the recommended action and then turn it over to Ms. Denny. It says, motion to advance to the May 20th, 2024 board meeting for consideration to move calendar options A, B, and C forward for public input through a survey on the CCSD website. The public input survey will be open from May 21st, 2024 through May 31st, 2024. Direct staff to report survey results to the board on June 10th, 2024, and committee of the whole meeting, and anticipates final board approval of options at the June 24, 2024 meeting of trustees. Ms. Denny?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Maggie, if you could skip to slide 4, please. I believe Board of Trustees are familiar with this committee timeline. This is the second time that we've implemented this committee system. You adopted in the fall the academic calendar for 24-25, and now we're looking at the calendar for 25-26. So we're really excited as a committee to be able to bring to the board some of the lessons we've learned in the process, and also have this board potentially approve a calendar 2 years in advance of the dates. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank our committee members. Specific thanks to 3 members of our executive committee. We formed an executive committee newly this year, and they were the folks through which we vetted every single decision that the committee made. I think they're all still here in the audience. Jeff Blankenship, who serves as principal in CCSD, Joy Brown, who serves as parent and constituent board member, and Nathalie Bennett, the 2022 Teacher of the Year. So we're really proud of our committee members and could not have brought this before trustees without their dedication and hard work. I'd like to just give you a very quick overview of the committee membership. As trustees are aware, when we send out the calendar, we also send a universal invitation to anybody in the CCSD community to participate on this committee. We had 45 individuals initially express interest. 23 of those 45 people attended the initial meeting. We picked, and this was a committee vote, 3 members to serve on the executive committee. I just shared their names. And 27 members, which we're really proud of, hung in there through the entire process and participated in countless hours of work group meetings and planning sessions where they met with their small groups. So once we had this larger committee of 27, we split off into 3 committee groups. One committee worked on calendar A, another on calendar B, and another on calendar C. You can see which groups each work group member represents. I'm not going to go into that for you. It's right there on the screen. Next slide, please, Maggie. We've had our committee members prepare a video for trustees and for the public's benefit to overview each of the 3 calendar options. I was really proud and happy to have committee members help write the script and vet the video and help out with edits. So it was a really fun process. This was the first time we've done anything that collaboratively with the whole community. Maggie, if you would.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea Gadsden, and I am a proud assistant principal at Jerry Zucker Middle School. Recently, I had the opportunity to serve on Charleston County School District's Academic Calendar Committee, where we worked to create multiple drafts of the academic calendar for the 2025-26 school year. In this video, we will introduce 3 distinct options, each carefully crafted to meet the needs of our students, teachers, and the community, and to present the board with options from which they will select the 2025-26 academic calendar. Months of collaboration and deliberation went into the development of these calendars. Let's take a closer look at each one.
Our goal was to create a calendar that was similar to the previous year's calendar so that it's more consistent and in line with what's already been chosen. Our educators asked and we listened. Because of teacher feedback, we included a 6 teacher work days before students get back into the building following summer break. So that would allow time for personal development days and really give the teachers a chance to set up their classrooms for when our scholars return. We took advantage of Election Day. We had an early release day on October 31st, a teacher work day November 3rd, and then we have schools closed for Election Day so that it's a 4-day weekend break for our students. We do end at the end of May, so we don't go into June for summer break. And what we want the board to know is that we really did take time to consider trying to have a really balanced calendar, trying to build in breaks to allow families, sneak in little breaks to allow families to have those long weekends together so there's not the burnout through the year.
The most important thing that we tried to accomplish with our calendar is to allow for additional breaks throughout the year. We still have our traditional 2-week full winter break, full week at spring break, a full week of Thanksgiving, but we have added breaks in October, in February, and in April. Some of those encompass a teacher workday as well as a day off. So they are 4-day weekends for students and 3-day weekends for teachers, with the exception of the one in April. So that will be a 4-day weekend for everyone. We're trying to work in some breaks so that we minimize burnout. So we have realigned spring break to come at the end of the third quarter. And while that is different, we are hoping that moving forward, we will be able to assign a single week for spring break that will not change based on when Easter falls. And in order to compensate for that, we have given a 4-day weekend at Easter as well, so that parents don't lose that time, teachers still have travel time.
So I think when you look at Calendar B, you're going to see a lot of things that are very intentional that our committee did. We wanted to make sure that we had each quarter structured where we have, once again, the grading periods, whether they be our early release or a teacher workday or half day for those, the time for the grade. But also when you look at our 3-day weekends like Labor Day, Memorial Day, you'll see that it starts really with an early release to try to once again get those structured extra time off during the school year so that our students, our teachers, our families can really reset as we move through the calendar.
Our intention there was to put some longer breaks in different parts of the year, not just around the major ones we're used to, Thanksgiving, winter, and spring break, but making sure there's also a break between the coming back from winter break and spring break, and then also having a longer break put in between the start of the school year and Thanksgiving and winter break.
One thing that we discussed in our calendar meetings was the need for breaks to help with exhaustion for students and teachers throughout the school year, and to hopefully reduce the chronic absenteeism that we see in some students, and also reduce the amount of substitutes in our buildings. The school years in general are very demanding on students, and creating breaks to allow students and teachers and families just to take a breath and allow some time away from the school building during the school year as a reset, and then coming back ready to go once the break is over.
Originally, Calendar C actually had a different version that we proposed and was sent out to stakeholders to get feedback. And the initial feedback we got back from that survey showed us that there were some real issues and higher costs associated with taking 2 additional full weeks off. That was the original goal of Calendar C. So to honor that feedback we got and make this amendment hopefully more feasible, those additional breaks were shortened.
When considering Calendar C, it is important for the Board of Trustees to know that staff anticipates that Calendar C would lead to an increase of more than $62,000 in utilities, and our students would miss out on approximately 147,000 lunches and 77,000 breakfasts. Each of these calendars has strengths and considerations. Now it's up to the Board of Trustees to make a determination as to which option best serves our students and their academic success. The district will provide an opportunity for community input on the options, and staff will share the feedback with the board. It is important to note, only the board can make the selection. The community input is not intended to be a vote. The considerations in selecting an academic calendar are nuanced and must be centered around students and their academic success. Thank you for watching this presentation of the 2025-26 CCSD academic calendar options. More information about the selection process will be shared with the public in the coming weeks.
While the video is wrapping up, I'll go ahead and highlight for trustees that there were a couple of universal features that the committee agreed would be present in all the calendars so that you know what they are. All of the calendars include an end to the first semester before winter break, a start date that's no later than the third Monday in August, a teacher workday before the start of the second semester, and a range of no fewer than 6 and not more than 9 early release days. And then not fewer than 5 and not more than 6 teacher workdays upon the return from summer 2025. So those are the universals. The subsequent slides have calendars. When the public views this slide presentation, which will be posted momentarily, they can click on those links. I know the board already has access to those links. So at this time, please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Ms. Waters? Ms. Roberson?
Just one question. Very good job. This is really good. Why the disclaimer on calendar C?
So when we sent the calendars to finance and when we sent them to operations, we received the feedback that there was going to be an additional expense with calendar C. And last year, as we were working through this process for the first time, we received that information at a later date in the process than you're receiving it today. So we wanted the board to have that information at the start. So the board and the public are fully aware it is a completely transparent process, and we're providing the information at the onset.
Thank you.
Ms. Temple?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Watley?
I don't have any questions. I made a phone call over the weekend to get the clarity that I needed, so I'm good.
Mr. Grabowski?
Building on Ms. Roberson's question, so we looked at the additional expenses on the utilities, but then at the same time, we noted that we're missing all these lunches and all these meals. I mean, how are we addressing that? I mean, I'm trying to fully appreciate what the loss of these meals means to these kids, one, and then the expense.
Absolutely. Mr. Broy, I see you pulling your microphone.
So I have Ms. McLaughlin on the line as well. She's the Executive Director for Nutrition Services, but essentially the extended breaks of calendars B and C takes kids out of school so they don't get the lunch and breakfast for those weeks that they're out. And we don't make up for that in the summer. In the summertime, we already have summer lunch programs for their days at lunch. So Angela, if you have anything to add to that, essentially the students lose more time in school during the traditional school year.
And we're not permitted through the South Carolina Department of Education Child Nutrition Program to offer meals on days when there is no school in session during the actual school year.
But we can do it during the summer?
Correct. It's a different program.
And so is there any option or any procedure available to get that clarified? Or is that just, does it make sense to me? We can do it during the summer because there's some type of proviso that allows it, but we can't do it during the school year.
Correct, because it's only when school is in session. There's no ability or waiver to provide meals when school is not in session during the actual school year. But during summer, you have a seamless summer option, which allows for that.
But it would seem to me then, you know, but then there would be some savings by not having to offer the meals.
Food services. and
Food service.
So the state's paying for it, though. I think that's kind of the point.
Oh, so the point, I guess, yeah, okay. No further question.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, and I don't expect you to know this off the top of your head, Jeff, or impressive if you did. But if we were to go and make Daniel's life absolutely miserable and ask him to go redo some budget stuff and pay for out of GOF those missing lunches, rather than, because I think what you're saying is the state won't pay for it, not that we can't do it. So because it's important for students to, I mean, these children have to eat. So whether it's an extended time from a calendar or simply a 3-day weekend, would you have any idea as to what it might cost us to pay for that out of GOF? Because frankly, I cannot think of a more important thing to pay for than kids getting breakfast.
But the idea is.
Angela, if you run those numbers,
For 2
if
weeks.
we were to pay for a lunch and a breakfast
It was the 107
for our students without school, out of pocket, out of GOF, 100%.
It would be, if we're talking about, let's say, 1 week, so 5 days of meals, it would total $849,000.
For the entire student population, or just those that are on like the free and reduced lunch option?
The students, that would just be averaging the
30,000.
normally we serve, correct.
30,000 lunches a day.
So it's,
And breakfasts are 15,000 a day, roughly?
Yes.
so it's like 1.3 between breakfast and lunch million.
Did you catch that, Angela?
Can you repeat that?
I'm just brain math here. You said it was 800,000 for lunch and it's half the cost for breakfast. So
No, I'm sorry, that's combined. That's both of them.
Oh, okay.
So it would be 639,000 for approximately 30,000 lunches, and then 210,000 for approximately 15,000 breakfasts for 5 days.
5 days. Okay. Wow.
Um,
Wow.
feel like
I don't think I have any other questions. I will say this. If that's the case, when we do 3-day weekends and we have Easter breaks and other things, I would challenge this board in this district that we need to solve that before we do anything else. Because if there's kids that are literally not getting breakfast and not getting lunch, I don't see a more important thing for us to focus on. I mean, who cares about reading if you can't, how can you learn to read if you're sitting there starving, either figuratively or literally?
So let me ask a quick, this was calendar B and C. The disclaimer was only on calendar C.
I did not. So calendar C was the worst case scenario. There is a significant portion of that cost as part of calendar B, because there isn't much of a there is a little bit of a difference, but I just didn't run the exact numbers for calendar B. So there is a similar impact. Yes, ma'am.
Calendar B.
When you say similar impact, you're talking about the lunches or just the utilities too?
Both lunches and the utilities. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I think this is a great time to lobby our legislators to say, hey, we got to feed our children. Not just for just for the summer, but for when we have in breaks during the school year. My question actually led similarly to that. What will be the financial impact for calendar A? Is that what we're basically running our model for? And I guess this is for Daniel. Is that calendar A? Is that what we basically running our model for over the next few year projection?
Calendar A is the model. Calendar A is the model.
Yes, sir. There was no impact to the budget with the model with respect to calendar A.
So with calendar B and C, when looking at the 5-year projection or the 4-year projection that you put out, where did you see the financial impact hit us hardest? Would it have been our fund balance usage or what?
So I believe the information provided from Mr. Barrowe, the energy was relatively insignificant. I don't think that would cause any budgetary constraint. It was really the feeding program that would be the expense to consider, and we haven't considered any of that in the budget. But if the number is less than $1 million, I don't know that that would have a significant impact on the overall long range plan.
So it wouldn't have a significant impact. I guess that's where I was getting at. Even if we were to go with B or C, it would not have a significant impact for the 4-year long range plan.
Financially, I don't believe so, but I would have to defer to Mr. Barrowe or Ms. Huggins with respect to the operational components of that. And
You got me, boss. There'll be impacts for 5 years out. The same impacts that I projected for 1 year.
I believe calendar C would have a significant impact for sure. Yes.
Would that be academic or financial?
Financial.
Do you, I
Last
guess,
year, the primary, when we brought the calendars last year, the question of the board was, have you examined the fiscal impact of the calendar? So we made sure to do that in advance so that we could be very transparent about that this year. So you can tell that we present these with our own concerns about kids.
Oh, okay, so I guess my next question would be, when we have these type of programs, what type of buy-in from the community, like say, I guess the best example would be during ESSER. What was the type of buy-in from the community of our students who actually took advantage of the programs when we had the buses at the different churches and community centers or whatnot?
Yes, sir. I could go back and get the numbers, but yes, indeed, we fed kids during ESSER using buses. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we provided meals during ESSER when kids were working online.
Right. So I'm guessing I'm looking more so of like the number of who actually took advantage of the number of meals that we gave out during that program or during that time. I don't know if you had that, Miss McLaughlin, whatnot, but how many people actually took advantage of the actual program?
I don't have that in front of me, but I'd be happy to look that up.
Cool. Thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Calhoun?
I'm all set.
Okay, any other questions?
Dr. Temple has her hand up.
Ms. Temple?
Yes, I'm just wondering, I mean, on calendar B and C, it was mentioned several times that the extended time was good for teacher burnout. The extended time was good for student breaks. So educationally, do we have a sense that calendars B and C would help with student achievement because people were getting, breaks and, time for reflection, time for recharging? I mean, do we have any sense how those two calendars would impact student learning?
We've done some extensive research around that, Dr. Temple, and I'm Ms. Simmons, if I'm going to give Ms. Simmons my microphone and ask her to overview the results of that, which were not significant.
Well, I was telling you to bring your microphone closer, but nevertheless.
I'm sorry, Ms. Simmons.
We did take a look year before last or the top of last year at the modified calendar, which in essence allows for a longer school year, but with built-in breaks. Part of that rationale is to give teachers and students the opportunity to have some respite, if you will. But the findings and the A&E office actually helped us with that was no, there was no strong indication either way that modified calendar is impactful in terms of student achievement. It wasn't significant enough for us to move forward on. And so to your question, Dr. Temple, in terms of academic implications, we don't have evidence that suggests built-in breaks throughout the year, in addition to the ones we already get, 2 weeks at Christmas, almost a week at Thanksgiving, a week of spring break, 2 months during the summer, that additional breaks would support academic achievement in significant ways.
Okay, thank you. Because I know there's some research around moving towards year-round school because of the learning loss for summer, but it sounds like the research is not here with just, tweaking the calendar somewhat.
Yes, ma'am.
B and C are not moving us towards year-round school. Doesn't seem like.
So I think the calendars B and C, particularly C, move us toward more of a modified calendar, Dr. Temple, that allows for the opportunity for less learning loss in the summer, to be very honest. However, there is some research that suggests if you're not careful with the built-in longer breaks throughout the year, and if they're not well-structured breaks during the year, that you end up maybe losing ground with students more frequently throughout the course of the year. So like Ms. Simmons said, the research is pretty flat on whether there's significant improvement around student outcomes with a movement toward a modified or a year-round calendar.
Well, I think the parents will tell us what they want.
Yes, ma'am. I think
they will.
Absolutely.
They will let us know.
Whatever the board decides, it will be our work then to make sure students and families are supported. That's our work.
Okay, Ms. Watley, did you have a question? Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Simmons, along the same line of what Dr. Temple asked, what's the data around kids who aren't getting breakfast? How well are they learning? Because if the option is kind of trading one for the other, even though that's not a trade I'm even one to entertain, if there's marginal data around a year-round calendar may be doing something positive, what are the negatives of kids not getting food?
Well, I will, to be clear, we didn't study that specific correlation, but I would surmise that, as you did, if scholars are not fed, if their basic needs aren't being met, then our work is just that much more difficult. And so I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
And whereas we hadn't done the research, Mr. Kelly, Maslow's hierarchy of needs certainly suggests that if people's basic needs aren't met, they can't learn.
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to make sure that correlation is there, that even if there may be some marginal data that might suggest that a year-round type calendar might have some minor benefit, academically speaking, if we're trading breakfast for that, logic must say that we're losing ground, not gaining. At least that's
agree.
my conclusion.
We concur.
Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up with where Mr. Kelly is, not to give additional work to the committee because you've done a lot, but either the committee or Ms. Simmons, I believe that Beaufort County went to a modified calendar, and they did well. So would it be too difficult to reach out to them to see, how they navigated that and how they transitioned from one to the other?
We'll take a look. I want to say this was a long time ago Beaufort made that transition. And what I remember, I don't like talking off the cuff, just nebulous. I want to say their data too was parallel to what we found with our most recent investigation, that they saw some peaks and then some regression. And so they haven't seen outsized academic achievement gains as a result of the calendar, but I want to be firm on that. So I'll get back with you.
Oh, okay. I got one quick thing. Even if we were to go with C, correct, we would find that $850,000 for our students. Our students will not go hungry. So even if we were to have those extra breaks built in, we will sit up here, we will go through our budget and find that $850,000 to be able to have that food program move forward, correct?
It's $850,000 a week, I think. So
Right.
it would take some figuring it out, but I mean, if that's the will of the board, our job is to support students and families.
Right, so that,
$850,000, 5 days, isn't that correct?
Can I
Mrs.
get,
Brooks?
make sure that's correct? 850,000,
days.
almost $1 million for 5 days.
For 30,000 meals.
so 1.6, so with those extra 2 breaks, we will find that $1.6 million out of our 800 and our close to $1 billion budget. We will find that money in order for our students to eat, correct?
So I think there's more than 2 5-day periods, Mr. Calhoun, but again, if the will of the board is to vote for a calendar, we will certainly determine how we best support students and families. Absolutely.
Right. I just wanted to make sure we're not saying like, all right, we're gonna, if we did vote for calendar C, that our students are gonna be hungry for a week and a half until they come back to school and they're able to eat. We will go ahead and if calendar C did go forward, we will find that money for our students to eat for those weeks that they are out of school.
I would support that, Mr. Calhoun, 100%. I can't imagine there's a board member that wouldn't.
I would too. If we go to calendar C, we gotta feed the kids.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That is our work, supporting students and families, and that's, we serve at the will of the board. If calendar B and or C or calendar B or C is passed, that is what we will do with Mr. Prentice.
Okay, with that being said, any other discussion, any other questions? Okay, so do we have a motion to advance calendar options A, B, and C to the May 20th, 2024 board meeting?
I move.
So move.
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Robertson, moved by Ms. Watley.
Yay.
And the motion passes. Next, we have 5C, CCSD Progressive Discipline Plan Review, 2024 to 2025, CCSD Rethink, Refocus, Reimage, Alternative Schools Action Plan.
All right, good evening. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us on this evening. I want to start by going over 2 presentations that we have tonight. One is the Progressive Discipline Plan, and then the second is our Rethink, Refocus, and Reimagine Alternative Schools Action Plan. Before we get started, I have my team who has been in the back since we got started this evening. So I want to make sure that they stand up right now and be recognized because we don't get that opportunity often. And while they're standing, I want to make sure that I give a shout out to Mr. Brigman, Ms. Simmons, Dr. Williams, and also Superintendent Huggins, because the team that you saw standing was not in existence before this school year. When it came down to student discipline, I was a team of 1 with one other additional individual supporting the work. When we were attendance, we were also a team of 1 individual leading the attendance work. The individuals that I want to thank came together to look at how we can make sure that we provide more individuals to my team so that we can support all of our leaders. So thank you so much to those of you who have supported the work of the Department of School Support. I could not do this work without you. Thank you.
Before Dr. Coakley gets started, today's her birthday. So if everybody will wish her happy birthday, Dr. Coakley.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's get started on the 2024-2025 Progressive Discipline Plan. So I was happy to hear Superintendent Huggins talk about teacher efficacy. In 2019, I defended my dissertation around teacher efficacy and student discipline with the impact of teacher retention in the school district. So both presentations that you're going to see deals with the collective efficacy of all stakeholders in CCSD, the community, our scholars, and our schools, to include teachers, parents, our administrators, and our scholars that we invited to the table to have a bold conversation about the progressive discipline plan. So in Department of School Support, we talk about leading, serving, supporting, and engaging across the pillars because our work involves those wraparound services that we provide to our schools. And we can go to the next slide and we'll keep going. We talk about college and career readiness, but also college, career, and citizenship readiness for our scholars. And as a reminder, 2 Mondays ago, I submitted or introduced our guardrail around reducing OSS. And you all saw that we were reducing that OSS and definitely meeting our goal for 2025. And as a reminder, that's not in not writing office referrals, it's in providing more wraparound support services, prevention and intervention, and looking at how we move our students through the process a lot sooner versus giving additional opportunities to violate the progressive discipline plan. So we can go to the next slide. We're going to show you DOS in 90 seconds. Now, if we were to talk about all of the work that we've done this year, it would take longer than 90 seconds, but we have a quick 90-second video because we believe in doing things efficiently and effectively in DOS. So we can play that video. Go back one slide for me, Andy, and just click and play that video, please.
Greetings from the Department of School Support and Community Engagement. We're going to provide some highlights of DOS's recent work in 90 seconds. So let's ready, set, go.
DOS held its first ever community partner pop-up, inviting stakeholders interested in partnering with the district to an educational meet and greet. From this event, 6 community partner MOUs have been submitted and reviewed. DOS staff meet with students on CCSD behavior probation. As part of the PBIS model, students making positive strides are celebrated. DOS organized meetings with CCSD administration, parents, students, and community members to review the current PDP and collaborate on possible revisions for next year.
60 seconds.
For the second consecutive year, seniors from Lucy Beckham High School's lacrosse team took to the fields of James B. Edwards Elementary to hold a lacrosse clinic for 3rd and 4th graders. The 2-hour clinic organized by DOS introduced young students to the fundamentals of lacrosse and the importance of teamwork. DOS, in collaboration with other departments, orchestrated a 3-day trip for 60 students to Greenville to attend the Men of Color Summit. The summit's mission is to address the challenges men of color face in education and beyond.
30 seconds.
DOS has continued holding its monthly student, parent, and community engagement meetings. Last month, Superintendent Huggins joined us meeting participants. Special shout out to Board of Trustees members Ms. McKinney, Mr. Calhoun, and Dr. Temple for attending an event. Let's review the numbers so far for this academic year. 777 discipline packets received, 206 students enrolled in TVP, over 1,600 days recouped by TVP, 623 DOS and constituent board hearings. Want more updates on DOS? Join our newsletter.
Time is up.
Looks like we're out of time. We hope you enjoyed the DOS update.
So that video was put together by Carly Ash, who was our in-house media communications individual that we have been blessed to have in our department because of all the work we do to make sure that we are getting out to our families, our scholars, and our parents, especially our community members, about the good work, but also going out and engaging in our community. When you think about the Department of School Support, it's important to think about us more than just student discipline, as we do a plethora of things within our communities and our schools. And so that takes us to one of the screens that you saw with the number of PDP steering committee meetings we've held. We've had over 100 individuals who attended those steering committee meetings to give you what they're proposing for the PDP for next school year. So we get right into it. We go to the next slide that basically outlines our constituent board's request around student discipline. I'll wait 1 second. So if you guys have the presentation up, I'll keep going. Okay. On that next slide, you should be able to see where it says, based on the majority of results that came back from our constituent board, the discipline hearings for next year will all take place at the constituent board level. So when we surveyed all constituent boards, all but about 2 voted to have all infractions sent to the constituent board level, which means that DOS hearing levels will no longer be applicable on next year. So if we were to look at the number of office or DDR packets that we have this year, we're talking about over 700 plus discipline hearings that would take place at the constituent board level. One of the things that I want to be transparent about is that that means that all discipline incidents that are referred to the constituent board will now have an expulsion option to those incidents. The DOS level hearings would have had a return on probation, placement in alternative program, continued wraparound services. So level 2 and level 3 incidents, if it's the will of the board to continue to move in that process, will be that constituent board hearings will take place for all violated infractions. If we can go to the next slide. The recommended updates from all steering committee meetings, disrupting class has been moved from a teacher managed incident to a level 1 for our middle school and high school. The rationale for disrupting class moving from teacher managed to level 1 is simply because we had a lot of teachers who talked about not wanting to code students as a major disruption too, which would give more punitive consequences to students. But if we were to have a disrupting class at a level 1, it gives continued support for students around wraparound service, an additional opportunity for students to correct behaviors, also to look at ways that we could support students before we actually refer them to a hearing panel with the recommendation of expulsion. At our elementary school level, you don't see that box X'd off because our teachers, parents, and administrators really want to keep disrupting class at the teacher managed level for elementary students, but you'll see in other areas where they're more concerned about behaviors at the elementary school that we'll address. Dress code violation. Dress code violation has been held at the teacher managed level. It will move into a level 1, but I want to make sure that all parties hear me. That's not with the emphasis of assigning necessarily punitive consequences or a dress code violation resulting in an expulsion hearing. That is to make sure that we maintain the relationship of the student and the teachers. So our teachers really want to understand the dress code violation of the dress code policy of CCSD. So what you're going to hear in a little bit is that we are convening a dress code policy or steering committee to really look at that dress code policy that's in place with CCSD at this moment. And then we'll come back before you all with recommendations on changes to the dress code policy. So when our students or our scholars come with a dress code issue, it will be the administrator who will address it and work with the student, not necessarily the teachers, because we want to make sure that the relationship between the teachers and the students are definitely one that they could continue to teach and not be disrupted about the behavior. Next slide. So on this slide, if you guys remember, we rolled out the mandatory probation contract at the school level, and that was another prevention and intervention method to give students an additional opportunity to correct action behaviors before they were sent to an expulsion hearing or a DOS level hearing. So for next year, we have actually made sure that that's spelled out in the progressive discipline plan, that schools use that school level probation contract. And then if we move to the next one, level 2 temporary virtual at home, I'm sorry, go back one slide. Next row, level 2 temporary virtual at home placement has been removed from the PDP for next year. Budget wise, we can't sustain it at a level 2. This year we had asked for schools to maintain that at level 2, and we would monitor. They still have to go through the same process of requesting and assigning. But all together, what we would have really wanted was to get an additional teacher added on for level 2, like we have for level 3, which would be 2 teachers and a principal on special assignment. But budgetary wise, we're not able to do so. So for level 2, we will remove temporary virtual placement. It will not be removed for level 3 incidents. And then miscellaneous, fighting. Fighting will take place. There will be a change in the PDP for 4th and 5th grade fighting. When we look at our data for elementary level, there are a total of 740 office referral at the elementary level. Of the 740, 482 are with our 4th and 5th grade scholars who are fighting. So we're really working to get them college, career, and citizenship ready. We're going to talk about stiffening those consequences for our 4th and 5th grade scholars so that we can really work at why are they fighting, get into the root cause analysis of what's happening, And what we're finding out with our 4th and 5th grade scholars, a lot of them are actually looking at middle school, high school groups versus looking at peers who are their same age group. So we're going to really work on trying to identify those 4th and 5th grade scholars a lot sooner. So our middle school administrators are not having to deal with those behaviors once we get to middle school. And then our miscellaneous weapons. So miscellaneous weapons are like your bullets. It could be your toy guns that now look like real guns. And when students come on campus, they might be portraying it as a real gun. At our middle school and high school level, we're going to address that differently in the upcoming year's PDP. Just as an example, 115 office referrals for miscellaneous weapons have occurred as of today. And of those 115, 79 of those weapons offenses are for our 6th through 12th grade scholars. So that's the data to justify why we need to look at our middle school and high school miscellaneous weapons. Next slide, please. This is not really a change, but more of a grouping. So bullying, cyberbullying, intimidation, and threat are now going to be grouped in its own little box. That's going to help us track our data a lot better, especially when we're getting FOIA requests or we're looking at students who might show a pattern of maybe starting off as bullying, cyberbullying, intimidation, and threat. Keep in mind that the State Department of Education classifies a threat as a student threatening an adult. Intimidation is student to student. And cyberbullying deals with any electronic device that's considered to be a bullying tactic used by a student across social media. And then bullying is our typical bullying protocol that can move from harassment up to bullying. So those 4 groups behaviors will be grouped together because typically if a student threatens, there's an intimidation that follows, or there's one or the other. So again, really not changes when we come into, if it's going to change from a level 3, just the way that it's going to be grouped. Next slide, please. All right, so our alcohol, drug, tobacco, the thing that we've been talking about for a long time, and trying to figure out what do we do to address the behaviors that we're seeing. In Charleston County School District, we are still seeing an access issue. Our students being able to access these illicit substances. We understand that wherever we go, it could be the hair store, the gas station, it could be a local convenience store within the neighborhood. Our students are having access to the illicit substances. So if we look at our alcohol, liquor law, and drug usage tobacco, we will be implementing on that first occurrence that a mandated program be completed for students. Right now, Charleston County already pays for EverFi, which has a substance use and abuse session within it. We are also looking at other alternatives to making sure that we provide assistance. And I'll talk a little bit about this when we get to our alternative programs, but basically making sure that those students are grouped together so that individuals in Ms. Lisa Allison's office can provide supports through the ADAPT service, Charleston Center, and so forth, because we have a lot of wraparound support around it, but making sure that we identify those students early would be the motion for next year. So if you look on this, on the first opportunity or the occurrence, the student would receive their suspension, but they also would have 15 days to complete the mandated program. If the students complete the mandated program, they're proven to be on track for changing behaviors. If they fail to complete the program, then the school would have the opportunity to refer the student for further disciplinary action. And this is for our alcohol and tobacco usage, not our more stiffer drugs, our harder drugs that our students might have access to. On a second occurrence for that behavior, the student would automatically be referred to the board for a hearing because we would have already attempted at the lowest level possible to provide the intensive work around reteaching and re-engaging that student. And when we look at tobacco distribution, drug possession 1 and drug possession 2, and drug paraphernalia, those incidents would automatically result into a hearing, and that's not a difference from where we are right now. Again, it's more so of grouping those behaviors and making sure we address them strategically. You will hear in the ALT plan on how we plan to service those students within our ALT schools. And then we are also adding that note back to remind our schools that we do have the alcohol drug alternative program for teens, and that they should refer students to the ADAPT program if they feel the students not only need it, or if they're not sure if the student needs it. We have experts through Ms. Allison's team that can assess the student to determine what would be most appropriate for that student. Next slide, please. So these were some non-negotiables that came from our admin group, our parent group, our student group, and our teacher groups. We also had community members to be a part of this group. So the only thing that I'm going to do is just read off what those non-negotiables are, because again, we want to believe in transparency and accountability with the steering committees that all showed up to give feedback. So mandatory training for all admins across all groups. They have asked that the mandatory training not be added into the lead session. There are too many competing sessions during lead meetings was the feedback that we received from those stakeholder groups. And so they would like for their mandatory training to be separate from lead sessions. There's been a huge ask that all school administrators provide mandatory training for all teachers on next school year. A lot of our teachers who showed up for the PDP steering committee meeting addressed that this was the first time that they had actually set eyes on the PDP, or they weren't made aware at their school level about the PDP. Now, we as a department have offered teacher level trainings again, but we have competing factors around which sessions you would sign up for, the days, the times that we can actually provide the training. So the requests from teachers and parents is that that mandatory training happen at the school level within those first days back to school. There was a request from all stakeholders, and our constituent boards were a part of the stakeholder meeting too, that there be mandatory training for all constituent board members, and they're asking for more consistency around practices and decisions that are being made at all constituent board hearings. The implementation of the district-approved school probation contract, which you all saw, has been added to the progressive discipline plan for next year. The dress code violations be handled by administrators and not teachers within the school. And so that change will happen for next school year. And that we convene a steering committee to address the dress code policy for CCSD. So thanks to Ms. Huggins and a few parents who have reached out, we've been collecting feedback from our parents and other stakeholders who have expressed what their concerns are around the dress code policy. We've already identified stakeholders we would like to be involved in that steering committee. And just like what we did for the PDP, all parties, it will be an open door once we've generated the draft so that we can get feedback from our collective voices within the district and our community, so that we can come back and present to you all what the suggestion is among the stakeholders. Professional development for teachers. This is something that we've talked about already. Is not necessarily around the PDP, but around classroom management, discipline. Superintendent Huggins, Ms. Allison, Gail Morrison, we've been talking about how do we go back to when we came into the profession, where we learned what are those tools that we can have in our tool belt to really prepare our educators for today's classroom. So we'll be looking at those PDs that we can offer in the upcoming year, but that'll be a collective effort among so many different departments, not just the Department of School Support. And then there's a huge request that there be required Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions implemented for our consistent offenders before a school administrator submits a packet for an expulsion hearing for a student. What questions do you have for me regarding the PDP steering committee's suggestions for the PDP next year?
Okay, Mr. Calhoun.
Thank you. I will. I want to start with where we're at right now, and really get down to where we start distinguishing like what students who receive a level 1 or level 2 are directed towards the constituent board as opposed to those that are going to DOS.
Say your question one more time for me.
So how do we distinguish, say if they have a level 1 or level 2,
yeah.
or more so level 2, how
Yeah.
do we distinguish whether they're going to DOS as opposed to going to the constituent board for evaluation, for expulsion?
So we don't make that determination based on types of students. We make the determination based on the infractions. So the
Right.
current PDP, if you look at the PDP online, it'll say refer to DOS. That's your DOS level hearing. If you look at the PDP for your level 3s, it's going to say referral for expulsion or recommend for expulsion. The constituent board is the only individual or the only governing body that can expel. The DOS level hearing does not have expulsion based on Charleston County's current policy. The DOS level hearings would not result in an expulsion recommendation. The
Right.
constituent board hearings are the hearings that will result in expulsion. So if we were looking or fast forwarding till next year, Mr. Calhoun, your hit, kick, push based on the will of the constituent boards right now would now have a recommendation for expulsion. Your refusal to obey will now have a recommendation for expulsion. Your major disruption too can lead to an expulsion from school.
So really, we're looking at like 700 on up, or even some
We're looking
600.
at all level 2s and all level 3s, all offenses.
Okay. And
Currently, your level 2s would come to a DOS level hearing that would not be looking at an expulsion.
okay. Cool, because I got a question about that a little later, but with when we start looking at the constituent boards, and I, I've sat in through a couple of hearings to where we have confirmed cases of certain stores, particularly in West Ashley, that we know and have confirmed are selling tobacco products and other products to our students. What is the recourse for what is the procedure for constituent boards to be able to report that out? And then what happens after they report that out?
So I would have Mr. Reidenbach answer that question. That is a concern I've had. The recourse that I've asked for, I cannot implement. We have a convenience store right by our department, and we can tell you, we can walk in there with to get a soda, and you walk out and the stench is on you. And we know we have scholars who are going into that store. So we really don't quite understand it. And I just want to say it's not just the convenience store. Our scholars can even order this online. And it comes directly to their home in their mailbox. I've inquired about why is that even allowed, but there's really not quite an oversight on what we can and cannot do. Mr. Reidenbach?
Right. Like I said, I think I'm more concerned. I know there's stuff coming in online, but it's really that we know that we have confirmed through our hearings over and over again, particularly one store in West Ashley that continuously sells to our students. And we know these students aren't 18 or now even 21 and over. And so what is the process that we should go through to say, all right, we know, we heard through this hearing that this store is selling through, how do we move it forward now?
Mr. Calhoun, I think the key there would be to either send it directly to our office or to work through the constituent board liaison to communicate that information back to us. Then we send that to law enforcement for their action.
All right. And do we have any follow-up process on that, or is it do we just hope that something happens through CPD? Or
yeah, unfortunately, we don't always get the feedback, but when we submit the information, that would then trigger an investigation from law enforcement, which doesn't always yield quick results, but at least get on their radar. And the more reports we submit to them, then the more attention it gets as well.
Right. And so, Dr. Coakley, when we do, and I'm just gonna keep saying we because I've been on constituent board way longer. So when we do send that through, would as part of that investigation, could we send them would that go against the laws to where we could send not video, the audio of our hearing saying that this student said that I bought this from here?
So I wouldn't necessarily send the audio, but what I would do on behalf of the board is send a redacted type statement of what was said by the student and parent.
And that'll only be if they ask for it, or would that be?
I think it would be used to substantiate what we're saying.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Great question.
Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Yes, on the level 2 and 3 alcohol, drug, tobacco, are we including non-THC or otherwise legal vape pens in that?
Yes, awesome. So in the current PDP, we deal with THC, we deal with the tobacco vapes, and anything that says cake bar. The cake bar is probably the most prevalently used one because our parents really think of some type of candy because it says cake bar, but we've been really educating our families to understand that's THC. That's exactly what it is. It's not, you know, what we would consider to be those cigarette sticks that you blow in as candy. That's an actual THC product. So there will be no changes in the current PDP that addresses the tobacco vapes or your THC vapes. Both will continue to be addressed.
What about non-THC, non-tobacco, otherwise legal, but you know, they've got the strawberry ones that don't have THC in them and such.
So the two vapes, the two types that we can address would be anything that has tobacco, which is not going to be your THC. So that would be your regular tobacco or your THC.
So those are the only two that we enforce.
Those are the two that we enforce. All others don't fall under the illicit substance category, but you know it's changing always. So we stay abreast to what are those new trends.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Grabowski.
I'm assuming that the two constituents boards that didn't vote on this may be this constituents board that are going to be most impacted by these 700 new hearings.
So actually, the two that voted to keep it mostly DOS level hearings and constituent board, they are not the ones heavily impacted. But I think they see the value in those DOS level hearings versus all coming to them at the constituent board. And just to be really transparent, one of the boards that voted to keep a majority at the DOS level don't receive a large number of packets on a yearly basis. So they really want those high level offenses when it does occur.
But all we hear about is how the constituents boards are overworked. So now we're adding 700 new hearings to them.
Yes, sir.
I look at the high school, disciplinary plan, 17 pages. Then I go to North Charleston, 4.
So I believe that Mr. Darby will be okay with me saying this because he and I have had some honest conversation around the North Charleston plan. So for this year, please note that North Charleston High School is following the CCSD Progressive Discipline Plan. They have not utilized the North Charleston High School PDP. In addition, you only see a shorter version of the North Charleston High School plan because those are the behaviors, and that's one of the things I really want to make sure I highlight with Mr. Darby. Those are his non-negotiables for his school. Those are the behaviors that if they were to occur in his building, he's asking for the board to really support him in cleaning up those behaviors in his building. It doesn't mean that he's dismissing all other behaviors, but those behaviors that he's outlined in that PDP are the ones that he truly wants support on for his school that's impacting the climate and safety in his building. But again, North Charleston High School has been really utilizing the CCSD Progressive Discipline Plan. And I think what we'll see at the end of this year is that they're going to review what they thought was a North Charleston High School PDP and realize that the shift, because of their good work, now looks a little bit different.
Because I give him a lot of credit. I mean, North Charleston High School, what it is today is not what it was when I first started going there.
You are
15
absolutely
years
correct.
ago.
I give shout out to Mr.
So-
Darby and his team.
Ms. Temple.
Couple of things. One, we better increase the constituent board pay for them being willing to take on these hard cases. I'm wondering with the alcohol and drug levels, we have the 15-day program for students. Have you all thought about what we need to be doing to educate our parents and community about these behaviors and any solutions for them?
Yes, as you are aware, Dr. Temple, Ms. Lisa Allison's office, my office, we have been holding ongoing education awareness with our schools, with our parents and our communities. We've been doing the Screenagers preview with parents. Our scholars have access to the Charleston Center, MUSC, our local department, mental health department, the adapt services, support through our social workers as well. So that plethora of service is definitely there to make sure that the board understands the recidivism rate in Charleston County School District is not the issue. It's the access. I want to make sure that's really clear with everyone. It's that access to it. So our students could violate one time and never have an issue again on our campus. We want to get to the point that they don't access it at all. So that is what we're working on this summer. We are going to continue to do education, even though school has closed. My department will be continuing to work with Wendy with screenagers showing at SOA. We're going to continue to invite our scholars and our parents to come out to that panel discussion to talk about what's the best use and practices around illicit substances and what are other ways to address. When I get to the alternative program plan, you're going to hear more about how we're talking about wrapping those scholars in love separately from our Liberty Hill Daniel Jenkins Academy placement.
I think it's really good also about the mandatory training for all those levels. I've taken the training a couple of times and I can't imagine trying to implement that plan without having training. So thank you for your efforts on that.
Absolutely. And I just want the opportunity to clarify that we have not asked the constituent boards to take on those discipline hearings. That's the survey that our constituent boards completed stated that they wanted those hearings. DOS is definitely on board and supporting the DOS level hearings that would be required for next year.
Ms. Roberson? Ms. Waters?
Yes, just two questions. For the moving the classroom disruptions to level 1, I can certainly see the benefit, but my concern is it going a little bit the other way, given that a lot of times when we review packets, one of the things we are looking for are trends. You know, how often has a student been referred? How often has a student interacted with the PDP? And so while putting it at a level 1 is a help in one way, I'm concerned that just internal bias could actually cause it to be a disadvantage and start the record sooner. Have you all thought about that side of it?
That's a really good question. Actually, because we didn't have a level 1, it started the internal bias with the codes being major disruption 2 and major disruption 3. So we're trying to revert that back the opposite way, where scholars are not automatically moving from a teacher managed behavior straight to a level 2. Currently, there is no level 1 in place. That cushion to get students more support, more intervention, because it leaves teachers trying to decide, am I going to continue to deal with this behavior in class? Because teacher managed behaviors mean teachers are dealing with the behavior, not the admin, right? Or am I going to wave that white flag and say, hey, I need help? And if they don't have that help, then it automatically goes to a major 2, major 3, where our students are being referred for a disciplinary hearing.
So what will happen at level 1?
So level 1, we're talking about those wraparound services. The current PDP talks about, level 2 or second occurrence, hold that IPS MTSS meeting, which means that all of our stakeholders should come to the table, the school administrator, the parent, the student, school psychologist, guidance counselor, any wraparound supports within their building to really talk about the whole child. What's going on? Let's do a root analysis of what's happening. The student can also go on a school level probation contract that outlines what supports may be needed. We talk a lot with our school administrators about fit paths. You design a fit path that works for that student. Maybe there are going to be cool-offs that the student needs instead of, again, looking at taking away those extra privileges. How do we develop a support plan for the student to stop the student from moving to a level 2 or a level 3 that can resort in a disciplinary hearing?
Yeah.
All of our level 1s are mapped that way.
So I like the early support piece. My concern is the recording of the incident and the way it appears when it comes to someone. So there could hopefully be a world where it's just not recorded as a referral, but it's recorded that they were referred for wraparound service. I'm just thinking about how
You are
language,
correct.
you know.
Yes. And I think that's why I wanted to make sure that those non-negotiables that I read out in the end are stated, because what we heard from parents and educators is that not necessarily submitting a DDR packet for a hearing, but making sure that there are tiered interventions of support that would show a consistent offender or a frequent flyer actually received those supports, and even with continued supports, that students still demonstrated some difficulty in meeting the expectations of the school. One of the things that I'm very transparent with school leaders about is if you send me a student, I hear you telling me that you have exhausted all options at your school level, and this student really should be placed in an alternative program or expelled. Don't think about the in-between, because then you're really taking a chance on what could happen from a hearing. So making sure that those interventions are in place, making sure that you have had your MTSS, IPS process, you've reached out to Ms. Allison's office to talk about what else can be done. And really, if you've exhausted those measures, then feel good about submitting that DDR packet, because what you're stating is you need additional support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And my second question is really around this moving all hearings to the constituent level. So I can just say plainly that I was one of the board members who was actually prepared to support the last year request of having additional hirings for DOS to actually conduct more of these hearings.
Yes,
One
ma'am.
of the reasons is actually because of the time a student has to wait to be heard.
Yes.
Have you thought anything, or did you guys give feedback to the constituent boards about how they might actually be bottlenecking the process for kids to get back into class?
We have, and I think maybe a conversation outside of today's, just to be very transparent, would probably be most beneficial.
Okay.
I don't believe that there is an understanding of the impact of that 15 days. Right now, we're doing pretty well in making sure that we conduct hearings within that 15-day timeline, but there are several times where we've been a little bit concerned. When we talk about 700 plus packets and we're still not even through the end of the school year, we're talking about increased hearings, and some of our boards are already meeting twice a week with long nights. And I also want to mention that with our DOS team, and this is not a ding towards our district, this is just the structure. Our DOS team works full days, and we work nights, and we work weekends. They're only compensated for full days. So the nighttime hearings, I've had to really work on making sure I honor their time, provide additional support around what they're needing, because we know we're giving up a lot of that opportunity. And again, that's because Mrs. Huggins has been really transparent with me about support the needs of your team, so we can make sure the work within CCSD is being done. So there's a lot to it. And I want to acknowledge that CCSD is the only district right now in the nation and the world that's set up in a manner where there's not daytime hearings that can be conducted that would have all options.
Yeah, I think there's something to the breakdown of trust between the district and the constituent boards that really needs to be repaired. I mean, we
agree.
can wish whatever we want, but they exist and they are elected, and we need to figure out, because I don't understand why anybody would put that level of work on themselves unless there was something, so if we could, I don't know, peek under the curtain and have a little bit more information about the impetus for them wanting to take on this level of work. I have concerns about how it impacts the students.
I
And I
agree.
don't think they need to handle all offenses. And I certainly don't think every single offense needs to potentially go to expulsion. I don't believe they will go that drastic. I hope. But that just doesn't need to be an option. We need to be able to manage some things within the walls.
And I agree. And I would say not peek under the curtain, but let's pull back the curtain, figure out what's happening. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Watley? You have any questions?
I kind of ditto much of what Ms. Waters just said, and I think I was also one of the trustees that supported your request for additional hearing officers. So, in fact, we were listening in the back, and we were having our own conversation. Did we vote that up? Did it get voted down? I can't.
It was voted down. Not necessarily, I wouldn't even say voted down. What was requested of me was to create a hearing panel. And we talked about the implications of what a hearing panel would do, would bring administrators from their schools, not really having the structures in place. As you can see, since that conversation in November, Ms. Huggins and the individuals that I've called out have given me a team where I would be able to do a hearing level panel. We have principals, assistant principals, social workers, human resources. We have a variety of individuals on our team now. Again, when I came before you all in the beginning, I didn't have a team. It was me. It was Ms. Brown who led the discipline, and then a temp employee who has just been with me consistently for the last 6 years. Ms. Hickman, who I asked to stand, retired educator of CCSD, who refuses to leave my side. So, Yes, you, Ms. Hickman. So, again, where I was a team of one certified administrator, a technician, my team has grown.
Great. Yeah, I remember vaguely that meeting, and I remember I had concerns over taking power away from duly elected officials.
Yes, ma'am.
And anyway, I don't know exactly. I'm still unsure where we stand with that. Giving you all the ability to take on some of the work, the caseload.
So I did not come back before you all with those policy changes because again, hearing the feedback, having a new team under my belt, I've taken these last several months to really get all of us developed into what needs to be the work of DOS. And as you can see, we're doing great work. If we were to move forward and looking at that policy again, I have no doubt that we have principals again on staff. We have social workers, we have mental health employees, we have all of the gamut that would be needed to support the work. I do want to say, because I think this is important to say, that across the districts, across the United States and so forth, there is not a hearing panel during these hearings. There's typically a hearing officer. But if there's the will of the board for there to be a hearing panel to address, then we can do a hearing panel based off of the individuals that have been provided to me for support.
If memory serves me, that is what you said, that
Yes.
a hiccup or a problem on your end would be not enough staff available. Because
ma'am.
I think that we wanted to make sure it was comprised of people at home right
You
here.
got it.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
So I think, if I may, now that you have the team, that's something that we can revisit with the policy committee.
If it sure will, yes, ma'am.
I think that's probably a good idea.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, real quick. So you are wanting to go towards hearing officer panel, a hearing officer model that then moves to the constituent board?
I would do what the board is asking, which is the hearing panel. I have no, issues with doing a hearing panel. I just want to make sure that I stated, because I know this is public, that there are no other districts that operate in a hearing panel. So we do hearing officers across all of the school districts, but I understand the concern that you guys stated from that first session of not wanting one individual to be the sole decision-making. So I think this is where we also want to land is saying it doesn't take the appeal process away from the constituent boards, nor does it take the appeal process away from the Board of Trustees. We still would have to follow the same appeal process that's currently in place.
And I just want to clarify for me.
Yes, ma'am.
My preference would be for those lower offenses not to go because they don't need to include expulsion, but that I also really think if we're going to look at this policy, we still have to address the breakdown between the district and the constituent boards because they are there and they're going to be doing some of that work. And we need them to see this as a value.
Yes, ma'am. And to respect all constituent boards, I want to make sure that everyone in the room and everyone online know that this is not an issue with all constituent boards. We have great relationships with our constituent boards. Our constituent boards know that they can call, they can email, and we're there to support. So this is not a collective issue across all constituent boards. That would, for me, it would be unfair for some of our constituent boards to think that there's a breakdown of communication when we don't have that as an issue.
Yeah, let me just clarify. So I don't mean that as a negative,
No,
but
you don't.
if all constituent boards but two would say we want 700 more cases, there's some breakdown in them not understanding the
Yes,
value
ma'am.
that DOS can provide, and that's what I mean.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I just want to tell you, Ms. Cookley, thank you and your team for all you do. The best is yet to come.
Thank you.
And I turn it
Thank
back
you.
over to you, Mr.
And
Chairman.
actually, before we go back over, Ms. Coakley, I just want to say I have very much enjoyed working with you over the last. And I value your always presenting with the utmost professionalism and in-depth knowledge of your trade, craft,
Thank you.
vocation. And so I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Bailey said something that I like to say to my team. And so since she said a part of it, I'm going to say it to you all. I am better, best, and becoming because of you. So thank you so much for the support you guys have shown to DOS throughout the last 2 years. This has not been easy, but it's definitely been worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
happy
Kelly.
birthday. 21,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Someone told me if we got out by 9, we got free tickets to someplace in North Charleston. I won't tell you what they've given us free, but that's
do
what
it.
I heard. That's
Go
what
do
I
it.
heard was posted on social media.
Head on.
Meeting adjourned.
Don't get in trouble.
I know, that's what I said when they told me what it was. I
You
was
might
like, I
end up
need my
before the
job.
board.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item 6. Mr. Calhoun, would you?
There's the rethink,
Oh,
refocus, is that still on
yeah.
5?
Mr. Kelly, we do have a short, brief presentation. We told you earlier that as a part of our fall school data reviews, we heard consistent concerns about alternative programs and how we're supporting kids. And so Dr. Coakley, Dr. Williams, and Dr. Epplesheimer have led work around rethinking how we do alternative programming. And there are 2 different phases of it. The first does not require your approval, but we didn't want to move in this way without making sure that you have details. It primarily centers around providing students who have usage and addiction problems. And so very briefly, Dr. Coakley is going to go over the next few slides so that you're aware of our thinking for the new year.
All right, so we can keep going to the slide that says 24, 25. So I want to make sure that I thank Dr. Williams and Dr. Epplesheimer for their collaboration in this effort. One of the pillars under DOS is to support schools. So this presentation is how we're supporting our alternative schools and the work that they must do for students who are assigned. So important guideline to understand that is in South Carolina, students can be placed in an alternative school for violating a behavior infraction. We can assign those behavior violations to all schools, the duration of those placements, and there are steps for students to restore back. So we heard you guys loud and clear. We heard our constituent boards, Ms. Waters, loud and clear about what's happening in our alternative schools. So we're hoping that this plan moving forward will make it very clear on what the expectations are. So what are the behaviors that can place a student in an alt program? We're talking about physical violence. That's those fighting, assault, simple, assault battery, aggravated, weapon possession, drugs, alcohol, or tobacco. Our persistent disruptive behaviors are our high flyers, conduct disruptive student. And then E, chronic truancy. I'm making sure that I highlight that because in CCSD, we've never, ever identified chronic truancy for placement. But if we're really talking about chronic absenteeism, are dealing with the court system, we have to address chronic truancy. And just to make it very, very clear, we're talking about those students who are willfully not attending school, even after being assigned by the court system to be in school. Next slide, please. So we have rebranded this to our rethink, refocus, and reimagine. I'm not going to read all of this because I know it. I'm going to tell you exactly what it means. Rethink is that accountability stage, that self-reflection stage that we're getting our scholars and our parents to really identify when a student is placed in that alt program. Our refocus stage, you'll see outlined, is where our students begin to focus on what's important: academics, behaviors, their future success, those 3 C's, college, career, and citizenship readiness, all will be embedded in the alt schools program. Our mission statement is all around making sure that if we have things in place that's so tight and right, that our scholars, when they leave, they have reimagined their future self. They are going to be college or career ready, or they're going to be productive citizens within the community that they serve. So that's that rethink, refocus, and reimagine slogan when we talk about our alt schools. And that will be the slogan across all of our alt schools. Next slide, please. So our CCSD alternative programs. So our proposal is that Liberty Hill and Daniel Jenkins Academy will service our scholars who have physical violence, weapon possession, persistent disruptive behavior, and chronic truancy. I intentionally skipped over our illicit substance use because our proposal would be that those students are serviced through the Turning Point Academy program, having those students in one area where we could look at, Dr. Temple, those wraparound support services, the therapeutic services, our ADAPT program coming over to the Turning Point Academy site, the Everify, or whatever adaptive program that we're using to support our scholars. We understand, though, that the constituent board would have the option to still place students at Liberty Hill Academy or Daniel Jenkins Academy if that's the will of the constituent board. To be very clear, when we talk about drug distribution or tobacco distribution going to Turner Point Academy, we're not talking about those students with large quantities. Drug distribution in the state of South Carolina, State Department of Education, could be a student passing a vape, one vape to another student. That's distribution based on State Department of Education timeline. That's still not a student we would want to go to Daniel Jenkins Academy or Liberty Hill Academy. A student with large quantities of drugs or tobacco products would be a little bit different. So Turner Point Academy would service all that you see, our illicit substances, and our proposal has been to use the St. Andrews Middle School campus because we do have a school leaving out. So there's an annex part of St. Andrews Middle School. We would be able to service those scholars. We did look at one other site to determine if that would be a better site for the scholars. But after looking at St. Andrews Middle, the team, and along with Mr. DeYoung, feels like the St. Andrews Middle School site would be more appropriate for those scholars. And then Septima Clark Academy, which is not an alternative school for behaviors, but academics, that focus at Clark Academy will remain academic based, with our focus being on dropout prevention and intervention, and also looking at college and career readiness, work-based opportunity, and our credit recovery services for those scholars who do not want the traditional route or they found themselves really behind. Next slide, please. So what is, we talked about what the placements would be. Now to give you an outline on the number of days, because that was a huge issue for our constituent boards and questions that were being asked, well, how long? So physical violence, minimum placement of 45 school days up to a maximum of 1 academic year. And we're talking about behaviors like fighting, gang activity, assault, simple or aggravated, weapon possession, minimum placement of 45 school days up to an academic year. And you see there what those referred behaviors are. Gel splat gun typically isn't looked at as a weapon, but our scholars have gotten really crafty where they're freezing those Orbeez gel and they're putting them in there and shooting them at the children, leaving bruises and so forth. So anything that's used to cause harm or intend to cause harm could be under that weapon possession. Drugs, alcohol, or tobacco, minimum placement of 15 school days up to a maximum time limit of an academic year. So our drug placement could be 15, 30, 45, depending on exactly what that scholar needs and completing the EverFi or the adaptive program. Persistent disruptive behavior, a minimum of 45 school days, and chronic truancy, 45 school days up to a maximum year. Next slide, please. So there are 5 steps. There are 5 steps for completion. I want you to keep in mind that these 5 steps will be for Liberty Hill Academy, Daniel Jenkins Academy, and our Turner Point Academy site. So there's no guessing that will be happening around what happens with students. Step 1, they have to meet behavior expectations. We're talking about 80% improvement from when they were placed inside the program. So if they were getting XYZ number of referrals a week, they have to show an 80% improvement in how many referrals they're getting a week. We're also talking about everything is wrapped around attendance. So when we say 45 days, we're not also talking about 45 days from the day that you actually were assigned. We're talking about 45 days you showed up, you were present, and you were engaged in the program. Academic progress, that has to be an 80% increase from when they were assigned, or they're maintaining those passing grades from the time that they were assigned into the program. Counseling and our SEL services, to be very clear, we're not mandating DMH services for students. What this means is if the student's not already receiving mental health services, they are required to participate in SEL services at the school. And for any student who's already enrolled in a mental health service program, the expectation is they're following the schedule of the mental health provider, or they have excused absences from that mental health provider on why they were not able to attend a session. Step 4 is a parent and guardian involvement. You will see on the next slide that our parents have to be involved in at least four of the 5 steps. And our school administrators are also involved. So again, thinking about rethink, refocus, and reimagine, on this slide, you see the breakdown of how those 45 minimum days would look and exactly what occurs. The most exciting part about this program or the reimagining is that the parent, the principal of the homeschool nor the student will be caught off guard when they're not making mastery with those level steps. There's also an appeal process in place for the homeschool administrator and the parent if they would like to appeal the return of the student. And so we'll talk about what that restoration process looks like. And believe it or not, we also have parents who want to appeal their students being returned to the homeschool, and we've never had a process in place for that. Next year, there will be a process in place to address those concerns. Next slide, please. So there are 2 steps. We're not making it difficult. 2 steps for the restoration process. When a student gets to level 4, then the school administrators at the all school will submit that student's electronic portfolio to the director of DOS. The director will review the portfolio to make sure all steps are in place, that the student has their school-based project completed, their restoration project submitted. If they needed to pay a fee for any damages that occurred with their behavior, all of that has been taken place. And then in step 2, review and verification, the school will receive an official notice of completion status report along with the parent that the student has completed the placement and here's the expected date of return. Again, the appeal process would still be in place for school administrator, homeschool administrator, and parent should they want to appeal that return. The feedback that I got from administrators when we met with them and over 50 attended the Zoom feedback was this process should eliminate those appeals because they now understand the various level steps and what we're expecting. So that has been some really, really good feedback from our administrators. And I think that's it, but let's go to the next slide. What questions do you have for me?
Okay, Ms. Waters, do you have any questions?
Just a quick question. So you have this looks really good, but I'm wondering about the experience at the various campuses and how what this is doing is facilitating a better experience, not just for getting in and out, but like while they're in seat, because I just hear so many complaints and I have not been able to get over to. But how is this running alongside improving the overall experience?
So I shared with you all the full presentation. This is only a condensed version, but we took it a step further and we surveyed all schools, Liberty Hill Academy, TPA, Daniel Jenkins Academy, and Clark Academy. We kept that survey open for about 2 weeks. Like you, I was expecting certain feedback from the educators, and I can share that feedback with you all. But the feedback I got from the educators in the building was that they have students who really want to learn. The SEL is working. They absolutely enjoy restorative practice. They see it working. They have children who might be lost in the way, but academically they're struggling. So not what I was expecting. Like I wanted to hear like, what else can we do to support you? But the feedback from the administrators and teachers have just been phenomenal from those programs. But in light of what you're saying, professional development, making sure that we're being transparent and sharing the data, streamlining what the expectations are for when they come in and when they leave, that parent engagement piece was a huge factor. And also making sure that our homeschools don't just disconnect, they're actually a part of the process. Anything else, Dr. Williams and Dr. Eppersheimer, you guys want to add?
I'll say this one piece, and I'll make this quick because I want you to receive those tickets and be out here at 9 o'clock. But we're looking at this, we're using a tiered approach to think about this. So what we wanted to look at this year is the feedback we've been getting from schools as it relates to how kids are admitted, how they're restored. And we know that next year we're going to take a deeper dive into the setup and structure of our alternative program. So, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say, we're not saying that anything's wrong with our programs currently, or they're dysfunctional. We're just saying that at some point things need to evolve and grow. And right now it's time for our alternative programs to evolve and grow so we can better serve our kids. So
yes. So the goal this year is systems. Next year, we're starting early September, where we're looking at the behavior infractions. How do we better align the programs to serve these infractions? This program will service this infraction. And so starting with Turning Point Academy and then looking at the academic focus for Clark. And I'll be remiss if I wouldn't say that Dr. Eppersheimer, Dr. Williams allowed me to play a lot with that placement of scholars who really didn't fit their traditional school, but shouldn't go to an alternative school. I've been allowed to reach out to Dr. Benyard to talk about those scholars moving into that Clark Academy placement so that we could keep them on track to prevent dropout, but also prevent them from coming before the board.
So the only thing I have to say and follow up is just this piece around you all not actually having control about making sure that one program remains designated for these types of issues versus that, and just how, we're gonna like engage the constituent boards around, can you all get on this bus as well? Because I've consistently been frustrated when I don't see a drug offense go to turning point in a certain community and I see it happen in others. And so I do very much agree with the streamlining of this campus is for this type of behavior because they have the resources to support, but the constituent boards really need to be aligned to that as well.
So we will again this year conduct constituent board level training around the ALT program along with the PDP. One of the requests that I would have for you is that we work somehow, and that's something that we've talked about, is making sure that we have our members to actually attend those trainings, because we offer them across a number of ways: Zoom days, Zoom afternoon, Zoom evening. We are in person. So we give a plethora of ways for, our constituent boards to engage in that. And again, it's not all boards, it's not all constituent board members, but we know for this work, we have to have 100% buy-in, present, aware, asking these tough questions and being able to apply.
Right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Roberson.
Thank you for this presentation. It was very good. I'm particularly encouraged because instead of us opening an entire school to meet our dropout needs, you have a program that's going to meet those needs now. So thank you for looking at that as one of the areas that we could focus on. My question is, I know Dr. Williams said that you're still building it out, but what does it look like for that parental engagement part if they don't sign or if they're not involved?
So that parental part is going to be a major factor in if our students successfully complete in the program. When we look at all of the programs across the state, South Carolina, even in the Tri-County area, that parental piece is key for student success. So parents are going to be able to, and they have options. So we don't close it off to say that you have to be in person. There are only 2 mandated in person. That's the one that talks about why their student is there and what the success plan is going to look like. And then the second time would be where we're actually assigning their success plan, the graduation part, the school-based project, and if there's a restoration service fee that's needed because maybe there's damage in the process. All other sessions are virtual. And if you look at the full, when you get an opportunity, look at that full presentation, it even outlines how long a parent should prepare to be in that meeting. So we're trying to really just remove any barriers to that process. But to answer your question, if a parent is not completing their portion of it, there will be impacts on the student, but the goal is going to be, we have Ms. Tawana Brown in our office that has been hired to be that alternative program coordinator to stop it in the gap. And we have already started working on that within the last 2 months of her knocking on doors, calling parents, saying, I want to remind you of what the expectations are. And we've been getting our children into the program before violating them.
Great. Wow. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Temple.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I am really happy that Charleston has alternative programs, because when I served on the constituent board, we didn't have any alternatives other than to expel a student, and we didn't have the services and wraparound services. So this is really wonderful. The question I have is more around Septima Clark. I mean, we just, to be honest and transparent, our last meeting, we had a request for, apparently there are at-risk students who are not being served in our school. So I'm wondering, did you all have time to think about that? And, how many students are there that we're missing because they're not getting into our other alternative programs, and what might be the potential for serving these students who are at risk, don't fit the alternative programs, at Septima Clark or something else, or another program as well.
Yes, yes, and yes. So Dr. Binyard has been a part of this process the entire way through, as we've been rethinking, reimagining, refocusing around all programs. She understands that the charge is for us to catch our at-risk scholars who are on the verge of being dropped out. My office also manages enrollments for scholars who are coming into the district, but may have been in an alternative program, or they're just coming out of the DJJ or JDC system. And so, Dr. Temple, again, over the last 3-4 months, Dr. Williams and Dr. Eppersheimer have allowed me to look at those students who fit more of a Clark Academy placement, and we've been moving those students through. So I'm not sure if you heard the part of my presentation where I talked about Clark Academy being that campus that will focus on that academic, that dropout, preventing dropouts in our schools. Ms. Roberts has already met with me to talk about how we build out a plan for scholars who have just completely given up. She will be continuing to work with me. We want to get through tonight's meeting to see if the presentation plan meets what you all have asked us to do. And Dr. Binyard and I, before I came here, I called her and I said, "Are you ready?" Yes, we're stepping on the pedal. Are you ready? So we understand what the assignment is, and the mission would be to make sure that we not only build Clark Academy, but that our media output really is engaging families who may not have thought about Clark Academy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Watley?
I appreciate your presentation. I'm just going to keep beating this drum until it actually happens. I would love to see in the heart of Clark Academy, a hybrid between that and John De La Howe on maybe a Jenkins Orphanage.
So if you didn't say John De La Howe, I was going to say it and then have you get me afterwards. So we are going to try really hard, Ms. Watley, to come halfway into that John De La Howe thought process, but I want to be very clear and transparent here. The focus is still going to be college, career, and citizenship readiness.
Sure.
With those scholars who just don't see a 5-day in-person academic support. So we're looking at what COVID taught us is what do we do to support all scholars? The scholars who may have a job, the scholars who want 5 days but smaller classes, the scholars who are struggling academically and behaviorally. So I think you will be pleased once we've built it out, and then I'll invite you to come do a tour.
I would like, in what I mean by the John De La Howe, where they're removed from an environment and placed in a highly structured, maybe not military school, although I wouldn't necessarily argue with that either. But and perhaps we can partner with like the SPCA, whereas John De La Howe has the agricultural and the animals, and because animals teach us a lot, especially when we're working through trauma and things like that. They can teach us about there's more to than just me. There's something outside of me that can teach unconditional love and responsibility and things like that.
Absolutely. So my right-hand partner, Mrs. Talisha Drayton, she used to, before she came on this side of Charleston County School District, she actually worked on the alternative school side with a program CCSD was using to talk about exactly what you just described, those community-based supports. How do we work on the academics? How do we talk to them about empathy? How do we connect with them around the social aspects? So one of the things that we've talked about, even with the Reimagine plan, is how do we get those type of school-based services in place at our alt schools? So again, I think you will be very impressed with what we do.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski?
Yeah, I think we need to go back and still, now with the various charter schools no longer existing, but the model was actually a pretty good model in that taking care of the student that has to work, the student that doesn't have the parental support. So that's the one thing I think I saw missing in your program, or as you presented it, it was mostly the infraction side of it versus that child that does not have the support because he is working to support his family or he doesn't have a family. So that to me is an alternative side, program that needs to be developed, whether it's virtual, but it still has to be, it can't just be virtual. That student has to have that one-on-one contact with a teacher or representative. That's why I always thought that model worked very well. So I hope the district, is considering something like that.
Yes, you're gonna see that model on the Clark Academy side. So tonight's side is more so looking at those students who come through the constituent board for a disciplinary hearing. But the Clark Academy side is going to be those wraparound support services. Ms. Allison, team is actually meeting with Dr. Benyard this week, I believe, to talk about the referral process that they've been utilizing at Clark Academy that has shown success for exactly what type of scholars that you just described. So we're going to continue to unfold that model through Clark Academy. Because even after our scholars finish our alternative schools, not all of them should go back to their home school. Some we have filtered right through to Clark Academy because returning to the home school will be a little bit too much.
And we have that capacity.
For Clark Academy, yes, sir.
Because I just think there's so many students, individuals out there that are not being reached.
And I think we have to do a better
Especially at
job.
the high
Yeah.
school level.
Yes, that media output and making sure that parents understand what Clark is, because even for our constituent boards, they believe it's a disciplined school. It's not. That is a gap between a child finishing and dropping out. So we're gonna work really hard to send that message out about Clark Academy being that hope, just like your charter schools out there, because I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, nothing. Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I have about 9.5 questions, but I'm gonna just quick. First, I do like a lot of this, particularly when we start looking at TPA, because you know, I was there when we first started TPA, and then
Yes.
you know, there was not. We had a lot of students coming back into the schools who were coming back worse than they were, and so we had a lot of issues with the restoration process. So, like, I'm asking now, what is the progression steps for a TPA student who did not complete the new placement contract that we have put out? So would they go back to constituent board for further placement or what?
Yes, so if you remember, Mr. Calhoun, before I presented to the board, the student would have actually moved from TPH straight into a Liberty Hill or a Daniel Jenkins Academy placement. But when the board didn't pass the opportunity for the hearing officer to go through, we had to go back and revert to Turner Point Academy violations, now went to the constituent board for review. In some cases, if the student violated the Turner Point Academy placement, they might have been returned back on probation, not necessarily moved to Liberty Hill Academy or Daniel Jenkins Academy. Hence why we have Ms. Tawana Brown serving as our alternative placement coordinator to really work hard to prevent those violations, because if we're just going to send them back on probation, then we can already work to try to prevent them from going before the board. So that's the work of Ms. Brown.
Okay, so my next question, leading up to that, with all the extra work that's going to go into this new process or whatnot, be it with TPA, LHA, or DJA, what further FTE support are you receiving for this?
So what I will honestly tell you is none of the individuals that you saw standing is ESSER funded. I was not under the ESSER funded umbrella. When I said it was one, I do mean it was one. So everyone that you see in the back of the room are under GOF for me for this year, so I won't lose anybody. For next year, as far as the discipline side of the house, when we look at what continuous FTE, what we would need, I would say wholeheartedly, right now, I would not ask for more because our focus is going to be on chronic absenteeism and truancy. And the district has already given me an expansion to add more truancy liaison. I'm a firm believer in using the data to decide what else is needed. And so allow me to look at the data as we build out this plan for next year. And if anything else is needed, I will come to you all and ask.
Right, so because I was thinking about more so if we have, how many PIPs do we have right now? 3?
So yes, so our PIFs are only at 3. You are correct. And because we are at 3, so if you think about 3 individuals serving 700 children, that's not realistic. So for this year, because of the limited amount of PIFs we have only been servicing level 2 students. So our level 2 students, we are servicing because we want to prevent them from going where? To level 3. Our level 3 students, I like to tell them, you've been given grace and mercy, don't violate. You've been given grace and mercy, do not violate. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to check on them. They just don't have that PIF who's working with them. So the focus with 3 would be to address level 2 behaviors. And really our level 3 behaviors are those off-campus 700 criminal offenses that we see coming in, or our assault simples,
Okay,
besides our illicit substance. So we have the support of Miss Allison and her team around that.
and I'm sorry, Danny, but I feel like we would need, and Ms. Huggins, I feel like we would need more support within particularly those level 3s to make sure they don't go over to the other side of where they could be at level 2 or whatnot. But if they're at level 3, we want to try to prevent them from going even further. But I want to try to get to a couple of more of these. But Mr. Barowie, could you talk more about the Carolina Voyager moving out and then TPA moving in, and then what is the long-term plan for the building over at St. Andrews? And then also, I'm gonna get this out too, what Mr. DeYoung run both of those campuses?
So, Mr. Calhoun, we haven't made a final decision yet about the location. I think that is in one of the presentation, but staff is investigating the logistics around that at this time. And yes, Mr. DeYoung is the recommendation for
Yes.
TPA, and if that hadn't been yet announced, it will soon be. Congratulations, Mr. DeYoung.
Okay, but can we talk about the long-term use of that St. Andrews campus real quick? Because it's old.
We're not prepared to do that tonight, Mr. Calhoun, but we appreciate your inquiry. Staff's looking into that. We had a discussion last week in cabinet about it, and we're working with Dr. Coakley and her team to do that. Once we're ready to formalize what we're going to do in regards to logistics, we'll bring that back to the board for information.
All right. So when we start looking at how many people are restoring back to their schools, you said that everything was going to be directed to the director of DAS. So how many students do we typically have returning throughout a week or a month or so? And then how would that take away from the regular, how much time would that take away from your regular day? And do you need more support in that part to where we can have more restoration directors or whatnot?
That's a great question. So currently, if we were to go along with the plan that the constituent boards would be conducting all hearings, we would have the staffing to review those portfolios that our school administrators submit. We would also have enough staffing to review all of the expulsion packets. So it's definitely not a one-man team around the 700 plus packets. The director that I've hired, Mr. Craig Hart, for school support, has familiarity in the alternative programs. He's already been working with those individuals in the out schools, doing school site visits, coming back. We've been reviewing those reports on a weekly basis. In addition, when we talk about the restorative or the rethink, refocus, reimagine plan, those plans have already been reviewed with our alt school leaders. And our goal to them have been, we're not trying to change your process or your system or your program as far as what you're doing with in-house. We're putting systems in place to ensure that everybody who hears about Liberty Hill, Daniel Jenkins Academy, or TPA knows what the language is across the board. I think, Mr. Calhoun, to your point, when we look at phase 2, we will need to look at what further supports are needed.
All right, cool. I got one last comment, then I'll say my other 2 questions for later. But when we start looking at the parental engagement, it's not always biological or legal parent.
Absolutely.
So how do we work with other forms of mentorship that will help with that requirements to where if we have somebody that's working from 9 to 11 at night who can't necessarily be with there, but they have a mentor that's there with you, how can we work with that? I don't know if that's for Ms. Brown or not.
Yeah, the process will not stop. Even now, we have parents who will say, I'm not able to be present. May I send the uncle? May I send the grandmother? We want an identified individual who's connected to the student, so that's not just the school and the school administrator who knows what's going on. One of the most troubling parts hearing a school administrator parent to say, I didn't know, or they get before a hearing panel and say, my kid has XYZ number of points. I don't understand why. This is going to eliminate the why, because even if a grandparent, an uncle, or a mentor, or even a probation officer attends the meeting, there's a hard copy of something going back out and emailed out for all parties.
Cool. I got time for one more.
Yeah, quickly.
All right, very quickly. So when we start talking about training for constituent boards, I believe is that's something we need to get tossed through the legislator, because that is a legislative board that, that has put forward the constituent boards. And the same way that we have our on-board training that every board member needs to go through, we need to have them require that for our constituent boards as well. But then also we have to look at what type of guardrails that they can push through up in Columbia that can make this truly required. And so if somebody does not complete it, then there are some type of repercussions for it. That's it. I got like 3 more questions, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, discussion? Turn.
Yeah, I think Mr. Calhoun brings up a really good point on the legislative side on the constituent board. And I don't know how you're gonna, I mean, unless you're gonna report back on that before we can. I know this is all information, but I do agree with Mr. Calhoun on that.
Please allow us to report back.
I think that's something that probably needs to go through our policy committee and then work
Yes,
collaboratively,
ma'am.
and then we send it like that.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
But I agree.
Mr. Kell, back on.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coakley. Your team does tremendous work. Happy birthday again.
Okay, Mr. Calhoun, would you like to take us into audit and finance, or would you prefer Mrs. Roberson to do it?
I got it. We got about 7 action items that will move forward to the board. I would highly encourage each board member to look at those 7 items: the Citizens Oversight Committee, the capital programs reallocation. We have 2 capital programs reallocations for 23 to 28, but then also 17 to 28. We also have a FCO reallocation that was pushed through, the 2024 Laura Brown Fund request that was that's going forward to the board, but then also the purchases and contracts greater than 250 in the FY25 budget update. If I'm not mistaken, the purchases of contract greater than 250,000 is coming forward instead of a special call board meeting tonight. But we have 3 information items that I would give towards Mr. Princess to lead through. But then also you can see on what we have tonight, we have 3 recommendations that need to be voted on tonight that needs to go to that will need to be voted on to go to the boards and would go to the committee of the whole for tonight. So Mr. Prentice, if you could go through the 3 information items for us.
Yes, sir. So the first item information is the monthly financial report for the month of March. So we've updated the revenues and expenditures through March 31st on this report. As I mentioned in the budget workshop earlier, the most significant variance is in local sources under revenues, about $7.7 million difference from the prior month. We believe these numbers are going to be very close to final for the end of the year, net of our TIF assessments that post. So the only other change that we've noted is a continued increase in our interest earnings that have posted through investments of cash on hand as a result of the market. So we've increased the budget commensurate with our experience this fiscal year for next fiscal year. On the expenditure side, we continue to see some additional savings accrue in salaries and benefits associated with lapsed salaries and vacant positions. So we're making note of that in order to be able to refine our assumptions for future fiscal years. All in, looking at a total revenue over expenditure of, let's see here, scrolling down, about $37.3 million. I don't think I have any other major notes there. I'm happy to answer any questions. We are looking at probably continued lap salaries and salary savings through the month of June. We're just going to update those assumptions in April and May as we look at our encumbrances that are still sitting outstanding. So that's where we arrived at that projected year-end number that we've used for the purposes of the budget.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? All right, hearing none, we're going to move forward to the next item on the information.
Yes, sir. Next item is the monthly capital projects report, and I see that Ms. Costello is on, so I'd be happy to turn it over to her to provide you with that update.
Thank you and good evening. I'd like to present the March Capital Projects Report. Our most recent sales tax collections, which is our 14th month of collections in the program, were $205,000 below the cash flow model projection based on the most recent collections of 2% growth over the prior year. Our expenditures for the 10-16, 17-22, and 23 through 28 capital programs, along with the 2023 through 2028 long-term debt programs, are in line. Nothing new to report there. And the fixed cost of ownership 24 program is winding down in May for the spending schedule, and fixed cost of ownership 25 program has commenced. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any questions? Here and now, we can go ahead and move forward to the third information item.
All right, and the last information item is the monthly ESSER update. This is also through March 31st of 2024. As I mentioned at Audit and Finance, this is the last update that you'll see before the reallocation that was approved in April post. And so in the April report that you see next month, you'll see the reallocation of dollars that posted as a result of the bonuses that were paid out on March 22nd. So to date with the ESSER program, we've posted $122 million in eligible reimbursements from the state for the $163 million approved in the plan. And we're continuing to work to spend these funds down through the September 30th deadline. But happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead to move to, I guess that would be 6B. The recommendation to remove the March 2022 Board of Trustees directive to approve contracts and procurements over $250,000. This came through Audit and Finance, and I believe it was a unanimous vote through Audit and Finance. And we actually split this vote because it was initially with the 250K list. However, after being with Daniel over the last few months, and then after the revisions of the 250K list, we feel as if this should be an information item only as opposed to an action item. We are holding up procurement by trying to approve this item at the board meetings, to where this should really be an information item, since we've already allocated the money through the budget at the beginning of the year. As you know, we are with the Audit and Finance, we are oversight, and the board is also oversight of the budget. And we evaluate the superintendent as well as the CFO and everybody else off of their management of the budget. So we do feel as if this should be a information item that should move forward. And Mr. Prentice, you can go through the background a little bit deeper and let us know a little bit more about what we're looking at.
Yes, sir. So we reviewed the prior report with procurement staff and legal counsel and made some updates based on those conversations and the disparity study. And so the report that you have in front of you for this evening, moving to the full board later this evening in the special called meeting, includes those changes. We put in some graphs and charts to show the spending by department, by funding source, and by the overall project type, just to give some detailed breakdown on that aspect of it. And then we also split the report to show new procurements that originated from within CCSD following our own competitive process. And then a second page appendix shows all of the information for procurements that happen under state contracts, cooperative contracts, and things of that nature. Particularly, we showed the number of days advertised and the number of bids received on each procurement, and included links to all of our applicable guiding documents that we use and at the staff level that are approved by the board to be able to administer procurement within the system. So just feel like overall, if we could get the directive removed to approve that list, that we could generally see procurement move forward much quicker based on the approved budget. And that would save us probably 4 to 6 weeks of overall lead time in executing contracts and moving forward with approvals. Going forward, if this was approved by the board, we would take a retrospective look at the last 30 days of procurements over $250,000 and include all of that information in a transparency report to the board and present on it still at Audit and Finance and in the forum, just like we did for the monthly financial report and other informational items.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. So yeah, as he just said, it would speed up the procurement process, but it will, we will also get the transparency report as we do each month with the monthly financial report. The Audit and Finance Committee overwhelmingly believe that this is the way that we should be moving. And now that we have the buy-in for the board members on the Audit and Finance Committee, I think it is time to go ahead and try to remove this directive from March 2022 prior to us all being on the board. So we can start with any questions. I'll start with Ms. Waters.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to make the motion to do it. I mean, for one, and I make the motion because we did this in response to the violation of the 52, is it 5220 or 5230?
5230.
5230 back in, yeah, all the way, back in that time. And so we're 2 superintendents later and, we've had a complete audit of that whole issue. So I just don't see a reason for us to continue doing this. So I move that we remove the directive.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and let's continue with, let's go to Ms. Roberson.
This is for questions?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, so let's go ahead and go with discussion of the motion.
Oh, I just want to say thank you. I've been saying this for 17 months, so I'm just excited. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Grabowski?
No questions.
Mr. Kelly?
No questions.
You skipped me.
Oh, hey, I'm coming back to you. I was coming.
Okay.
Hard to do.
I'm sorry, I just got thrown off. Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
And Ms. Temple? Dr. Temple, I apologize.
All right. I just want to say that I think it's a good idea to lift it, and I think we just need to be sure that we have the guardrails in place, that these items that we're talking about are in the budget, and that we're using competitive processes, to use these expenditures, and I'm just concerned, that we monitor that they are in the budget and that these are the projects that were proposed and approved. So keeping the guardrails on, I think, is really important.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice, you want to respond to that real quick?
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate that. I will say for information to the board, if this is not known, any procurement over $25,000, I physically approve and click the button. So I'm reviewing everything that comes through across all funding sources throughout the system over $25,000. So at the lowest level of the organization, things that don't even have to go through the competitive process, often that just involve 3 quotes, all the way up to the largest procurement. We're reviewing all of those things and being very diligent. So that's an additional internal control. And making sure that the proper transmittals and all the backup documentation that meets the code are attached to those items when they come through the respective procurement officers. So I definitely appreciate that concern and the desire to have good internal controls and adherence to the guardrails.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. We'll now call for the votes to remove the March 2022 Board of Trustees directive to approve contracts and procurements over 200.
Mr. Calhoun, was there some reason why you skipped me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's actually all I wanted to add is that I'm here.
Okay, I apologize about that. So yeah, let's go ahead and call for the motion. We'll call for the question.
Okay.
Thank you. The yeas have it. It has moved forward. Let's go ahead and move to, what is that, 6B? 6C, I apologize, which would be the recommendation for the first reading of FY 24-25 budget. Mr. Prentice?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Prentice, would you like to say anything before we move forward with the vote?
No, other than just happy to answer any questions with respect to the budget document. This information's been shared in board docs and is posted on the website under the finance page for first reading. So there's a transmittal letter in there that summarizes the budget and mirrors exactly what was presented during the budget workshop at Committee of the Whole earlier this evening. So appreciate your consideration for first reading to move forward next Monday.
We're
Thank
grateful
you.
to the board, Mr. Calhoun, and the Audit and Finance specifically led by you and Mrs. Roberson. All your efforts around this year's budget. It's been a lengthy process, but certainly worth it. I want to thank Mr. Prentice and his team for the dedication they've shown, but particularly all of you who've been available around the clock to ask and answer questions and commit to putting kids and teachers first.
And for what it's worth, as Ms. Huggins mentioned earlier, I sincerely appreciate the support of the board and of the staff and finance as I came on board in March. Ms. Carter in particular and Clady Brown have provided tremendous assistance, but a lot of people that prepared the budget this year were new to the process within CCSD. So we learned a lot and picked up, what we had to be able to work with it to bring this forward to you. So it's been a very good quality process, and I'm glad to have the process where we are at this point in time, but couldn't have done it without their support. So there's a lot of hours that have gone into pulling this together, and I'm greatly appreciative for it.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice, for your expertise and your team's expertise. And we're going to go ahead and move forward with questions. We're going to start with Ms. Roberson.
Okay. Thank you. I've said it before. This has been this has been a good process. Very detailed, very intentional about what you and your staff have brought before us tonight. So just want to thank you and Ms. Huggins for this. This has been a very we had a lot of transition, but you pulled it together. So thank you for this. I do have some questions now that we have the numbers. They're not difficult questions, but because of the time, what I would like to do is to send you an email with those questions. And it really just has to do with, like, I'll just throw one out. There's the chief of schools line in here, and we don't have a chief of schools. So, why is that line item? So things like that, I will just write it out and send it in an email.
That'd be great, Ms. Roberson. Thank you thank you so much. There may have been things we missed, so I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Roberson. I got a few questions like that myself. Let's go to Mr. Grabowski.
I have Mr. Calhoun.
All right, Ms. Watley.
I'm gonna do what Ms. Roberson did. I'll just email whatever I have. It's getting late and I see Dr. Coakley is still here and it's her birthday and I want her to go
Please leave
celebrate.
Dr. Coakley.
Word. All right, Mr. Kelly.
No, thank you for all the help from all the workshops.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey.
I just want to say thank you for your attention to detail. You did a good job.
Dr. Temple.
I think the budget process has been very good, very transparent. I think that we picked up on, I'm really glad that we're moving away from the overlays because I felt like that was really unfair and unequitable. So I'm very glad about that. I've sent my question in my heart. I still would like to have our teacher salary.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Waters.
Oh, we thought you forgot me. No questions for me. Mr. Prentice, and Ms. Huggins, I just want to say this has been a really good process. And Mr. Prentice, I really appreciate you being able to jump in so quickly and get up to speed because I was like, your resume was impressive, but I'm like, he hasn't worked in the school system, but you've really risen to the occasion and I'm very impressed by that. So thank you for your work.
All right. There are no further questions or concerns. We will move forward to the question.
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Prentice.
And you know what they say, whenever you give accolades, you often leave people out and then people get mad at you. So I do want to mention our budget director, who's a longstanding employee of the district, has been very helpful as we work through this process, as well as Abby Woods, our director of internal consulting. She's been the lead on the WSF, which, has been a very integral part of this process. So happy to have their support as well. And I'm sure I'm leaving others out, but, want to make sure that I give credit where credit is due, as, I'm going to mention anyone at all. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion of privilege before we move into the listed item. At the recommendation of Mrs. Roberson, I move that we amend tonight's agenda to add an item 6D, an alternative to 6D, that would sit between C and D, to go over the $250,000 list, not to take a vote on it, but to go over it and review it, ask questions, so that we can have a more expedited vote, a more expedited special called meeting after the fact. So I move that we do that now instead of later.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Do we have
So as long as we'll do it this way. Are there any objections to that?
Or
Okay, so that passes with concurrence.
okay, so yes, that will pass with concurrence. So let's go ahead and move forward with 6D at this point, which will move our next thing going forward to 6E. So Mr. Prentice, would you go ahead and discuss the 250K list?
Yes, sir. So we have 6 different procurements that meet the standard of a new internal solicitation, competitive solicitation. They're all in the facilities management department, funded by one of the 2 active phases of the phase 4, phase 5 program of the sales tax. Of that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of those that are change orders, 2 of those that are new procurements. All were competitively solicited. We did have some discussion during the Audit and Finance Committee surrounding one of change orders in particular, with the SOA Phase 2 roof restoration, where the cafeteria and gym was completed previously. And I wanted to note, as came out in the discussion during the Audit and Finance Committee, that the unit cost associated with the change order matches the base bid, so that those pricings were all through that competitive process. It was just a matter of having enough funding to be able to do it one step at a time. So nothing really extra to add there. If you go to the second page, there's 3 that followed various other procurement methods. One's a board exemption for frontline education solutions. Another one's for vehicles on state contract. And then another one is for an existing contract for Presentation Systems South. So all of the contracts this month were associated with AIA standard form. And so there wasn't anything outside of our standard language there. We do, of course, go through the process of making sure that any non-standard contracts go through a second level of review, but they all met the approval of the parties represented on the document.
All right, Mr. Prentice, before we move forward to questions, can you discuss how we the new 250K list will be presented as information as opposed to the action that we were previously doing basically looking at the just discussing how the new document is looking and the new things that we're seeing on there?
Yes, sir. So my goal would be taking, if this is approved by the board at the meeting on the 20th, would be to take any procurement over 250K that's occurred from the date that we locked down the report after this report was approved, and share that with the board at the next Audit and Finance, well, with the Audit and Finance Committee, and then ultimately the board. And then for prospective months, just going through the process of looking back at the prior 30 days and pulling in anything that was above 250 that's already been contracted and gone through the requisition process to convert to a purchase order, and answer any questions. So we would present it much of the same and include the charts with the breakdowns of funding sources and so on and so forth. I think that you'll probably see somewhat of an uptick in some contracts moving forward in initial list, and then it'll just be more of a fluid annual process, especially seeing some growth in the number that we see during the springtime, whenever we're getting ready to ramp up for those summer projects that happen at the schools. But that'll enable those things, as we've discussed, to move forward much more quickly. And whenever we receive bids, we won't have to wait and potentially face bid expiration when it comes to moving forward with those contracts, which will be very helpful, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on the 250K list for this month that will be moving forward for at the executive session? Let's start with Ms. Waters.
None.
Ms. Meyer. Oh, Ms. Robertson. Ms.
No
Wiley.
I think he called your name while they were talking. Oh, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski.
No questions.
Kelly.
No, sir.
Ms. Bailey.
No questions.
Dr. Temple?
No question.
That was an information item. We'll move forward with that at the special executive session, or the special session of the board that we have tonight. We will now move forward to 6E, the recommendation to appoint two members to serve on the Audit and Finance Committee. This has to come to committee as a whole as we're looking to appoint two new members of our committee. And the board took on the top two votes that we had from each member panel of our board. Of our committee, which would be Ms. Burbidge as well as Mrs. Carter. So we're really looking to advance these two appointments to the board for May 20th consideration. We have a motion to appoint the two members to serve on the Audit and Finance Committee.
I'd like to make a motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Well, I haven't made the motion. Motions to advance for consideration the top 4 candidates that were vetted by the Audit and Finance Committee for consideration to serve on the Audit and Finance Committee at the May 9th, 2024 Audit and Finance Committee meeting to the May 20th, 2024 board meeting for consideration of the board.
Take the motion one more time.
I'd like to make a motion to advance the 4 top candidates that were vetted by the Audit and Finance Committee.
Oh, okay.
There's your rationale. To serve on the Audit and Finance Committee to the May 20th, 24 board meeting for consideration of the board.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's start with discussion with Ms. Roberson. Oh, yeah, Ms.
Or do you want me to discuss why?
Yeah,
Yeah,
my question.
I think it's better that I share. The reason, and I'm going by when I was Mr. Calhoun's instincts, and I saw it, and I think he was correct when he first discussed it before we were preparing the motion that night, that he recommended, and I think it's prudent to bring at least 4 for the committee to decide, just in case just in case if the board as a whole, for whatever reason, decides to vote one down, at least we don't have to wait. We've got 2 other candidates. We had 4 very clear. So that's why I'm making the amendment, Mr. Calhoun, because I think your instincts that night were correct. And I think, we went ahead and kind of limited it to 2, where I think it'd be prudent to have at least 4.
Okay.
Ms. Roberson?
Now, based on Mr. Grosby's explanation, I agree. I have no questions.
Dr. Temple?
He's asleep.
Ms. Waters?
No, I don't actually have any question. Well, no questions about the matter, but just wanting to make sure that we get all of the information that Audit and Finance was able to consider.
That's where I was going at. I speak to that.
I
second.
100%. All the information that was provided tonight should be provided for all 4
I'll make sure it's sent out again.
as quickly as possible.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Wiley?
That's covers everything for me.
Mr. Kelly?
I guess I just want to now know what the intent is at the board meeting. Is there going to be a motion to approve a particular person or a slate of people?
It'll be 2.
There are 2 open slots.
No,
So
tracking that, but if we're going to have 4 people to consider,
Then
Are
we're
we gonna-
gonna have to appoint 2 of them.
2 separate votes.
2 separate.
for 2 different people?
Yeah, 2 votes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing else?
For the record, we had a unanimous person, and not going with the names, we had a unanimous person, a person that went with 6, 4, and 3. When we look at it, and so when we go into executive session, to consider this at the board, you will have those tallies of the executive session from the Audit and Finance Committee.
I agree.
All right. Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
And I just wanted to echo where I believe I can't remember who said it, but we will be looking to appoint 2 of those top 4 if this motion goes through. If this amended motion goes through, we did receive 9 applicants to this, and we had a lot of strong applicants. And like again for the record, our committee, each person polled their top 3, and we went off of who had the most votes off of each person's recommendations prior to talking to anybody. And so we did have one person that was unanimous, but then we also had people who had 6, 4, and 3 as well. So if this motion goes through, we'll be looking at those. We'll be looking at everyone to appoint them to the committee to fill out our 9 slots that we have. Do
I'd
we
like
have?
to make a comment.
Mhm.
I'll raise my hand. I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Dr. Temple.
I think it would be really helpful if, when we're going to have appointments like this, if we went with rank order voting, that would help us not have to have another vote, because rank order would have helped differentiate between the persons who got 4 and 3 votes.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move forward and call the question.
Yeah, same thing. Call for the question is the technical term.
Abstain.
All right, the yeas have it. All right, we're gonna move forward to I'll pass it back over to Mr. Kelly.
Yep, thank you, sir. Ms. Watley. Sorry.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Kelly. I'm bringing to you somewhat of an update on what we all decided to do in creating a policy committee and the work that's been done on it. Initially, what we discussed, well, we've had a lot of discussion concerning policy committee and committees in general. So as we brought forward some policy revisions, there was every intention to include them in your board docs. However, it has brought up some discussion. So whereas we were initially setting out to work on the creation of a policy committee, there's also been a lot of discussion by various board members about shared leadership and having multiple committees so that board members could have a greater opportunity to work. And give to create a more inclusive environment for the board. So not just a policy committee, but also create other committees as well. When it came forward, the next step is going to actually be sitting down with general counsel and staff attorney, HR, to discuss the proposals that have come forward in more detail and ramifications. And I know, I feel like I'm leaving some stuff out. Mr. Kelly, would you like to weigh in, or Mr. Grabowski, since you both are also signers on this?
Yeah, I think when this discussion started, it came to the attention as brought by the superintendent that a lot of this should really go to staff first, and have staff review it before going and being presented to the boards. So that's one of the reasons.
There's been multiple calls from board members to have shared leadership and as well as work to do. So what's coming forward isn't just to create a policy committee, but other committees as well. Mr. Kelly, am I leaving? I feel like I'm so
I
tired at
think
this
that-
point. I feel like I'm
No,
glazing over and leaving.
the specific important part is the structure would remove in its entirety the committee of the whole. This committee would no longer exist. And we would rather break all of these sub items that we have, basically each one of our agenda headers into individual committees, and have individual board members chair committees with either other board members, constituent board members, parents, other district stakeholders. And it would give the board as a whole a better opportunity to really have a more intricate say in how the district is run. And then each of those committees would vote on items that would add to the board agenda meeting for once a month. So it would be very similar how the committee of the whole adds items to the board agenda, but each committee would then add items that belong to their particular section.
Will also give you more opportunity to take a deeper dive into whatever committee you chair. Say your passion is curriculum or strategic education or something like that. You could really go deeply into the weeds and become an expert at whatever committee you chair. And obviously you would be able to shuffle around, as you know, you're not going to sit in one committee your entire tenure. And then bring your recommendations before the board as a whole to take action. It would empower us, and it was also give us the ability to become better board members, better representatives.
But I think the critical thing is, while this is not something that's going to happen overnight, it's going to take a lot of discussion between all
That's right.
board members.
I mentioned to Mr. Grabowski that we could even phase this in, start with policy committee, because that's I think been one of the bigger issues that we've contended with over the last 16 months, 17 months, or whatever.
But because it has an effect on staff and the superintendent, that it really should start with the general idea, and then the superintendent and staff would streamline and show what would work, and then it would come to the board as a documentation for the board to consider whether or not the board even wants to go forward with.
And another thing that I was wanting to look at as well is prior to Kate Darby creating the committee of the whole, which was modeled after Greenville, what the structure of the board was like. So I haven't really had an opportunity yet to dive into that or to compare other boards that are set up this way. I know that this has been done in Connecticut and I think California, yeah, other places. So I haven't had a chance yet to really delve deep. So it just, as the work was coming, and we've been discussing this, I think, as a board for probably a year now. So just went ahead and brought that forward to kind of just throw it out there and see. Something to think about, something to talk about. So, and then once I sit down with general counsel and the staff attorney and the relevant district staff, then I can bring forward a little bit more detail for you. Because it's going to have a ripple effect even over the weekend. As I was thinking about what I was going to say to you guys, I'm like, ooh, there's that policy and then there's that policy. So it's going to have multiple impacts if we change that structure like that. I think it'll be positive, but it's gonna be a lot of work. With that, Mr. Kelly, unless somebody has anything else.
Did you want to open it? Okay, well, are there any questions, comments? Sarcastic remarks? Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, go right
comment.
ahead.
I don't have any ostensible objections because this is just kind of thrown out there. But I think there's two things that as actually I have a reaction to something that was said that wasn't kind of the focus of the comment, but I'll follow up with Ms. Huggins about that. Nevertheless, when the powers that be get to the table to talk about this, I think there's a big piece around transparency and the ability of the public to follow several meetings now versus one. I think there's also a lot to consider in terms of the primary reason why the Committee of the Whole was created was because folks were expressing concern that they were coming to the meeting feeling unprepared. And so the response to that would be, well, you can go to this committee. Well, now there's 5 meetings or however many meetings versus just the one. And that could result in a net positive, if those 5 meetings were a lot shorter and more focused,
definitely, yeah.
but that's not going to happen right out of the gate. And so, but you share that you guys are going to review it. I think it's something very serious to review just because of the lack of transparency to the public already, and then asking them to follow 5 meetings in a month to collect information before they get to the primary meeting could be quite problematic.
I had kind of rolled a little bit of that around in my mind as well. Yeah.
Ms. Huggins, can I get your feedback on it? I've not had enough time to process this.
I'll be honest, Ms. Roberson, we scheduled a meeting to sit down today. I think Ms. Bowles got the meeting scheduled so I could learn more about the proposal and think through it with the group and think about how we move forward in a way, like Mrs. Waters said, that's doesn't require more time from any trustee and or staff. So I look forward to meeting with the group and talking more collaboratively with you all about it.
Early into it. There's really not a lot.
I just wanted to throw mine out there.
And I, no, you brought a very good point.
Ms.
I had already
Bowles,
kind of thought about it
so
too.
did we schedule the meeting for next
I just
week?
wanted to bring something forth for you guys.
I think next Tuesday, maybe. Yes, ma'am. So Ms. Roberson, as we learn more, I'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
And just so I'll speak to my thought process anyway. The reason I'm in favor of this is because I'm sure as the audit and finance folks have done, and as I did with policy, it's very difficult to be highly skilled in all the places. And so although I recognize that the public have the same problem that we do as trustees, what this allows us or affords us is for a trustee or a pair, right, as a chair and vice chair, to become highly skilled and highly familiar with a particular subject matter. And then in the same way that Mr. Calhoun briefed us and kind of walked us through Audit and Finance, the intent would be that at board meetings, the trustee and or the vice chair trustee would be able to brief the board on the highlights, as it were, of what that committee's gone through. So it allows for both the deep dive, like Ms. Watley said, as well as a true expertise that I don't think outside of Audit and Finance, I don't think any one of us are really experts in all of the fields, because frankly, it's not possible.
Right. And I also think, like in public comment, it gives, like what happens at Audit and Finance, it gives the public, if they're really interested in a specific topic, like on strategic ed, that specific topic gives them more of an opportunity to speak than to have to compete when we've got 10 to 12 issues at a board meeting.
Sure.
And they could really.
But anyway, this is something that's got to be, the board's really, and staff's got to work together, and it's not something that's happening overnight. This really has, even if it's like Ms. Waters said, even if it's feasible.
Okay. let's move on, friends.
Well, I had some comments.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Temple.
Well, I like the concept of shared leadership, but I think there's many ways to get at it. I think it'll be really important to have more research around this particular model and proposal to see how it, would work. I do share the time factor. I'm thinking that my experience now over the last year and looking at how many members attend Audit and Finance at 2:00 in the afternoon seems to be very limited to the chairs of that committee and maybe one other board member. So, the time of having, all meetings to really know and understand things, I think is an issue. And I think the public, how many meetings would the public have? And of course, we get a lot of criticism when we have meetings in the afternoon and we don't have them at, 5 in the evening. So I would just hate to have my whole life centered around 5:15 every day with 4 or 5 committees to try to do due diligence.
To be fair on that, Dr.
My
Temple, though,
services.
we also get a lot of criticism for long committee of the whole meetings.
Yeah, I know it's a difficult balance, but I think more research is needed.
Fair. Anything else? No? Okay. Let's move on. Item 8A, the proposed meeting schedule for 2024-25. I would like to make a motion that we advance the schedule as written with an amendment to the board meeting. I propose that we remove the July meetings out of our calendar and simply allow for the chairman to call a special call in the event that it's actually needed for something.
I second that.
I have one question,
She beat me to it.
and it's not about that. It's just a question around this November 11th, the swearing in. Typically, the swearing in ends up happening post. Did you all already check the election schedule and what might happen for with certification? It actually always comes after the committee of the whole, which is why the new board's first meeting is normally the second meeting of the month.
Christine, was that on your radar by chance?
Okay.
Did you hear that, Mrs. Waters?
Yep. I just wanted to know if you checked the date for this particular year, because it doesn't always happen like that.
I
I
appreciate
didn't
it.
hear what you said. Could you repeat that?
Certification will happen on the 7th. Well, election day is on the 7th and it'll happen on that Friday. Or certification is on the 7th. Certification is on Friday, the 7th. So the new board could actually be running by the cow versus the business meeting.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Looking down the line? No?
My question,
I
so
would-
you want to remove
Oh, hold
the
on one
meeting
second,
the
Mr.
whole
Kelly.
from July 15th and no meeting for the month of July?
No meeting for the month of July scheduled. But obviously the chairman could call a special call in the event the district had something unforeseen come up. But July is typically a nothing meeting anyway. Mr. Kelly, did you have something to add, sir?
I'm thinking about that November meeting. Oh, I don't have anything for it because it would be prudent for the whatever board comes through in November, understanding what's coming forward as opposed to coming straight to a board meeting to make consequential decisions for the board at a board meeting. So I'm just trying to think through this on the fly. Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Waters. I didn't even think about that. So no, I have no further comments or questions.
The one thing, Darren, though, to think about, this actually might work better because normally they go right into making business decisions
Yeah.
or what was decided by a prior board at the CAL. So this time it's actually better.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what I was trying to think through right there. Yeah.
Mr. Calhoun, do you see any issue, Darren, with Audit and Finance meeting in July?
In July,
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if we're.
yeah, I think the Audit and Finance meeting, well, Audit and Finance would need to meet in July, particularly when we start, and even if it's a short meeting, just seeing where we're at with the not monthly report, because I'll be the month prior. But I do think just even if it's a short meeting with just an update of where we're at with getting forward with the WSF. But then also I'm thinking again, as I'm thinking all of this through right now, with letting the district starting to implement it. And then we come back in August to say, all right, now show us where you're at. I think that's something we need to bring up at our next meeting to see whether we need to have that July meeting, just to let the district do what they need to do, let Mr. Prentice do what he needs to do for that month of July, just to move through. And then we come back in August and say, all right, where are you at? Where are we progressing to? So I think that's something we need to bring up at the next Audit and Finance meeting. Because if it well really I'm still talking through my thoughts right now. It will really take
And I think we have the fail safe if you needed an action item, Darren, that we could call a special meeting. So.
And it will really take, on what happens on Monday's meeting, whether we get rid of that 250K list, because that would be prudent. If we deny that 250K list going to information, we're going to have that July meeting. There's no question about it. But if that 250K list is information, they can move through that and we get a 2-month report in August.
The 250K passed unanimous, so it'll be on consent.
It did pass unanimous?
Yep.
Oh,
So
well,
fine.
Well, yeah.
From staff's perspective, we would be fine with foregoing the audit and finance in July and the CAL and a board meeting.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments?
No, thank you for suggesting that.
So what's the motion on the floor?
To adopt the meeting schedule as published with the exception of removing both meetings in July.
Unless there's a need for a special called meeting.
Yeah, well, that's already part of the policy. Yeah. I was pointing out the special called meeting as an option. You got that, Ms. Trudy? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Temple.
I hope I'm not coming through too loud.
Pretty funny on our end. For a minute there, I thought she said bye.
Okay. Passed unanimous. Item B. Ms. Huggins?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. This is actually an item requested by Dr. Temple and Mr. Grabowski to update the board on the evaluation that the ad hoc committee has worked on to put together for the superintendent. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Temple or Mr. Grabowski.
Dr. Temple.
All right. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to work on this ad hoc committee with Ms. Pamela McKinney and Darlene Roberson. The three of us have met twice. Plus, we've read a lot of research articles. We've discussed things. Our meetings were very productive. And as a result, we were able to develop a template which includes performance indicators based on the superintendent's job description and her contract, such as areas such as educational leadership, district management, board, and community relations. We also developed a template that includes the student outcomes, which are based on the goals, guardrails, and the strategies that are identified in our strategic plan. We have shared this template with Ms. Huggins for her review, and we intend on May the 22nd to meet with her to discuss this template together and make any revisions that we see fit. Let's see, the timeline for us working on this. Oh, let me insert this as well. We've also prepared a scoring for the template, and this will be something we'll discuss, but we've discussed a 4-point rubric that would be similar to what we see on the SMART goals and student outcomes, with 4 exceeding expectations, 3 meeting expectations, 2 approaching expectations, and 1 not meeting. Our timeline for this is we've already, met, we've drafted a template. We're meeting with Superintendent Huggins on this, and we hope to present the evaluation instrument to this board in August for its approval. Then we'll need to obtain the student data for 2023 to 24. And we are proposing that we have an interim review in October 2024 with the superintendent, feeling that it's important to have an interim review. And then we would, once we have the data for 2024 to 25, we would complete the formal evaluation in executive session with the superintendent. So that's where we are in the process. So entertain any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Temple. Ms. Waters, do you have any questions? Ms. Roberson?
On the committee.
Any clarity you want to add?
No, I think we put a lot of time into it. We are going to meet with Superintendent Huggins, and we hope to get through that next Tuesday. Yeah, and then we should be ready to move forward. It was I think we put a lot of time into it, and trying to make sure that it was appropriately done. And so we're looking forward to meeting with her and presenting it to you in its entirety.
Thank you for the effort. Mr. Bobrowski?
I really would like to thank Dr. Temple, Ms. Roberson, and Ms. McKinney for putting the time in. And Ms. Huggins, I appreciate you working with them.
Ms. Bailey, any questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Temple, for the
I got
information.
something.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, I was
Go ahead.
where I would like to see the finance aspect be added to that evaluation. As we know, the superintendent proposes the budget, and then the CFO make sure is that the budget can work. But then I would also like to see a finance aspect of how is the superintendent managing the finances within the district or of the district added to that.
We do have items, performance indicators in our section called district management. So we do have something, but we'd be glad to share it with you and see if it meets your expectations.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good clarification. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Okay. Item 8C. I move that we move items 5B, 6B, 6C, and 8A to consent. That would be academic calendar, removal of the 250, first reading of the budget, and proposed meeting schedule.
So move.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, cool. Any objections? Okay, passes with consent. 9A, upcoming board meeting for the 20th of May, of course, Audit and Finance on 4th of June. Committee of the Whole 10 June, and then the June board meeting for 24 June. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So
move.
Second, all in favor? Any
Yep.
objections?
Yep.
We're adjourned.
And we're going right into the special call to take the vote. Oh, God, that's right.
Actually did us a favor here. Move the case against Chuck without her.
Board of Trustees special called meeting to order. First item on the agenda is 1B, which is adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
I move that we adopt the agenda with the exception of item 2A that was discussed in committee of the whole.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye or vote.
Oh, sorry, 2A is actually the action item. I thought it was the discussion. Disregard. I move that we adopt the agenda as written.
Second.
Please cast your vote.
Aye.
You used to do a concurrence vote.
Is it
Are there any objections?
Is it adopting the agenda?
Adopting the
Okay.
agenda. Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Well, but
Is anybody else having trouble with their board docs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
You can move on. You got a
Yeah.
concurrence.
And the motion passes on to item 2A, which is a motion to approve. The question before the board is a motion to approve the list of purchases and contracts greater than 250,000 through April 29th, 2024. Second,
Second.
any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to a vote. Please cast your vote.
Yay.
And the motion passes. Moving on to item 3A.
I move we adjourn to executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? Hearing none?
One question, I'm sorry. Was there something else on here earlier? I thought I saw something else as a B.
Yeah, it's executive session for the placement.
Well, no, I thought I saw something that's 4B earlier, but maybe I'm
No.
okay. I'm fine.
Yay.
We are now in executive session. Session.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're back into open session. Move on to item 6A.
I'd like to make a motion. I rule that we overturn the decision of the constituent board and send the student to Daniel Jenkins and upon the start of next school year back to his home school.
Go have a second.
I make the, well, I would like to make an amendment to that. It would need to be to a successful completion of the program.
Oh, that I accept that amendment after successful completion of the program.
And Ms. Grabowski, if you seconding
I'll
that, you.
second it. Yes. I'll second it.
Thank you. And Ms. Dangerfield, could you remove the conference room?
I didn't hear you, Darren.
Ms. Dangerfield, if you could remove the conference room
Oh.
from the Zoom.
Ms. Temple, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Did you hear the motion?
No.
The motion is to overturn the decision of the constituent board and assign the student to Daniel Jenkins Academy until the successful completion of the program and then return to his home school. Any discussion?
Yes. Yes.
Hearing none, I'd ask everybody to vote. Ms. Temple has voted yea.
Do I need to vote again? Yes.
And the motion passes. I'd like a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Moved.
We are adjourned.